the flip? Jesus, that looks yellow. Jeez Louise. Yeah, damn right I'm live. Okay. Oh, actually, I should probably fix that while we're here. There we go, fix that. Oh my god, it's Whick.
Welcome one and all to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, today we have a show for you. We're joined by some great guests to discuss a very simple topic. Which political party in America is better for minorities? I'm
It's Boogie!
going to give the mic
Boogie
to these
2988.
lovely individuals to introduce themselves.
That was
And
mean, I'm
kinda,
sorry.
you know, they can tell you their initial thoughts. If you, dear viewers,
Who are the people on this? Sheikah, Dr. Rippy, Stream Rift, and Hunter Dunn. What is that shit?
at any point want to go and subscribe to any of their channels, I put links to their stuff in my YouTube description. I encourage you to do so. But for now, let's get started. I'm going to hand the mic first to Hunter Dunn. Go ahead. Start us off. Open us up.
Oh, you muted my brother.
You're muted on your end.
Hey,
Based.
right? Just getting into the football mode
It's all good.
as
It's all good.
we just
We're going to loosen
started.
up a little bit, right?
Let me move the camera. Don't want it up there. Jesus, I need to like... I guess I move it down here? Kind of annoying. What it is, what it is. Okay, now I see why people don't do the full screen thing. Okay, so maybe I should put it down here. And then move the camera up there. Alright, and then we put this up here. That should fix it. That sucks, but whatever.
Hi, I'm Hunter Dunn, and I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit baffled that the other side agreed to this debate, given that's about which party is better at protecting minority rights. We have one political party that, to be honest, at best is decent to apathetic on the issue, but on the other side, we have another party, another side of the aisle, that is actively engaging in attacks on basic human rights, whether we're talking about constitutional violations for all people, but especially targeting minorities, or we're talking about even disagreeing on whether or not we should protect interracial marriage at the federal level. So I think what we're looking at here is a bit of a hydrogen bomb versus a coughing baby situation. But I am
Oh
excited to get into
no.
potentially different definitions of what minority rights
Alright, this guy's
are
immediately
and
based.
see if there's any places that we can come together, not just disagree. So thank you for having us on.
Okay, well, thanks for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Tashika, please go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Tashika. I'm 24 years old. I wrote out a little bit of an opening statement, if that's okay to read here.
Go for it.
In the past century, the only party that has pushed for and legally adopted the rights for minorities has been the Democratic Party. Whether that be disability rights, civil rights, marriage equality, body autonomy, and decriminalization of identity. The Republican Party has been a consistent threat to minorities for the past century by removing and criminalizing openly gay people during the Lavender Scare, overturning Roe v. Wade, through the Dobbs decision, consistently criminalizing and empowering individuals to privately attack transgender people, refusing to lift the sub-minimum wage of disabled people, and rollbacks on the black family by taking away their welfare and mass incarceration through targeted criminalization. I'm looking forward to hearing different perspectives from the other side today and how they plan to circumvent reality and history.
Okay,
Based.
well, thank you for being here. We'll get into
What a
it as we go.
legend.
Mr. Rippey, please.
Yeah, well, we'll start with my favorite one, just at a foundational level.
Hold on. Mr.
Oh.
Rippey?
Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Rifty. I am not Riffy.
You are not Mr. Rippey. Go ahead, Mr. Rippey. Go ahead.
Yeah, people can tell the difference, but basically, black voters should have to accept just what the party says. Over the past 6 years, I'm overwhelmingly voting Democrat, and we should look at where Black America is today. 85% of Black Americans vote for a specific party, and nothing has gotten better. If anything, it's gotten actually worse. Instead of repeating talking points, actually go by facts and data and what reality is. So I'm not going to repeat the talking point like they're taking away black rights and rolling back certain things. I'm going to actually talk about the data.
That's not a talking point, you fucking nitwit. Jesus Christ.
About the facts, talk about reality instead of talking points that the Democrats push on the black community to get emotional voters to continue to keep them in office, to keep the black people.
They just lying to you. You're more equal than you were before, buddy.
Disenfranchised.
Okay, well, we're excited to have you. We'll see where it goes. Streamer
Freedom
now-
is lit.
Go ahead.
Jesus
Excellent.
Christ.
Well, I'm going to start right at some basics, right? We got the basics of free speech. That's important. The basics of guns, and armed minorities are harder to oppress. So the Republicans want firearms to be generally and broadly accessible, and it is Democrats that want to put restrictions on who can have the protection of the gun. So
They historically repealed people's rights to have assault rifles because of the Black Panthers, right? Sorry, good one, bro.
very basic, just can I sleep some more peacefully at night? Republicans say that should be something you're allowed to decide how you're going to protect yourself. I'll also point to some of the government's interaction with minorities has included, and I'm sad to say, that, and Mr. Rippey knows about this in more detail than I do, so I'll defer to him on this as it comes up. But the keep no father in the home policies really destroyed the black family, and that destroyed the core of that group. And so whites are the global minority. We're going to say blacks are the minority in this country, and that's fine. But just to be clear on our definitions about what a minority is, I'm going to pick on.
Is this guy a fucking retard?
On my opposition here a little bit for
Why am I asking? Of course he is.
trying to do a sleight of hand. This happens a lot, Mr. Rippey, and I have to deal with this a lot. Is it sounds like you're trying to smuggle bodily autonomy in here, which is a very interesting way of talking about abortion. But if we're talking about a minority, I think women are roughly 50-50. So I think you're trying to push the disadvantage Olympics to the point where now you think women are a minority. It's about 50-50. They're not a minority.
What is the argument? Yeah, but okay. Does he understand that African American women are a minority? Like, what is this fuck? Okay.
I'm sure you're not going to be bringing up things like that anymore.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll open it up. Go ahead. If I stop you, please respect my moderation. But other than that, floor is open. Go ahead. Anyone want to
Okay,
go for? Okay,
well, the first
go ahead.
sorry, love. So the first thing I would definitely like to bring up is ask like Mr. Rippey. You said that Black people have been voting overwhelmingly Democrats for a very, very long time, and you say that there are particular promises that Democrats have given to Black people that they have not been able to, make come to fruition. Can you tell me what exactly those would be for you, so we can get like a baseline of what your stance is?
I don't think that's what I said though.
Is that not what you
Wait, why did his mouth just not move?
I don't think
I
that's
did.
what I said though.
Is that not what you said? Can you restate that, please?
Okay, so what I said was that they just repeat talking points to keep Black people dependent on them. So government dependency is not is never a good thing. Okay, the Republican Party focus more on entrepreneurship, ownership, instead of being dependent on a specific party. We don't want a welfare check, and we want to make our own money. And I'm for the party that's for capitalism because it was actually the Republican Party that helped found the Black people that actually helped found the Republican Party. And we go through the history of the Republican Party when we're actually thriving, where we actually built so many amazing things. We own banks, we own bus companies, we own mortgage companies. We did so many great things under the ideas of what the Republican Party represent. Meanwhile, ever since we started voting,
What do you mean? Like, those are the same ideals that the Democratic Party represent. If anything, the Democratic Party represents the party that says black people should be allowed to do that as well. Like, what do you mean?
Democrat, what is what Streamer was just talking about, the kick the father out of the home, you know, making the single mother married to the government. That actually destroyed the black nuclear family. When you destroy the black nuclear family, that takes down
Oh my
thriving
god.
society because we were thriving prior to the Civil Rights Act. And it was the Democrats that voted against and filibustered the Civil Rights Act in 1964, and Republicans voted for it.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm really amused by some of the claims that you're making here. Obviously, I would agree that when it comes to the early Republican Party, which was much more progressive, that they did some great work for civil rights. Like Abraham Lincoln, who also passed the Revenue Act of 1862, which introduced progressive taxation to the federal income tax, also introduced the income tax, and created an inheritance tax, which we all know Republicans love the death tax.
Oh my gosh. What's on the menu tonight? We're watching Whick panel discussing whether or not Democrats or MAGA are better for minorities. Yeah, so it's going to be a good one. Also, hello, Blanket.
It's not like Republicans used to be the party of big government and civil rights and then abandoned it to embrace the Southern strategy, as shown by Richard Nixon on tapes discussing it using the hard R. And at the same time, when we talk about the Civil Rights Act, and more importantly, the Voting Rights Act, which president did that pass under? Oh, right, Lyndon B. Johnson, a Democrat. When it comes to specifically the registration in Southern...
Like, when did... Yeah. So these guys have to go back 160 years to find something good the Republicans did for black people.
Red states. After the Voting Rights Act was passed, we saw an increase in black registration from 11% to 51% in Alabama, and in Tennessee from 27% to close to 70%. And this stayed until Shelby County in 2013, the Supreme Court overturned some parts of the Voting Rights Act in 2013, which continued in 2026 with the Louisiana versus Clace decision. Now in pre-clearance counties, voter purges went from 6.8% to 8.9%, specifically in pre-clearance counties. And you want to know how many of them are Republican? Over 90% of pre-clearance counties vote Republican, and there is a reason for that. The reason for that is because a competent federal government would actually step up and defend the rights of BIPOC people from attacks by the Republican Party specifically. When we see voter purges and voter
So
suppression,
what's your like one sentence on the argument you're making here? I'm trying to listen.
Oh, too many words. Too many words. Just give me a sentence, bro. This is TikTok. Give me a TikTok reel.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then you can respond. I promise. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, straightforwardly, I don't think you want to take credit for any sort of pre-civil rights era Republican actions for civil rights, because if you do, I assume you're also in favor of progressive taxation and other progressive policies.
This guy's coming in swinging.
And when it comes to
it's a fucking legend.
Day, you know, when the people who are currently alive were alive back then, it's very clear which side has been consistently on the side of civil rights, and it's the same side the whole time, the progressive side. It's just they're Democrats now instead of Republicans.
Go ahead.
All right, now I repeated all these repeated talking points like I talk about all the time. You talk about Richard Nixon, but when you fail to realize Richard Nixon actually using it as a strategy, but he actually lost the Deep South to George Wallace, who was a Democrat, but he ran as an independent. Now, when it comes down to the Civil Rights Act that actually being passed, the very first Civil Rights Act was actually passed by a Republican. It's authored and passed by a Republican. You know who that Republican is? I know you don't. It's okay. His name is Dwight D. Let's finish. So, 1957, a president by the name of Dwight D. Eisenhower, Little Rock, Arkansas, passed the first Civil Rights Act. Now, when I say the majority of Republicans voted for the Civil Rights Act and the Democrats voted against it, it's because that was the longest filibuster still to this day. And Lyndon B. Johnson was actually forced to sign the Civil Rights Act. That's the reason why he put the Great Society Act in place, which means that he said that the black people would be voting. He actually used a different word than that. And he was known to use the N-word a lot. We'll be voting Democrat for the next 200 years. Not only that, every single Democrat I voted, out of 21 Democrats I voted against the Civil Rights Act, 20 remained Democrats until they died off, with the exception of Storm Thurmond. He was the only person that switched parties. Now, you went through a lot. That's the reason why when people talk in paragraphs.
Hold on.
Some of these things.
You're being
Jesus fucking Christ.
misleading with your facts here. How many Democrats voted for that act compared to how many voted against it? Did the majority of Democrats vote for or against that act? I don't think you know.
Well, no.
I have the numbers right in front of me. 118 Democrats in the House voted for it.
Why are you cutting him off, man? No, straight up. Seriously, he's got a little.
Okay.
No, this is a really good point. So the guy's being deliberately manipulative. He's saying like the overwhelming majority of Republicans voted for it and one Democrat voted against it. And then he's just like, but how many voted for it? How many Dems voted for it? It's just like, but you don't like that.
We're talking over each other. It's
being
hard
a snake.
It's hard to hear. The audios are getting.
I'll let him continue, but I just want to correct the facts for the record.
Wait, hold on, wait.
For the record.
Calm yourself, Iago. So basically, the third time they voted was 80-60. So 6% of Democrats versus 80% of Republicans. But the first few times, if I vote on 3 different times, okay, the first time only 33% of Democrats voted for it. Do you
What
have
was
those
that?
numbers?
What was that? Why would they do that then? What changed?
Passive numbers right in front of me, which you still haven't been able to produce.
I just produced. I said the third time, the final time, 80-60.
Okay,
I just said it.
Yeah.
Hold on. I do want to give. I do want to give
asking a question. Are you talking about the Anderson-Aiken amendment version of it, or which vote are you referring to specifically for the first vote?
This guy's using his microphone wrong.
What the first vote on the
because it actually passed by a larger margin of Democrats with the original first passage vote in June 18th, 1957, 286 to 126. It passed with a lower margin in August 27th, 1957.
Yeah, just real quick.
Go ahead, Spencer.
Just real quick. I do want to hold on, just real quick. Real quick. I want to give the mic to Chishika, who's been trying to get in here, and I want to give it to Streamer, who's also been trying to get in here, right? And also, if I may,
they should have kept the back and forth going. If anything, their mics are really shitty. They keep cutting out.
Maybe talk about more modern
That's exactly what I was going to
issues
say,
with
Wick. Like I can grant Mr. Rippey everything that he's saying about like past Republicans and whether or not they were more progressive than Democrats. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like the point is that as it stands, that Democrats are better for minorities now, and Republicans have always been the adversarial party, right? I think that's important for us to debate right now. I can grant you anything you want to say about the past. Well, not anything, but within reason.
Well, I
He's
mean, part of
malding.
what's
Damn right I am.
Can we have a conversation about the current administration?
Mad
Something
and
like that.
balding.
The
a
rollback of
part
Roe
of
v.
what
Wade, anything.
We can talk about school choice, capitalism, ownership versus dependency. We can talk about all these things and figure out which party is actually better for the minorities. And we all know that when it comes down to the facts and statistics and data, it tends to show that the Republican Party is better. But go ahead, I want to hear. No, I want to hear. I want to hear you.
Want to hear you.
Yeah, well, so
Personally,
you know,
yes.
let's take a look at Trump real
You're
quick
bald? Damn right I am. I've been wearing a wig this whole time.
here. I'm willing to bet you guys don't like Trump. Trump's terrible. He's against. But we had this June 2020 reform that 91%, what does it say? 81% of Black Americans wanted police presence kept the same. But Republicans are supporting law enforcement. Democrats aren't supporting law enforcement.
Did they support law enforcement when they did January 6th and tried to kill the police?
So why is it that Democrats don't want Blacks in their communities to have proper law enforcement? Mr. Rippey, do you know why they wouldn't want this? It's confusing to me.
I don't know because that is what they want. Is what we want. We want safe neighborhoods. We want people to be able to walk around in the streets. Right now, people don't feel safe in the Black community, and we want more. We actually support the law enforcement,
Okay.
despite what the mainstream narrative is.
Sure. I want to give Tashika a chance to respond to that. So their argument here is that Republicans tend to support law enforcement more than
Oh, Jill
Democrats,
Stein?
and therefore Republicans
You listen here, Chinchilla, you piece of fucking shit. I love you.
keep Black communities safer, therefore they're better for minorities. Would you like to respond to that?
Unfortunately, his mic is coming in a little bit weird for me. Can you restate the last part of your argument? Because the way you talk is very jumbled.
True.
Can you restate the last part of your argument, Rippy?
Oh, you're talking. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking
Right.
to Real.
Right.
No, but basically, I was just saying that we do support law enforcement. We don't want crime in
Okay.
our streets going on rapid. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm confused as to what I'm supposed to argue here, right? Like about like police officers. I don't think it's a problem that Black people support police officers. I don't have a problem with police officers. I think all of us here know
Sorry, I got 100 rubles for that comment. Based. Minyaza Chinchilla.
the stats regarding like police brutality and the fact that Black people are more likely to be
Avidazen.
arrested. I don't think anyone here would disagree with that. If you do, I guess we can have that conversation later. But what is I don't have an actual contention with that. So what do you want to say?
So if you agree that more law enforcement makes communities safer and that Republicans support more law enforcement, then they're probably better for minorities that want to be protected by law enforcement. That's what it sounds like you completely agree with, but
what do you mean by protected by law enforcement?
I'm going to ask you to explain what part of it you think is confusing. I think it's a fairly obvious.
I'm asking you what you mean by this. Can you elaborate, please?
You're gonna get a really specific answer. We'll call it cops responding to 911 calls and patrolling neighborhoods. It's sufficient to deter crime and respond when necessary.
Right. So then what is required for them to be able to do this?
Well, what is funding for one, and some support from community? I'm not sure where you're going here.
Right. So I would just be confused though when you say this, right? When you're talking about Republicans supporting police officers and them being able to do their jobs, because is it or is it not the case that in his first term, Donald Trump proposed cuts for police officers?
Jesus, I didn't know that.
For defunding the police? I don't understand why you guys keep saying this.
Well, so right now you're stuck in Trump is the only political thing to talk about instead of Republican versus Democrat.
These people speak like you're a race traitor if you support the cops. Nobody's saying that. What are you doing, Chinchilla? Are you okay? Do you need a coffee? Jesus. They're not even saying that. What the fuck are you on about? You know what? You are a race traitor if you support the cops. Fuck the police, you know? Based.
I
Democrat.
didn't say that. I
I'm
would
just
appreciate
kidding.
you actually
Moving
responding. to
past
I'm
what I
kidding.
said.
Calm down.
Moving
Why would I
past
need
that,
to
you
move
can
past
only
that?
see it through the world of Trump politics versus actual Republican values.
No. But that is the
Republicans
leader
are
of
the
the.
ones.
Is that not the leader of the Republican Party
Is
right now? Was that
delusional.
not the
That is not the
president?
leader of the Republican
Can you
Party. The
respond to? Can you
Republicans
just?
are not as
Can you go ahead
monolithic.
and respond?
I've been trying to answer.
Is he genuinely so fucking stupid that he's trying to argue that Donald Trump is not the leader of the Republican Party?
You've
Would
been
appreciate
cutting
you
me off.
responding. Yeah, go ahead.
And so if
Fucking
you'd
As long
like
as
to
you're-
restate
genius.
what specific it is that you'd like me to respond to, I'll start with just that.
Right, the fact that Donald Trump repeatedly proposed cuts to the funding that we give to police officers across the country, right? So can you please provide me why that would be the case if it is the case that Republicans are pro law enforcement, right? Like I'm
I wouldn't even use this argument. I would say, you know what? How are you pro law enforcement when you're also like breaking the law and like trying to overthrow the government?
So if
Well,
you see a
I'm
thin blue
wondering why you
flag,
think-
is that
I think that would be a
scream to you Republican
stronger
or Democrat? When you
position,
see
I'm
but yeah.
sorry.
sign that says defund the police, does it sound like a leftist or does it sound like a conservative?
So just
Hunter,
just
do
so we can get the conversation kind of going here and flowing.
Oh yeah,
here.
by the way, I said this guy kind of looks like Boogie 2988. I thought that was funny. I think that probably triggers him though. I don't know.
The question seems
I thought
to
it was
be,
funny.
Did or did not President Trump cut funding for law enforcement? Is that true or untrue? What do you think, Streamer?
So my understanding is there may have been an allocation from law enforcement towards ICE to help support ICE to help combat the problems that law enforcement's facing. I think you'd be hard pressed to find anything other than support of law enforcement from Trump. So it sounds like what you're saying is the leftist protesters burning police stations
January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, Jan 6th, Jan 6th, Jan 6th.
to the ground,
Fuck.
the pepper spraying police, the literally burning cop cars to the ground. That's not a strong signal. A budgetary decision you think is more indicative. Is that roughly accurate?
Don't forget all the Democrat politicians.
Remember when AOC burnt a police car to ash in front of Congress? I remember this.
And defund the police.
Remember when Joe Biden killed
So,
a police
again,
officer
I'm
with his
from
bare
Democratic-
hands and ate his heart?
Oh, Tashika, you want to go or I can go?
One of
Either's
the
fine.
two of you. Okay.
No, you can go. I was just going to say, like, I don't know why I'm expected to answer in the case of Donald Trump literally proposing these cuts, like multi-million-dollar cuts from police officers, of which I assume that you just conceded to here. Why I'm suddenly supposed to answer to like a bunch of protesters doing like terrible
Yes.
things and committing crimes, right? If it were
Because
the
if
case
you were
that you actually
remotely,
one
if you
second,
were
one second,
remotely,
baby.
Hold on,
One
Streamer,
second, baby.
please. Let her finish.
If it were the case that you actually gave a shit about these things, you wouldn't be in support of him calling for these cuts. And again, Donald Trump is the leader of the Republican Party, right? I think if we're going to talk about Republicans or Democrats, we want to talk about the leaders of these parties at the top, and then we can go down. But you just straight up denying that doesn't make any sense, right? I don't think that's going to get us
No,
anywhere.
like-
I think it would really help for you to be honest here.
Okay, you can respond, Streamer. Go ahead.
So part of what's infuriating about interacting with individuals like you is you assume just because you
What do you
view
mean, individuals like you? What do you mean by you people?
the world through a certain lens, that's how other people view it. You view it as if, as you've described, we have King Trump and all Republicans listen to him and support him, and that's roughly
Yeah,
the
I
shape
know,
of
right?
things. And you can't distinguish between
Homie's putting on the clan robe on stream. Fucking hell.
the conflict that Trump, for example, has with his own appointees, his own appointed judges and
Outspoken
decisions that they've made.
people.
If he
That's-
was
yeah, it
truly
is.
this all-consuming power, he'd be able to get a lot more done than he
But you understand that he's saying like he's discredit, like you have this different worldview. It's like, yeah, it's called a different opinion. You're in a debate with people with different opinions. Like, what do you mean?
he's been getting done.
I want to let you know
You
right
also
now
make an
that that
awful
wasn't
lot
my
of-
plan.
you also make a
do
lot
gotta
of-
let him finish. So yeah. Go ahead, Streamer. Finish.
You also are just stuck on this axis of let's just ignore the facts. We're arguing for a side. It doesn't matter what the facts are. Simply put, to go back to an earlier question you had said, why should you just address the protesters? Because everybody fucking knows about it. The existence of leftist protesters, the defund the police coming from politicians, that is not some 4chan conspiracy knowledge. That's a thing that's out there. So that's why if you're a serious person, which I don't believe you are, it's worth addressing.
My thing
What? Okay, fuck. Based?
is this, right? Why am I again? Am I supposed to hold like protesters like civilians on the same level as the president of the United States? Why am I
What the fuck was that blanket? That is our word. You cannot say cunt.
expected to answer for those people?
I'm
If they
kidding.
committed,
You can
one
say cunt.
second.
Everybody watching the stream is an honorary Australian. You can all say the word cunt now.
If they oh, sorry, Hunter, I didn't know that was you. If they committed a crime, then they should be arrested. But Donald Trump actively makes that hard when he cuts police funding, right? Like, I don't know why you're not. Why are you running from that question so hard? I don't think we're gonna be able to have like an honest conversation if you can't even address the leader of the Republican Party. We can move on if you want to move on, right? But I can just take that one as
She's
a win.
cooking him so hard
But
right
I
now.
don't know what to tell you.
I wanna let
So we
Hunter. He's
just
been trying to get in here, but I'll give it to you in a second,
Democrat
Mr. Drippy.
politics.
But I want to hear from Hunter, and then you
Okay.
can respond to both of them. Hunter, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to bring us back to the actual facts of the matter, right? When we're talking about violence with protesters, the Federal Judicial Center has recorded how many criminal charges have been brought against protesters, specifically those accused of attacking or impeding federal officers during a protest. There are 851 people. The percent of those cases that have been dismissed is above 31%, in some cases as high to 50% in certain jurisdictions. The number of federal cases that typically end in dismissal is closer to 8%. It is 4 times more likely for a case to be dropped due to prosecutorial misconduct or lack of evidence compared to almost any other crime that the federal government goes after. The reason for this is because our current government is ran by a bunch of far-right snowflakes who don't actually know what they're talking about. When it comes to Democratic versus Republican politics
Based.
on policing, anyone know how much Biden cut police funding by? Anyone know a number? In his 4 years, how much he decreased police funding by?
He increased it.
He increased it by 37 billion, increasing funding for
Yeah.
over 100,000 additional police officers in over 400 communities. I actually think he went far too far with that because, as we know, over policing actually leads to more crime. For example, despite unprecedented funding levels, clearance rates, which is the share of crimes
I don't. That's misrepresenting what over policing is. There's always going to be a certain amount of crime that happens within neighborhoods. If you target specific neighborhoods with specific demographics of races that have socioeconomic problems, you're more likely to over police those communities, and it leads to a more disproportionate amount of like arrests happening in those communities. And it could also be like 2 different communities having the same amount of crime, but one community is getting targeted more.
solved by making an arrest have gone from 41% in 1990 to just 13.7% in 2023. Sorry, they dropped by 41%, went from 22.3 to 13.7. Fewer officers. They say that fewer officers on the street is to blame, but actually we have more law enforcement now than we did back.
Broken window policing is a better term than over policing. I find a lot of these terms, people misunderstand them pretty badly. Like, it's like it's designed to be misunderstood, like the defund the police shit, right? Like, a lot of the time when you hear people talk about defund police, their perspective is like they usually make the arguments about like how there's too like the police are usually over militarized or whatever, right? But that's a different argument. Defund the police means getting rid of the police. Like, so it's terrible phrasing, but it's done deliberately to trigger people. So it's kind of cringe.
While crime has gone down to record lows, at the same
Terrible at coming up with names
time
and slogans. Yes, they are.
as even in blue states, crime has dropped by 45%. These sworn officers went from making 32.8 arrests per year down to 22.8 arrests per year. My favorite example of this is in New York City when cops went on strike, crime went down. Over policing does not actually lead to less crime happening in a community. It tends to lead to more crime because it escalates tensions within a community, makes people distrust each other, which leads to worse social outcomes. Generally speaking, you would want to invest more money in social services than into.
I like this guy a lot. I understand that Whick wants him to not talk so much so that the other guys can make their points, but I don't frankly really care because they can go fuck themselves. They're both retards.
Policing, but you're also just simply wrong on the facts.
Yeah, we got to let him respond to that. Okay, Mr. Rippey, go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, do you know why the Washington D.C. police commander was suspended a few months ago.
I
And
actually have
also
not
a
heard
lot
about
of
that.
other.
Please explain.
Oh yeah. So basically they were suspended for changing the crime stats. So we look at these crime stats. We have to stop looking at a headline and just repeating, like I just said, repeating talking points once again and go deeper into detail. What they're not including.
So what he's being manipulative here. I bet you what he's actually done is he's cherry picked the statistics that he wants. Yeah, he is too smart for the debate. Boring. Yeah, him and her, they're both very smart. But I could be biased too because they're progressive.
Is a lot of crime that take place that they don't include. Like armed robbery was taken off that list. Assault, like assault and battery was taken off that list. So when they say the crime has actually dropped, it's because they're misconstruing the numbers. And
well, I mean, was it dropped or did they just combine it with something else so that the statistic was for something else entirely? Like, if armed robbery was more put into the category of like Grand Theft Auto or whatever, and overall those two numbers were so small that they just decided to combine the two into one, like that could be a realistic thing that they probably did.
it's happening.
I doubt that they're just
Washington, D.C.
This has been a thing people have been doing over the past like 5 years. They're trying to imply that crime statistics are manipulated to make it seem like there's less crime. It's fucking ridiculous.
Proven to happen in Philadelphia, and it's proven to happen in Detroit, and it's proven to happen in Chicago.
So it's like what is it like? What is up, Manar Reports? Love your channel. Thank you. I love you too. You know what? Everyone say they love Manar Reports. Can I stop by for a bit on voice? Are you gonna yell at me? Oh no. Yeah, you can stop by. Let me. You can check out the what do you call it? No yelling. Okay. Check out on the channel, like on the actual channel, there should be a link to the Discord. See, actually, I'll just grab it. Give me a second. I mean, you can yell. It's just I'm not going to be able to yell back, Okay. Yeah, you got it? All right. I'll see if when you join. Yeah, I can see you there. Do you have roles? I think you've got to do the little tick thing. Under the rules. This is the part where my career ends. I might just give him a fucking poems. Roll. There you go. You have content creator role. You should be able to just join. What's up? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. I just got to bring it down a little bit. What's up?
Hey, thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I'm a big fan of yours, man. I know you have a very tiny channel, and I
Hell
wanted to
yeah.
talk to you a little bit and kind of see how you are and get a feel about you, man. A little bit, maybe we can. I don't know. I'm here all the time, so maybe we can talk a little bit about some good stuff. That's all.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I guess the best thing is to start is to learn a little bit more about you, just so I don't strawman your positions in any way. Can you just quickly clarify and just do a declarative statement of who you are? Like you don't have to tell your age or anything, but like, what do you believe in? What kind of are you, Democrat, Republican? Maybe
Ooh,
your
we're lagging a little
religious
bit.
stance.
Okay, we're good. I think you just lagged a little bit. Yeah. I used to be pretty far left. Eventually, you kind of realize that that's not kind of a good thing. So, more libbed up nowadays. But I don't think my core principles have changed. Right, I'm still pretty favorable to treating people equally. Right. Yeah. I don't know. Like, what specifically should I go over?
Are you religious in
No,
any
I am
way?
an atheist.
Okay, sweet. So you're not religious. You say you're a liberal. Okay, you say what did you say
More or
about
less,
yourself?
I think I
Libtard? Is that
am.
what you
Like,
called yourself?
it's really hard to say because it's like some of the things liberals say I don't necessarily agree with, but I don't agree with a lot of
Can you
the. I'm just in a weird
explain?
spot.
Yeah, can you explain? Give us an example of something you wouldn't agree with a, like a feminist liberal in the modern era today.
A feminist liberal. I always
So
agree
you're
with.
not a feminist either.
No, I am a feminist. Hell yeah.
So
No, I thought
then
you
you are a
said.
liberal.
Yeah. Okay. So, so for example, a lot of liberals tend to be a little bit more. They can sometimes be a little bit socially conservative and whatnot. I'm a
So
little
you're
bit.
not even. Oh,
No, like just like when I say socially conservative, they're just a little bit more socially conservative than me, but nothing. It's like you're like 95% there, right? In agreement. It's like little things, right?
wow,
It's not a
wow.
big deal.
So you're to the left of a liberal, is what you're saying.
Slightly, but I find myself
What does
getting.
that mean slightly? Because if it's too much, you would be like you wouldn't even be able to define a woman. Is that what you mean by slightly?
True, I actually can't.
Okay, so then you're completely. Then there's nothing slight about you.
Yeah, like I can't. Like, can you define a woman?
Yes, I can define a woman easy.
How do you
Because
define a woman?
I would reference the biological attributes of the human species. The only indicator available to me is the organism's reproduction indicator.
If I created a machine that could turn
appeal to
you,
those.
it could change your entire biological makeup against your will into a woman, would that no longer make you a man, or would you still be a man based on who you are on the inside?
No, you wouldn't be a man anymore. You would become because the biological infrastructure is completely changed,
Biological
and your
infrastructure?
complete ecosystem. Yeah, your complete bone structure. I mean, that's what I'm assuming you're arguing is that you have a machine that changes the complete bone structure, DNA, and genetic
Mm.
configuration of this human being to become the other. So yeah, you stop being the first sex. Yes.
Okay.
Which is impossible, by the way. You agree with me on that, right? That's impossible. I mean, I don't think
Oh,
any
I believe
technological
it. I
advancement in
believe.
science is gonna allow
I
that.
believe we're gonna get there, man. Like when you
I
think
mean,
about
you
it.
believe so. You
No,
believe
no,
you're
no,
gonna
no,
go
no,
to
no,
Mars,
no,
but
no,
does
no,
that
no.
mean it's gonna happen?
Yeah, probably. Like if we could get.
Okay. Well, the
Yeah.
probability
Like we
says
could
it's
totally
less than
look.
0.1%.
You're underselling my position. I don't even think that we're just gonna
I
go to
know your
Mars. I
worth.
think
I
we're
know.
gonna colonize Jupiter, buddy.
I think I'm actually catching you on everywhere. You keep underselling yourself. You say you're a slight liberal. Turns out you're a complete extreme liberal. You
I'm
say that
actually
you're
not even a liberal,
actually
bro. I'm a
conservative.
communist.
Turns out you're not even a conservative at all.
I didn't say I was a conservative.
Yeah, you don't hold any conservative values. You're actually complete. Yeah, you did say you lean conservative. That's what you said. You
No,
say
no, no.
you're
I
not
didn't.
for sure
That's
liberal,
not what
but
I
you
said at all.
lean.
Are you okay?
So what did you define yourself as?
I don't know. Tell
why
me.
weren't
Tell
you a
me what did I
liberal
say?
truly
Tell me
then?
what I said.
You remember how you said
Do you remember
weren't
what I said?
truly a liberal?
Do you remember what I said?
Yes, I remember you said you
Then
weren't
why do you
truly
keep
a
forgetting
liberal
everything?
because you wouldn't define yourself as that because you have some conservative values that you uphold.
Yeah?
And now I'm exposing that you're actually to
You're
the left of
exposing me.
most liberal.
You're exposing me? I thought this was a friendly
Yes.
conversation. You said you weren't going to yell, and now you're yelling at me.
Well, I'm just not understanding. You seem to be lying about every position that you uphold, so I'm getting a little bit agitated. Yes, I don't like.
Why
to
are you
speak
getting
to
agitated?
liars.
It's supposed to be a friendly
I don't
conversation.
speak to liars. I don't like to.
If you don't speak to
when
liars,
I
then why did
realize-
you join? I'm an evil
Oh, so
liar.
you are a liar. So you are a liar.
I am.
You are
I
a
am
liar.
lying to you at this moment about lying because I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, you don't even know who you are. You don't know.
I
if
don't
you're a
know who
liberal,
I
you don't know if
am.
you're conservative,
I'm
you
losing
don't
my
know if you're a lefty.
mind.
I'll tell you what I think you are. I think you're a LARPer and you try to LARP, and so you don't want to be as. You
What
wanna
does
be as
LARP
subtle as
mean?
You can. You don't want.
What does LARP mean? I don't know what LARP means.
As if you're.
Can you
have
tell me what a
conservative
LARP
values,
is?
But you really don't.
What's a LARP?
Like a person that lies about how he's conservative.
Yeah, but what
he's
does
really
LARP
not.
stand
Or a
for?
person
What does
that
LARP
says, I'm
stand
not a
for?
liberal, but he really is a liberal.
Can you tell me what LARP stands for?
Something role playing. Live action role play. That's who you are. You're a live action role player.
Okay, good. You figured it out.
Good.
Are
So
you
I
okay?
caught you. So I didn't define it wrong. I used it perfectly, and and you are exactly what I'm claiming, that you are a LARPer, a conservative, or a liberal LARPer. You're actually a total lefty.
Liberal, lefty,
And
conservative LARPer.
You're actually kind
I'm
of
a
lunatic.
liberal,
You're kind of
leftist, conservative LARPer.
You're a lunatic lefty. You believe we're gonna go to Mars. You believe you're gonna be able to switch.
No,
a man
I didn't say Mars.
genetically.
I said Jupiter. Get it right.
So can you tell me the mechanism that will allow me to switch into a woman genetically, DNA wise, bone structure wise?
Did you get vaccinated for COVID?
So what does that have to do with anything?
So you're a woman.
How does that? How can you expand on that?
The mRNA changes your genetics and you become a woman.
So right now I'm a woman. I can
Yeah.
go into the WNBA right now.
Yeah,
and
go
join
for
the
it. Go for it.
WNBA?
You should do it. You should actually do it.
I know that was a joke. That was a good one.
Would never make a joke in my entire life. I am a very serious person.
Clearly. So yeah. So let's be serious then. Let's be serious. So you're a lefty. How are you? Are you really happy with how things are going as a lefty? Are you proud that you have taken over the
I mean, I'm
women's
kind of
spaces in
upset, you know,
bathrooms?
because like
Are you
I was
happy that you
really-
can now play in
you know-
women's sports because you took a vaccine?
I didn't get vaccinated. I don't put that
Oh, you
poison in.
didn't?
No,
Whoa, that's
now
a
I've
little
got
bit-
now
Whoa,
I've got
that's the
whooping cough, so it's
conservative.
like really rough.
That's the conservative position. Wow,
I'm not
I
a
get it. No,
conservative.
that's why you're
You said I'm a
conservative.
lefty. Am I a lefty or a
you're
conservative?
you
What
up-
am
you
I?
uphold all lefty values. You don't know how to define a woman.
But you just said I'm a
believe that
conservative.
Technological advancements.
But you just
are
said I'm
going
a conservative. What am I?
Modify moral evaluations of the world
Listen,
because
listen,
the outcome. You're an
listen.
outcome determinant.
You're talking over me, and it's really rude.
I'm just claiming what I'm answering the question you gave me.
What was the question?
What you are. I'm explaining why you are a liberal because
A
why you're an
wibble.
extreme liberal. You
I'm actually a
are
wibble?
complete lunatic. You are pro-abortion, probably.
Hell yeah. You know what?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
all
very
that.
conflicted on abortion a little bit because like
Why?
on one
Why?
No.
Wait a minute. What?
Can I explain?
I would love to hear this.
Okay. So like on one hand, I like abortion because it kills kids. But on the other hand, it gives rights to women. So it's like, what do I go with, right?
Yeah, I guess is that a joke?
No.
Oh, I'm losing you. I don't know what's so funny about this segment.
I'm not making a joke. Why
So
do you
you
think
like-
do you think it's funny?
So
You're
what part
really-
of your
You're
political
really
agenda
bad
is this
faith.
where-
You're really bad faith because I'm being so forthcoming with you, and you just keep saying I'm making jokes or I'm not being serious, and it's really cruel. I thought you were my friend.
Nice. Okay, so you like schmurdering children, and babies
Schmurdering?
inside their wombs
Schmurdering? What's schmurdering?
to end their lives?
I thought that's murdering. What's schmurdering?
Yeah, I'm just trying to help your channel. You know, like
I appreciate the help. You know, I need all the help I can get. Have you seen my videos? They're terrible.
yeah.
All I talk about
clearly.
is how much I don't like vaccines and I'm conservative and a leftist and I abort children and take away women's rights. It's terrible.
Yeah, clearly.
How's your day been?
I don't know. I mean, I just now that I'm realizing that you're a human being that exists on the internet, kind of shocked.
I
kinda
know,
wanna
right?
make it my- I
So
wanna
much
make it
for
my
the
goal to
dead
kind of end
internet
your
theory, right?
career.
It turns out there's
I
people
wanna
on
make it
here.
my goal.
It's
I wanna make it my
crazy.
goal to embarrass you, humiliate you, and end your career. To be honest with you, I want to make that my
Can't end a
number one
career that
goal.
doesn't exist, can you?
So why don't me and you get to it, man? Let's get this debate going.
I already won.
Oh, you won? Yeah, you're definitely the winner of this debate.
I am. Chat, did I win the debate? Hang on, we'll let the chat decide.
Yeah. We'll let your chat decide. While they're deciding, can you expand on the reasoning for why you like that women should abort and murder their own children? I guess? Can you expand on that position? And why your fans in the chat support that?
Because they're based, and I'm based, and abortion is
What's
based.
based about murdering children?
What isn't based about it?
That you are the most oppressive human being. You're worse than Adolf Hitler because you are using the worst, the people that are more marginalized.
First of all,
the
a lot of
most in your
assumptions there. You're just
community against-
assuming Adolf Hitler is bad? Did
I
you
guess so.
meet him? Do you know what he's like as a person? He could be really nice in person.
I don't know if you're making it like I don't know if you think you're funny or something. You're really not that funny. You're fucking you're like a loser. You're like 34 years old making these dumb jokes. You need to stop this act. You really have to have some self-respect, sir.
You know what? Fair
You're
enough.
really
I
not
will
funny.
I will take that to heart.
You will?
Yeah, of
I
course.
don't think you have shame. I don't think a human being like you has shame.
I mean,
I
I
don't think you
probably
know what
don't.
that means.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't have
I'll
made
take that
these
to heart.
weird, retarded claims and tried to be that funny in such a unhinged way. Let me guess, you're an army guy. Let me guess.
Yes,
That's the
I
only
was in
people
the
that would do
army,
this.
and
Yep.
when I was in the army, like it was really hard because like I I didn't realize you're not supposed to have sex with the enemy troops. And I just kept fucking them all the time. And everyone was just like, "You're not supposed to do that." And I was just like, I thought it was part of the job. Because when I was younger, I watched a porno. And, in the porno, like, the enemy combatant gets restrained and they had sex. I thought it was real life. I thought you could totally do that. And so I kept just running into the enemy, position and would allow myself to get captured, and I would tell them like to fuck me and everything, and they were weirded out. They didn't understand what I was talking about, right? Um, but yeah,
That's great. Thanks so much for sharing that story. I guess you kind of look like Wick. It's kind of hilarious. Are you his
do
son
I
or
look
something?
like Wick? He's
Yeah,
pretty
you kind of look
handsome.
identical twins. You look like identical twins, you and him.
I mean,
If he
he
was wearing
is
a hat, he would look exactly like you.
true. I mean, he is better looking than me, to be honest.
Yeah, that's I agree.
Yeah. Would you fuck Wick?
No, sir. Only you think about being with these people.
Well,
I
I
don't think
mean,
about
but
that
you
at
said
all.
he's attractive.
When I look at people, I say he's better looking than you. Yeah. I mean, I thought we
Yeah, but
were.
do you think he's objectively attractive?
No, I don't think he's objectively attractive. The joke was that he's so hideous that he looks better than you. That was the joke.
Oh, so it was a
You
diss
get
on
it?
me. I thought, oh, okay. I thought you were like
Oh,
complimenting me
okay,
and
yeah.
complimenting him, like because you said I look a little bit
Yeah,
like him,
yeah.
and I
This is
thought he
not
was really
funny. This is
handsome.
not funny at all. That you act like you're autistic, but you're a grown ass adult, 35, 40-year-old man who is acting like
Who
he's
is
this autistic
acting?
dude. No wonder you have 100 subscribers on your channel. No wonder your channel is dead. No wonder you get nobody to
Okay.
even respect you or like you on this channel. That's pretty
You know what?
hideous. How do you sleep at night knowing that people laugh at how ugly and you have zero self-respect
Pretty good.
about
I got a nice
yourself?
pillow. I'm chill.
Nice pillow, huh? Yeah,
Hmm.
good.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
God
in
you have
the
the pillow
it's
because
in
you
the
will
shape
really
of
have nothing else.
Wick.
Truly, you have nothing else. You have no substance. You have no skills. You have no talent. You don't seem to be intellectually prowess or smart in
No,
any
I'm so
matters. You
dumb.
seem to have
In
no
fact, you know what?
ability
I'm so stupid.
physically or any
Why are you wasting
attributions or
your
characteristics
time?
that are nice about you. Nothing. This is my job. My job is to expose you, disgusting, despicable human being who's a piece of dirt, and
Don't
I've
you think you're
exposed you.
exaggerating a little bit?
Not at all.
Do you think I'm a
I think you're a
disgusting?
35-year-old man that
Why is my
thinks it's
age
a joke
increasing every time?
to make jokes about babies being murdered when right now abortion is the number one issue that's on the rise that is
Okay.
killing and murdering more human westerns in this western civilization than any other disease or any other attribution. Tell you what, abortion is worse than COVID-19 death rates right now in your country.
What
And
COVID-19 death rates? Nobody
so
died
are
from
we gonna get a
COVID.
can we get a vaccine for the abortions or and you're
Yeah, we can.
supporting it? I'm actually
We
arguing for a
can.
vaccine for
There
abortions
is a
and you want to
vaccine for
support
an
it.
abortion. It's called the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You're
Thank you for
welcome.
telling us that we should never trust a lefty whenever they tell us we're here to help you, that hey, you should get vaccinated to help my grandmother. No, they're telling you get vaccinated so you can have strong
Mm-hmm.
independent, non-sexually genetically mutated children, according to this dude who's exposed the whole game. By the way, Destiny is so much smarter than you. You're never gonna be as good as him, and you're
Yep.
actually uglier than Wick. Like that is the lower status a human being can have in all of humanity. I think.
Okay.
You disagree?
You know what? You're right. You're right about everything.
Thank you.
You know. Yeah.
Thank you. I know. Thank you. By the way, guys, my name is Minar Reports. I am a gangster. I take people like this and eat them for lunch. I've already debated 6 people in the last hour. This guy is just the next
True. This was such a
trade
big
that
debate.
I'm spitting out of my mouth right now. The guy was ludicrous. I tried to give him
I'm not
opportunity to be an
ludicrous.
honest person.
He's a rapper.
Yeah, because you're a joke. You're a joke. That's why you're ludicrous. You're a joke. Nobody should
Ludicrous.
take you-
Bro,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
should blast some
You're a joke.
ludicrous.
Nobody should take you seriously. I tried to give you a way to present time to present your arguments and what your positions are, and you took the opportunity to make jokes and as a 30-year-old politically.
Oh, now I'm younger.
Politically centered dude. You were supposed to take this as a way to.
You've
show
given
your
3 ages
prowess.
that I could be, and every single time you've been wrong.
As a 40-year-old dude, yeah, man. I don't know. You look pretty old, man. I feel bad that you've been fucking joking like you're on Kill Tony or something, and you think you're
True.
funny or something. It's disgusting. I'm
True.
younger than you. You should
True.
be taking this seriously. You're being embarrassed right now and exposed for how unserious you are as a political commentator, quote
Yeah.
unquote. You're
Yep.
supposed to be a political commentator.
True.
Remember that. And this
True.
is the positions you uphold.
True.
And therefore, I think I've done enough exposing your disgusting, ugly behavior. Can you take off your hat? I want to see your bald head before I go, please.
I can't. I'm very self-conscious about my baldness.
Please. I want to see if you have more hair than Whick.
Please.
That's all. I just want to say. Now I thought you were a liberal. Why are you hating on my immigrant accent?
I didn't say I was a liberal. I said I was a conservative leftist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Can you take
You
off your
said
hat?
it, not me. Don't get fucking uppity with me.
Yeah. No, I thought that's what you were trying to say. You were trying to say I'm not really a leftist because I hold up conservative values. That's what you were saying. And then
Is that what I
exposed you.
said?
Actually, what I did was I exposed how much of a loser you are.
Oh.
Can you show your head?
Can you show yours?
Yeah. I can't.
Actually,
I don't
hang on.
have a
Let me
camera
pull
right
your
now,
stream
but
up.
can you show yours?
Hang on.
I'm actually on stream right now. I look fucking gorgeous.
You actually,
Everybody,
dude, you look so
Look
goated.
me up, Minar Report.
Dude, you look so cool. Damn. You know what? Sub.
Man, I look
Anyway,
amazing.
can I
compared
go back
you,
to what I
man.
was doing?
I look like God compared to you, man.
Okay. So what kind of content do you do? Do you just go onto people's streams and just kind of
no.
scream at them?
This is what
or-
I do. I expose atheist Christians. I expose all you disgusting folk. I expose Andrew Wilson. I expose Sarah Raging Tomato. I expose Jake Rattlesnake's xenophobic
Okay.
characteristics and traits. I expose everybody. Like I expose Destiny. I expose everybody. I've debated Andrew Wilson. I'll debate your mother if I want to, if I have to.
You couldn't beat my mom in a debate. She's an intellectual powerhouse.
I'll beat you, and then I'll beat your mother after that. And I wouldn't
You
beat her in
beat
the
my mother?
bad way. Don't worry about that.
What are you,
I'll
Andrew
beat her in a
Tate?
good way. In a good way.
What are you, dude? What is wrong
I'll
with
beat
you?
her up in a good way. Don't worry. She'll
Why?
like it.
Don't say that.
She will love it.
You're so mean.
Aw, poor you. Okay, boys. Have fun with your bald dude. 40-year-old grandpa here who's cracking jokes. Never seen an uglier dude than this dude. Wick, you survived this one. Nice one.
Okay.
I can't believe Wick is actually pretty. Can you just show me your bald head? I just want to
Yeah,
see
yeah,
how
yeah,
many
yeah,
hair
hang on,
molecules you have.
There you go. See? Bald as fuck,
Let me
bro.
see. Yeah, you're definitely balding.
Hell
I knew
yeah.
it.
Yeah. And?
Wick has more hair than you, bro.
Does
Hey,
he?
hey, 40-year-old
He
dude,
shaved
keep
his head?
making your jokes. Keep
40?
exposing yourself, embarrassing yourself. If you guys want to have a real stream, come watch Minar Reports. Let me steal all your viewers. Have a beautiful night. Come watch a real streamer debate real issues. Come, boys. Stop by.
No worries, buddy. Have a good one.
Bye, bitch.
Bye. What is he doing? Fucking lol, Cal. Anyway, I hope he has a lovely day. You know? Hey, no mean comments about him. You know? He's a nice guy. He's just being silly. You know?
These numbers are false. Even when Donald Trump says crime is at an all-time low because since he's been in office, I'm calling him out on that too. It's really looking to the numbers.
hold on. Isn't Trump's currently the president, right? Which means that because the federal government overrides local enforcement when it comes to Washington, D.C., home rule is not consistently maintained. So you're arguing that under Trump, there's fudging numbers to make it look like crime's lower than it actually is. How does that back up your argument that
No.
Republicans are better
What
at
I'm saying
minority
is,
rights, more specifically policing, right? Because like these are
Oh,
the
hang on. I probably
MPD is essentially under direct control.
should probably remove his perms, unfortunately. He's going to make a big... What? He will make it big for exposing you, Megu. Better watch out. I mean, I wasn't taking him seriously because it's just like... He was just kind of looking for something to yell about. It wasn't really much of a discussion. You know, you can't really call me bad faith when you come in being bad faith, you know?
Of the president, because home rule is quite easily overruled, especially when the National Guard is called in. So you're trying to argue that
Do people like that even last? Probably. I don't know. He called you a conservative, progressive, liberal, conservative, and a leftist. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know.
crime is continuing to surge after the MPD
that's
commander-in-chief
what I'm
got
arguing.
dismissed back in
Wait,
May
okay,
6th
let
of
him-
2026 after the occupation of DC
Yeah,
by
let
the National
him
Guard.
respond to that,
If
please.
anything, it sounds like the introduction of the National Guard to DC is making crime worse.
Wow. Basically, what you're doing is you take my words, you flipping it. I'm countering what you're saying.
Well, was that fun for everyone? I hope he had fun. I feel very, you know, completely off track now because of that. Fucking hell. Well, while we're doing this, I might as well see if that leftist guy wants to come in. Oh, is he still here? What are you doing, Mana? Are you bored? Oh my god, I think he was being serious. I thought he was trolling me the whole time. Well, he's up to 4 now, but he was at 2. But there's not much for me to brag about. I've got fucking 8 viewers. Like, I don't care. Jesus. That was very dramatic. Do you guys think I won the debate for real? The debate in which I said I was everything. Hell yeah. Yeah, I thought he was joking. Hang on. Let's actually look at his
You
content.
take the stuff too seriously. It's
Well,
a
I'm just saying,
banter.
is that a Christian thing where you guys don't have? It's not
It's not a
sinful.
Christian
It's not
thing, it's a
sinful to
human
be
thing.
like playful all the time. That's not a sin.
No, it's not a sin. No.
Okay, because in Islam, if you're all you do is being playful, it's absolutely a
We all get
sin.
stoned.
There's time for play and there's time for seriousness, and you can't just be sitting here. For example, like you can't just scroll on social media all the time. You have to have a balance.
Muhammad ibn Sharamuta.
So, anyways, so let's talk a little bit about this Christian faith. Are you guys Christians? Do you guys actually believe in Christianity?
Okay, this guy wants to argue.
Yes, that's what I came here for.
Well, Punk channel, for example.
This is what he does all
for example, if
day.
you want to argue as a Muslim, why? What does
Because
even
I think
bring you?
Christianity needs my help.
No, it doesn't. You know why it doesn't need your help? Because it lasted for over 2,000 years already without your help.
Oh, sorry,
need to
I'm sorry.
update
Is
Discord
America
real
a
quick.
Christian nation?
America was built by Christians, yes.
Exactly, and now it's not.
Oh,
So how can you
God.
say it doesn't need my help when it's actually losing its powers on a daily
So
basis
wait.
and actually complete?
Oh, they kicked him! That's so unfair!
Typical ya boy Megu fan. Once confronted, starts making jokes and runs
Station.
away.
I'm not letting you come in derail it.
It's just ridiculous, though. You're not helping
Okay,
them at
bye.
all.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you today?
He's just going!
Yeah, right.
Well, speaking about helping them, my
You know.
personal idea for helping the homeless is building gigantic facilities to put them in because that's what we should do. But I don't know what else we can do.
We should put them in prison and lock them up into, detention centers. I'm not done. Stop doing that. And how do you know? How does he know that?
Sorry, you
that
should
it's
put
not a
homeless
health-
people in prison? Is that what you just said?
Oh my gosh.
You just said
Oh my god, he's so funny! This
you
guy's
have
actually
to put homeless
nice!
people in prison?
No,
I
they
love
were, They
him.
were being facetious.
You're not getting like, yeah.
Oh, I
How do
thought you
you
were being
know?
honest.
Can you shut the fuck up? How do you know that they're not being helped by being able to, actually relieve themselves in a proper fucking toilet, or even fill a cup with water, or wash their face, or something like of the sort?
Isn't
Clean
the issue?
themselves up.
Isn't the issue the liberal, disgraceful political ideology? Isn't that the issue?
You're the issue.
It's the liberal.
No,
it's the
no,
liberal
no.
religion.
It's the
That's the
liberal.
issue. That's what's detrimenting America. Isn't
I
it?
love this guy, he's so good!
It's not some kind of
So,
liberal
so,
religion.
so what's
It's
creating
fucking
all of this
humanism
homelessness? What's
and
creating
fucking
this
empathy.
incentive of
Is he on
not
TikTok? No,
helping
I don't think
community
so.
and instead just creating money and monetary valuations? That's not a Christian
Wait.
value. That's a
but-
liberal.
Right, he's using some other fucking third-party software.
Complete liberal value. It's a complete materialistic value that is measuring materialistic outcomes.
You're referring
and,
to capitalism,
No, this
and
is
you're just
not
too
true.
stupid to
Again,
figure the fuck out.
There are many liberal ideas, right?
Bro,
That would advocate for like helping these people and like getting
like
housing for
what?
these
Like
people.
what? Liberalism literally
Like
is the
any social
reason.
democracy, any social democracy.
know of it.
in the
What
world
does
Well,
social
liberal.
democracy have to do with helping?
Social democracy is principally like
create
is still
the
principally liberal.
outcomes.
Okay, you're also gone. I'm
Wait,
just
wait,
gonna
wait,
yeet
wait,
people
wait.
out of the room who are unproductive.
Wait. I'll
Hell
I'll
yeah.
have this conversation. I would love to have this conversation sincerely.
You want,
No,
yeah,
I'm-
preconceived
you're too
notions of
You keep
fucking
screaming over
before, and you're
people,
like
and you
this
made it
evil
like
person.
yeah, you just keep screaming over people. It's like really unproductive.
Okay, so the argument that I'm upholding is I'm saying that
Yeah, I don't care.
liberal ideology.
Oh my god, he's so good!
not
He's just going channel to channel! Oh my god!
Giant facilities, but yeah, we should. Because the idea of like collecting. What do you mean by giant facilities?
I mean, literally just giant facilities in which we humanely take care of homeless people,
Like
but
murder
we
them?
also kidnap them and force them to be there.
No,
I'd
that's
be very
probably
worried
not
about
okay.
like who's funding that and what their goals are.
Taxpayers-
This guy is so
the taxpayers
good!
would be funded.
Yeah, but
Oh,
also
like
what this
conservative
facility looks
taxpayers?
like.
But also, we would be saving lots of tax money because we wouldn't have people defecating on the streets and doing graffiti and damaging
Yeah.
property.
Sorry.
So that would also
Why
save a
do
lot
we?
of
Why
money
do?
on itself.
I'm sorry. Why is the incentive monetary? Why isn't the incentive to help and increase the
not.
quality
The
of life of
incentive is
the
not
individual?
monetary.
Yes, you just
The-
made
the
arguments
money
for
you're-
monetary. You said
you're
we'll save
confusing
money.
this shit. Hey,
Oh
hey, buddy, you're
my
gonna
God.
shut the fuck up and listen.
You just keep
because you're
screaming
yelling.
That was
Like,
a side point.
That was your whole argument. That was your whole argument. That was
just
your whole
keeps getting
argument. Was that
kicked
you're
and
gonna save money by
rejoining!
putting them in these
Walk in?
places.
it was
just
a
walk in from the
ignorance that we're
call?
doing a workaround for.
Why? I'm
And
having
I
a
think
good
that's what
argument. I'm having a good argument.
You're not having a good argument. You're being a yelling jackass, dude.
I'm not.
I know he saw my
screaming
message.
this
You can't
much,
just
I'm just
join
gonna-
in a room and start screaming.
That's a nope grave. If I disconnected you, like, you come back, it's on you. Holy today. Wow, imagine
Nah, they
toilets
muted
being
him, I
the
think.
most contentious debate topic. What a
It
wild
really
idea.
is. It's such a big
Dude,
deal
what
in our
is
city
wrong
right
with
now. Like
him?
we're trying to
I've never
figure out
seen
like
anyone this
where can
deranged. It's
unhoused
amazing.
people like go to the bathroom,
Murder them.
and
Fuck
this is
it.
like a
According to
really
your
big deal in
boy.
our city right
Fuck it,
now.
murder them
We're trying
all.
to figure it out, and we're trying to like help them like have
Why
places
help
to
homeless people?
go.
Look at this guy.
But it's
Why even help
it's
them?
such a contentious like topic. It's so contentious. Like even like all the left-leaning people are
More
arguing
work.
about this,
The
like
answer
how
to
it should
less
be
homeless
done
is more work.
and under
Oh
what
my
terms
God.
and like
Okay.
how much money we should spend on it.
There's more work than Earth can take.
I'm finding, yeah, so I found the thing I was looking for. Or they're these types of toilets that we have around this.
This is a joke. They're not gonna answer the actual questions. The fuck does your boy want now? What the hell do you want?
Oh, dude.
What do you want?
Look what I say to him.
The hell do you want, dude? Leave me alone. Fucking creepy.
Ways. This is insane.
No, not really. I mean, if you
It
want to look at the
absolutely
art,
does.
you can look at it, you know,
Absolutely
artistically.
does.
You
Good
look
art.
Okay.
Let's hear this bullshit.
Bro, what's up? Can you talk? Oh, there we go.
Hey,
There we go.
what's
There we
up? Why is your voice so high pitched?
go. I've got a naturally high voice. You know, just is what it is. You know.
I just spoke to you a second ago. I don't remember you being this high pitched. Are you okay?
I've just got a weird voice. Sometimes I sound very deep. Sometimes I sound very high.
Wow, interesting. Okay, yeah. What's up, man? You needed me on? You
No,
need
no,
something?
no. Like you're so based, man. I was watching the stream. You're a legend. You're
I'm a
like
legend, I know.
you're
I
like
told you I
the
am.
yeah, like you're like the debate pedophile. It's incredible. I've never seen anyone just so obsessed with debate. So you're awesome.
Nice. I'm the debate pedo. Is
Yeah,
that what you just
it's
said?
not. I'm not actually calling you a pedophile. It's just a term that people use. Like people who just like you're literally just going back in the channel like, nah, I'm gonna fucking debate you, and it's epic. I love it.
Yeah. You believe me now when I tell you I'm actually.
Yeah, I believe you. I thought you were joking when you got here, and I was just trying to banter along with you. I didn't realize that you were actually just insane. So, you know, I got to give you,
You
know,
want to
big
call it
ups.
insane? I'm entertaining myself. I mean, this is fun to me.
It's
To you, it's insanity because you're so unprepared, underdeveloped intellectually.
true. This is true. You mogged me. You mogged
For
me
me,
in
this is
the
what I
marketplace of
live
ideals.
for.
You mogged me, and honestly, I just want to say I love you, and you know, keep at it. I will be checking out your videos from now on and showing it on my stream and everything. You know, I'm
Make sure you do. Make
standing
sure you
you.
do.
All right. That's all I wanted to
Make
say.
sure you do.
And you know,
remember who Manar is. Remember who Manar
hell
is.
yeah, Manar. All right. Anyway, I'll leave you alone. I'll catch you later, Manure. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm so happy. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god, dude. That was peak. Oh my fucking god. Can't fucking breathe, dude.
Saying you're saying the crime has actually dropped some of these blue cities, and I'm saying that these blue cities has misstated these numbers. So even when Donald Trump says that the crime has went down, I'm still suspect on that too, because I need to check all the numbers. I'm saying don't just make a statement.
I need a 5-minute break because that guy's just fucked me up. I'm not even like able to focus on this fucking content anymore. I'm gonna grab another drink, all right? I'll be right back. Oh my fucking god. That needs. I'm gonna send that to Fisher. She'll love that. Oh my fucking god. Anyway. Hi everyone. Yeah, I will. I'll get it uploaded. It was fucking hilarious.
And then run with it. Actually look into these numbers, even if it is Donald Trump, who's a person that I support strongly. I need to look into these numbers. But when you say that the crime has actually dropped a lot, you're not actually looking at the reason why they say the crime dropped a lot, because these people are actually being investigated for, for misstating these numbers, misrepresenting the people. And that's what I'm saying. That all you're doing is repeating
I'm
the
sorry.
fact.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
You're telling me this person, they were fired or they resigned or they were suspended.
By the way, I'm just gonna say this to everyone. You can join the stream whenever you want. Like, you can just come into the waiting room and just be like, talk shit whenever you want. I don't mind. Holy fuck, that was so funny.
They were suspended.
They were suspended based off of what?
They were suspended based off of misstating, misrepresenting the numbers when it comes down to crime.
You're right, misrepresented crime stats, and she's about to correct him. So to refresh, this guy's talking about how some person in Washington was fucking with crime stats and obscuring things. And I kind of alluded to the idea that it was probably just likely that they were combining different crime stats together. So we'll see how we go. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, but we'll see.
They did an investigation, and what they found is that crimes like battery, crimes like assault and battery, and crimes like armed robbery was not included on that list to make the numbers look like it's actually a lot lower. So when I say that, I should be
check on this because I want to, because I'm confused here. Because what I'm reading here is that, let me see. Hold on. There's evidence of proven intentional fraud here.
Yeah, here's an article from Metropolitan DC Police Department. You can Google this. Here's an article right here for you. So look up that. But it's not just happening in DC. It happened all over. They misstate these numbers and misrepresent the public with this stuff. But when I say we should caution Trump when he says it too, I'm just holding everybody accountable, which is something that the left tend to run from.
So,
okay.
If I'm reading correctly, if this is a correct story, apparently in DC, 13 high-ranking officials were placed on administrative leave and began termination proceedings following an internal investigation into alleged manipulation and downgrading of crime statistics to make the city appear more safe. Is that what you're referring to here?
Yep, and it's also happened in Philly and Detroit.
Beta John Zerka wasn't on my bingo list for tonight. It wasn't on mine either. He's such a fucking legend. I love him.
You are aware that the reason why missing data is it's all downwind from COVID, right? When you go from 2020 to 2021,
that's a strange pivot.
Data for crimes. Yeah, actually, no. I'm just clarifying here because the numbers actually here are very important and interesting, and I would agree that we need more transparency and more direct oversight on police to make sure that they're reporting things accurately. But when it went from an additional 35% of police departments weren't properly reporting crime in 2021 compared to 2020 in previous years. When you look at all the other stats, for example, 1990 to 2019, when the vast majority of police departments were accurately reporting their data, it went from a violent crime rate of roughly 730 offenders per 100,000 people down to, and let me make sure my number is correct here, closer to 366 offenders per 100,000 people. That is about half. So crime has consistently gone down, unless you're arguing that somehow things have changed and outside looks exactly like Punisher: The Last Kill. It's incredibly unlikely that the crime rates have especially spiked over the past several years, which would again be downwind of specifically post-COVID, which again happened under Donald Trump, and the current administration with the rising prices, making it more likely that people might, for example, try to steal something during the Iran war. Again, whose responsibility?
Oh, Iran war now. We've done COVID. We've done Iran war.
Okay, you're all trying. Hold on. All of you are trying to talk.
Do you think, when he's bringing up COVID, that he's making an actual point? what the like? Does he think that he's discussing COVID, or do you think he's explaining that during COVID there was less crime because people had to isolate and shit and couldn't just freely move as easily? Like, what a
Brent
fucking
wants
dumb take.
Dream Rift, I believe you were first. Go ahead.
Yeah, please go.
Yeah,
This is silly.
just you're so lost on the plot. We're here to talk about a specific thing. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about COVID. Or pretty soon we can talk about Pizzagate. We can talk about Gamergate. We can talk about Tumblr. Or
I
interesting.
like how those are the only things you can fucking talk about. Jesus Christ.
Thought
What
the
an
First
idiot.
Step Act. Maybe we could look at that. Since we're here to figure out if Republicans are better for minorities or not, do you think the First Step Act that retroactively acknowledged racism in sentencing that I believe averaged about 6 years off of each sentence, isn't it pretty good for a minority, Mr. Rippey, if prison sentences get retroactively fixed? Is that a good thing or a bad thing
I
for
thought we weren't supposed to
minorities?
be pivoting here. I'm sorry.
Well, we talk
True.
about crime and people that's been.
I'm sorry, but just after that guy, like, this is so underwhelming. Fuck. Easy. I'm the Gallop, COVID, and Iran in the same sentence. What do I do with myself now? Like, fuck me. I mean, go watch Mantis triggering Destiny. Yeah, I know, dude. It just feels like, fuck. It was so funny. All right. Let's go for something a little less intellectual, maybe. We could watch more of his. You know what? That is actually a brilliant idea. Oh, he's playing games now. Oh man. How does he have like so many subs but fuck all views?
Minar. Hello, Minar.
Israel Palestine? I mean, I don't really care.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
How you
everybody?
doing? We can hear you.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for allowing me here. It's very nice to see you again, Mrs. Gretchen. What a beautiful name. What a beautiful attitude you have today. I really love.
Thank you.
Oh my god, this guy. We have a beautiful. No. We're not doing anti-Indian racism. Shut up, Magu. Fucking
I
hell.
love your sound and the ambiance and the atmosphere.
That's
of
fucked
the
up.
room. I really appreciate
Fuck
you
this
for
Magu
allowing me
guy.
to be here.
Piece of shit.
And yeah, I just wanted to
Okay,
say,
cut the
I wanted
glazing.
to say, Robin,
Let's
nice
go.
hat. And what's up, Dad? What's up, Bobby? What's up, little Bobby?
Thank you, Minar.
How about pro-Indian? No, I'm not pro-Indian racism. I want to kind of make fun of him, but it's like, yeah, the glazing is just kind of a bit much.
What you got for us tonight, Minar?
Yo,
seem
listen to me. You are lucky my camera is not on. I've been working out. You guys are fucking lucky. I was about to flex on y'all and mug the shit out of everybody. But listen, it's okay. Hey, Bobby, you're always getting mugged, so it's not a special ordeal.
Oh,
you know,
no.
Really. I would have loved to be there.
Did you assume his voice? Is he not? I think he mentioned that I was doing an Indian accent to like, Manar running circles around these purple.
Who the fuck is Bobby? Who
Bobby.
the fuck is Bobby?
The guy with the glasses.
Robin. No,
Huh?
no, he's talking about neck two.
Oh, is he? Oh, I thought he was.
You're
like,
talking
the
about
Nick
neck
Robin.
two?
I don't have
I'm
Can you
talking
not
about
read?
Knows best.
My name's not Bobby.
Dad knows best.
Dad knows best?
That's Bobby.
That's
That's little
fucking John,
Bobby.
dude.
That's
You're
little
calling
Bobby,
him
man.
Bobby.
Me and him, we go way back.
I just love that he's
but
making
Yeah,
them
his
all so
name's
mad.
John.
I think it's John, not Bobby.
All the way back
Bobby?
to not knowing your name.
No, I knew
Aw,
it
big
was John.
fail,
I
Minar.
knew it was
Come
John, but
on.
he's Bobby.
All
Anyways,
of 30 seconds ago.
listen here,
Yeah,
everybody. I am very
nice
happy that I'm in
cover.
this room around these beautiful people, except Bobby, and
Uh-huh.
I am ready. I am ready, Gretchen. I am ready to sacrifice myself. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm the
But
Bobby
for
now.
what?
Fuck. Your boy Bobby.
What are you gonna
Do you want
sacrifice
to
yourself
impale
for?
me?
Does it involve a vest?
You know,
Because...
impaling is a crucifixion. You know that. Technically, definitionally, an impaling is a crucifixion as well because you're dying an agonizing, torturous death.
Yeah, he is. I saw that as well.
It's not a crucifixion in like form and shape, but it's a crucifixion in definition and like essence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like in Arabic, the same word for crucifying is also.
But it's
same
not
word
really.
for
It's not
torture.
really the same thing as impaling, though, because impaling is actually.
I'm saying if you want
I
to
mean,
crucify me, I'm ready to
most
get impaled
crucifixions
by
were.
you.
Most crucifixions
Oh,
were
Iceblade
done
joined.
just on a straight fucking pole.
That's cool.
And they were just done with rope.
Oh, because impalements go on a what? A waggy.
Yeah, impalings you have to actually get
waggy
pierced.
stick or something.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Anyways, I thought the stick was also straighter than an arrow. Listen, Gretchen, what you been up to? I want to hear about your.
Dude, I'm gonna say it. The way he talks to the women is kind of gross. Alright, we got 10 minutes. Can I create a poll? No, I can't. Damn. Alright, we got 10 minutes. What else? What else we got? Okay, I give up.
Moral, beautiful.
He is Beta
morality,
Zerka. True.
And how you know that abortion, for example,
Reminds me of a certain person. 5 minutes? Jesus. The video's fucking 25 minutes.
is wrong or right. And I want to know, like, how did you come up with the essence of that, the meaning of that question, and understanding if it's right or wrong for you?
Beta.
How does somebody come up with
Amazing.
the right or wrong equation? Like,
Okay.
is it
That was
little bit
like
of
7 fucking questions.
The
That
ques-
was
the
7
question
questions.
is how much
about you start?
sweetness
How
plus
about
how
you
much
start with
saltness?
one?
I just want to know the
Start
recipe
with
for
one.
what is something that is good. What needs to happen?
Recipe for something that is good? Okay, here's
Yeah,
the
how-
recipe.
how do you say
get a
something is
can,
good?
You get a can of Diet Dr. Pepper, you crack it open, and you drink that. That's
Like,
a
for
recipe
example,
for
Sir
something that's good.
Equinox in the chat just said women's rights are right. So my question is, you're begging.
Oh shit. Then I changed my vote to the end, 24 minutes-ish. Why he cares so much about abortion? Does he fund the babies once they're born in this world? No, he doesn't.
The question, you're presuming that women's rights are right, but
He reminds me of fucking, what's the fucking, I literally made a video on the cunt. Infra Has. That's how he sounds. He sounds like Has.
you're not telling me why. I'm asking you, why are they right? And you tell me, because they're right. I'm telling you, well, why are they right?
Okay,
Are you gonna debate chat or us?
Are we talking about?
It's so peak. He's debating them, and then he starts debating the chat as well because he can't help himself. He's literally king debate pedophilia. Like, it's insane. I love him.
Wait. Are you an auction setter or something? That's pretty cool.
But do you want to debate chat or us?
Minar, shut up.
No, I love
Yeah,
your
true.
accent.
Minar.
Gretchen, do you want to talk to him or you want me to?
No, I'm
Huh?
talking to Gretchen right
Oh,
now. I don't know who.
I
this
wanna
girl
talk
is.
to him
Hey,
real quick.
Did your hat
go
fall
ahead.
off or something? Listen, man, I
Okay,
like the
if-
classy lady back there.
Minar,
She's sitting there
motherfucker, would you
silently.
shut the fuck up? Jesus, I'm trying to fucking answer you. Do I think abortion is wrong?
No, that's
I
not my
don't.
question. Holy shit! What the fuck?
What are
Excuse me,
what are
his
you
name
asking?
is
You asked me
Manure?
12
I
fucking
said,
questions.
what is
I
the
just picked one
recipe?
because
What is the recipe for why something is right and something is wrong? How much of salt plus good plus sweetness plus a little bit of toxic sludge? How much equals to goodness? Like, I
that
wanna
doesn't
know, what is
even
your
make
equation?
that doesn't even make sense.
There is no recipe.
So how do you know what's good
Because-
and bad?
Because salt and sweet does not make right or wrong. That's
Yeah,
like a straight up fucking category error, you idiot.
I was being beautifying. I was beautifying my speech. Like I was giving you.
Oh my god, you're so silly! I was beautifying my speech! He has such a cute laugh.
Hey Bobby, she thought I was talking about salt and sweetness and goodness.
No.
And
right,
morally.
I get.
Bitch, you said recipe.
I meant morally, a moral recipe.
No. Yeah, like I get the analogy, Minar,
But you didn't say moral recipe.
Gretchen, what are you like? 60?
You're gonna fucking skewer me for just what taking you at fucking face value? Get fucked. Come on. Say what you mean and mean what you say, Minar.
I love you. I swear.
Wait a
I
minute,
mean it.
John. Like,
He's doing what I do! He's literally doing the exact same thing! Crafting table 3, iron on the top, 2 sticks in the middle, underneath. That's how you craft it. True.
wait. Like
You might
You should
have
pick
missed it,
out
Gretchen,
something
but he
for your
did
soundboard.
say, like,
True.
morality. And the problem here.
There is no
Minar,
recipe for morality.
Yeah,
She is a queen.
There isn't a recipe. Like morality, what's good and bad, right and wrong, only makes sense with respect to an objective. And objectives are like it sounds like a.
Ironically, objectives are subjective.
Objective, yeah, basically, he's exactly what I was about to say.
Bobby, you mean they only make sense to subjects, not objectives.
Well, no. So they're stance dependent. Like an objective is stance dependent. Like a goal, like the goal.
Stance dependent, like material dependent,
right?
material,
Let him
like
tell us.
outcome dependent.
Let him tell us where he gets his recipe from.
No, but what does he mean by stance dependent? Like outcome dependent?
Yeah, we get it, God. We understand.
No, calm down. I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
Man, fuck Bobby.
So my goal generally is for the prosperity of the well-being of myself and my
My
family.
goal is to not allow anybody to lie to me, and I want to clarify all speech that's being said to me, so I know it's not being not lies.
It's so funny because you know that he's just like been scrolling through all of these different fucking discords and shit and different things, and he just randomly found this and just joins and starts arguing with people for no fucking reason. It's so good. He's the best. I love him.
By my single mother.
Oh, you asked me for a recipe of sweet and salty, and you want to fucking clarify our fucking questions?
No.
Give me a break, Minar.
We don't have to give it. Let him clarify.
Yo, that had to be one of my most beautiful questions, and you turn it on me. It's so crazy.
Yes, I think you should be. The
I'm
one
good at
who
that.
Morality. I don't think that.
You gotta keep an eye on me. I will do that every fucking time.
I know, Gretchen. I know you want to
supposed
hurt
to
me.
be explaining
You want to
yours.
hurt me. I know.
It's almost like if a question.
Not even just that. He treats women like queens. I've never seen a more amazing specimen in my life.
Book is poorly formed that people might misunderstand it or misinterpret it, right, Minar?
Sure.
You get your morality from the Quran.
Sure, but can I ask you something, Bobby? Does
1
that
Someone's car getting dropped off? It's cringe, Megu? No, it's not. He's a gentleman. Okay?
change the moral value of the? Can I fucking ask the question? Holy shit! Whoa! What's happening?
How about Manar?
What's happening right now? So I'm not allowed to ask a question?
Gretchen sounds like she. I mean, probably. Let him talk. True. Let him speak.
Well, no. How about like you've been repeatedly told that my name is John.
He's calling him Bobby.
Bobby.
And he has like the most egotistical, psychotic laugh.
Fucking name. Since I refer, like, if you.
Oh my god! Let's listen to his laugh again. You know, that's what he laughs like.
So how about rather than calling me Bobby, you have the minimum level of respect of referring to me by my fucking name? Since I refer, like, if you told me that your name was
Bro,
Jesus,
if you call me Marmar, I would be totally cool with it. If you call me Manur, I wouldn't say shit. Like, what the fuck? Why are you getting?
He said it. Based. What a fucking legend.
Call me
I
Marmar,
would
I would be
respect
totally cool with it. If you call me Manure, I wouldn't say shit.
I love you.
Like, what the fuck? Why are you getting mad?
Yeah,
bro?
but-
Yeah, but-
Holy shit.
But look how none of us have fucking done that.
So, anyways, Johnny, do you know?
No.
Does if
John.
if-
Johnny.
Although Johnny's better than Bobby. I'll grant
Holy
you
moly!
it's closer.
Am I allowed to ask you the question, or are you just gonna keep talking and blabbering?
No, you can ask me the question,
Says
but
the
I would just
person
like.
who does nothing but talk and blabber.
So
I would
you
just
said
like
that
the start of like when you.
So you
when
said
get
stance
A,
dependent. You said
person
stance
X.
dependent. You said morality is stance dependent. So my question is, and it
Yeah.
depends on the subjects really that they're interpreting.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's stance dependent and it depends on subject.
Yeah, you know what? His name is Bobby from now on.
So stance dependent means
I need to find this conversation and find this guy and just join and call him Bobby. I think that would be fucking peak.
it's mind independent, and then dependent on the subject means it's mind dependent.
Who the
so I don't
fuck
know
has
what the hell you mean.
stances?
And here's my clarifying
What are you
question.
talking
That's
about?
what Johnny was arguing earlier. So here's my clarifying question: is explain this. If the thing was, if me and you interpreted the book wrong, read the book wrong and interpreted it, does that change the real moral value of the action? Like if I say it's good to kill people and you say yes, it's good because this book tells us it's good to to kill people, does that mean that the true moral value, the actual moral value, the objective, mind-independent moral value of killing people is goodness? Is that what happens? Or is it that we are wrong as subjective beings and that the moral value is objective and independent from the minds that are actually calculating these outcomes?
Got it. You finally got it
And
out.
moral values.
God, Marty.
I fucked him. Answer it.
I'm fucking dying here, dude. Fuck.
No, Manar, whether something has moral value.
Answer it. Does the moral value change if me and you interpret the book wrong?
Sure he ain't gay? I mean, it doesn't matter if he is or isn't. Like, who cares? Shut up, Chinchilla. You're gay. What now, bitch?
And we start
No,
saying killing people is good. Does that mean killing people becomes good?
Manar, again, I'm answering the question.
Objectively.
You can't ask me a question, and then whilst I'm answering the question, interrupt me.
Yeah, but
saying,
you
"Hey,
can't
can
not
you please
answer the question and
question?"
start going on tangent. You're not a politician.
No,
What
no.
are you? This is not Fox
Okay,
News.
you know what?
This is not Fox
Everybody
News.
stop fucking crying about the meta
I
and get
asked
to
a
the fucking
singular
actual
question. He
debate.
needs to
I
answer it
fucking hate the
clearly.
morality argument and I'm willing to fucking put up with it, so just fucking get there
What
already.
of it, Ivory?
Stop with all this stupid
Based,
bullshit
based.
foreplay and fucking get there.
Look, like
Oh,
2 killer
foreplay?
Let's say
Yes,
the
me,
outcome
you
is,
you just asked me what happens if we interpret the book wrong.
dude,
So I tell you,
right?
yes,
Say
let's
three
say me and you
words.
interpreted the book
Words.
wrong.
No,
What happens is the moral value that we are now wrong,
No.
or that we are right because we interpreted the book wrong.
True.
will you
Are you gonna
just,
answer
like-
yes or no? Are you gonna answer any of this, or are you just gonna
Oh, you did a Pisco. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
keep talking about your
No,
tangent?
I'm trying to answer, but you won't
Okay,
shut
go
the fuck
ahead.
up
I'm
when
gonna
I
give you
finish
17
answering.
minutes.
Stop
Let's
with
see.
the meta. This isn't your fucking panel,
Yeah, but
Minar.
he's gonna
Stop
have
telling
to
people what to
answer.
fucking
He has
do.
to answer my
Stop
question.
telling people what to fucking do.
That's not meta.
No.
He's not answering my question.
That's not mad.
Okay,
You won't
but this
shut
is
up?
not your fucking. This isn't your fucking. This isn't your
You need to
channel.
shut the fuck
This
up
isn't
and
your
let him
panel.
answer.
This
Stop
isn't your
Talking while
show.
John's talking. When
Whether-
John's
Stop
talking, you shut the
demanding
fuck up.
answers. Stop telling
whether-
people what they can and can't fucking say. That's not for
whether-
you here. If you want to do that, go to your own fucking channel. That's
whether-
all.
Excuse
whether
me.
an action
It is in fact his show now. Show some respect to the king.
any action is moral or immoral is with respect to the goal. So, for example, like during the Second World War, the Allies killed millions of men, right? But
Are we moral for interpreting the book wrong? What the fuck is this shit? Oh, he's making notes about the fucking game.
goal
Jesus.
was to stop fascism from spilling out across the planet. Now, was it moral? Did we do a moral thing by going
Reading
to war
is
with
not
the
what I do
Yazis?
around here, mate.
Yes, that was a moral thing. Did it result
The
in
most uneducated
millions of
political
deaths?
commentator in the
Yes,
world.
but
That's what
was
I
it
am.
necessary to prevent a more heinous thing, a more evil thing from happening? It was absolutely necessary. And to my mind, that would make it a moral
Read
action.
theory.
So
Game theory.
there are circumstances upon which you could see an individual doing something that seems in isolation like an evil, horrible thing, but that actually makes it a moral or a righteous action. But that action does need justification with respect to a greater context.
Can you imagine he just mogs them right after he finishes talking and just goes, all right, so that made no fucking sense.
Greater goal.
Yeah,
It's not
so-
just about the action in and of itself, right?
Yeah. So but you didn't answer any of my questions. My question was, if you and me read a book and we read that killing people makes us good people, it's good.
Oh my
it's a
fucking
moral,
God!
righteous act to kill people and take their money because they made it and they didn't give any of us any of it.
That's such an
So does
idiotic
that mean? Is he gonna?
supposition.
Are you,
Because
hey,
you
who's
read
interrupting
a
me
book
right
doesn't
now?
mean
That's
that it
absolutely
has any
disrespectful.
value
Can you have
whatsoever.
any respect?
Oh, Mister.
Can you have any
Mr.
respect for
Interrupt
me? You keep
Whoa,
interrupting me.
Whoa! We talked about
This
this,
is
Minar.
absolutely disgraceful. You're so disrespectful.
Manar, if I found
And you walked right in here.
Manar, if I,
I'm
if,
just playing
like,
your
the-
games, guys.
But in
You're
in-
the
with
one
respect-
playing games.
I'm playing your
Okay, so
game. That's what
we've
you guys
only
were
given you
literally
back what
arguing
you've
against me
given
a
us,
second
you
ago.
dipshit.
so let's
No,
say
you're
that
not
I
gonna
found a-
speak before you allow me to ask the question. Why are
but-
you
but,
speaking?
Manar,
Why are you speaking?
True.
It's my
Okay,
turn
just-
to speak.
Manar, shut the fuck
He
up.
interrupted me.
Wait,
It's my turn.
What did I tell you about that shit, Minar?
Yeah, but he
This isn't your
interrupted me.
fucking
I
show.
was speaking. Why did he interrupt me? And then this
Manar,
guy started
ask-
talking.
ask-
Can you mute him?
ask-
This is the game you're
Say
trying
hi.
to play.
Manar,
Which,
Hello,
can you
chat.
mute him
One
just so
more
I can
time,
clarify
please.
my
That's why you're
question
getting
one
this
final
type of
time?
treatment.
And if he
Yeah,
doesn't want to
yeah.
answer it, that's fine. I'm gonna. I mean,
right.
this is all recorded. I just want to ask him one last time, clarify, and make sure
Oh,
that he doesn't want
good.
to answer it.
This
So,
is all recorded.
can you just
Say
allow me
something
to
that
ask this
makes sense.
question one final time? I know you guys are gonna keep trying to interject.
damn right, it's a cat.
Your TikTok brains are thinking I'm
I
gonna
got,
be like
I got
you.
news for
I'm
you.
never gonna
It's more
forget
than
this
just
question.
recorded. It's live on
I'm
the
never gonna
internet
forget
right
this
fucking
question.
now.
The question again, I'm gonna bring it because Johnny brought up the interpreting of the book, and now he's trying to run away from answering this question. He made an argument that morality stands
Oh,
independent, but
God.
it's also subjective. So I'm so confused. So I
Fucking
need him
mug
to
him.
clarify
Mug
this,
him.
or I'm about to explode
Don't
mentally.
understand what words
So
mean.
clarify
Explode
this for
manure.
me.
Are
If
you-
I-
Explode manure
me and you
everywhere.
read and interpret the book wrong, and we interpret that killing people is moral, so we can take their
Now he's
stuff
just gonna
because we
monologue.
need it.
Watch
Does
out,
that
guys. He's
mean
gonna
that killing
explode.
people becomes good?
Don't get
Or
any
does that
on
mean
me.
that we were wrong and we misinterpreted it and we were that means that there's an objective moral
This is
value
why mute
to
buttons
all
are-
moral action to all actions, and there's actual moral values to them. That's how you interpret them.
Yeah, right. Your
Right,
book
so-
is toilet
That
paper.
makes total sense. That
True.
makes total sense.
It does
So
make total
the-
sense.
Can I just super quick?
He is the
I do
bomb.
want to try and answer this question from now. So just
I'm
really-
gonna put
I'm
him
gonna ask the
down
question
here
again.
so when he explodes, he doesn't get any on me. It'd be
Oh,
great.
based.
Sorry, Robin. You're wearing
Gretchen,
a
I
hat
was
though.
that
You're-
smelly?
you're-
Holy
you're
shit.
covered.
Robin, you're my shield.
Right,
No, you said you said you were about to explode. I just didn't want you getting any on me. That's all.
The lady's loud.
Right.
Hey,
Should I-
reduce your gain a little bit, Gretchen.
Right.
What'd you just say, Menard?
Reduce
one
your
more
gain a
thing
little bit,
now.
Gretchen. You're a little bit loud. You're hurting my viewers.
No,
Your
but
viewer.
I don't care about your viewers.
And whoever that new person is low.
I love your accent, Robin.
Metatron.
I love this guy.
What did I do now, Robin?
I said you're
Sorry.
low. Your volume is low.
Hang on.
All right.
I'm
let
gonna.
me-
I'm
let me
gonna.
try and fix
I'm
it.
gonna. No, I'm gonna kick you up a little bit, Metatron. Just.
Thank you, Gretchen.
So,
all right. You good?
Can I
Hey,
just
Maynard.
get Manar's question, just like without people interjecting, because I was struggling to hear it. Just one more time, Manar. Your question as concise as is humanly possible, please.
Yes, I will never forget this question. This is my favorite question. Me and John were talking about this book that he was asking me. This TikTok brain, John. I have to ask him the question 17 times, and he still keeps forgetting about
fucking
this.
question.
Okay, so okay,
Just the
I'm
question.
asking. Holy
This guy
shit!
is an
If you stop
Italian.
interrupting me, this will
He
go
is a
much
Meta-
faster.
Oh,
Holy
and
Metatron?
shit.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Holy
That's the problem.
shit. Okay. All right. Johnny, little TikToky brainy, doesn't remember anything I'm asking him, so I'm going to repeat this one more time. We read a book and we misinterpreted that killing people is good thing there because we need the money from their and we can sell their organs. So my question to Johnny is it that when we misinterpreted and reading is morality basically mind dependent or independent? So when we read the book and we misinterpreted the book,
Oh my god.
is it
Yes.
is it
Yes,
that we are?
Metatron, that's him.
I know they're gonna keep interrupting me. Is it that we are bad people now?
Yeah.
Are we bad people because morality is objective? Or did we change the moral value of killing people and it became good because we said the moral value of it is good by misinterpreting that book?
The only people who kill,
I'm sure he didn't. He couldn't hear my question, so I'm gonna have to ask it again.
I got the gist of it, Manar. The thing is that the book that prescribes the morality that we potentially misinterpret, the person who wrote the book.
The people who wrote the book.
We don't even use a book.
Like the entity that wrote the book wrote the moral code, and they were stance dependent.
What does that have to do with my question?
No,
He's so fucking
I
toxic.
never argued for a book.
You're not capable of.
I never argued for a book.
Nobody. You didn't
The
even
point
ask
is
a
not the
coherent
book.
question.
The point is, are we moral or immoral?
Book in your question, Manar.
I want to know, am I being moral or immoral for misinterpreting the book? That's what I want to know. Why are you talking to me about the fucking book? You're hey.
You're being an idiot for misinterpreting.
Hey, your
the
mother,
book.
your mother's gonna get it, Johnny. Stop being a fucking bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you acting? I've asked you this question 17 times. Why are you acting like this?
First,
I thought you were a serious debater.
You're not gonna serve
Yeah, he's so good.
You can handle my mum, despite the.
Bro, I don't want to have you with your mom. What the fuck?
Despite the fact that you spend all your time in the gym rather than on a building site like a fucking real man.
Oh my god.
You couldn't handle my mum. She'd pull you apart like a fucking chicken wing.
Okay, bro.
Why are these guys taking him seriously?
Now we've dealt with the unnecessary.
All right. So are you gonna answer my question?
The
Are we good or bad for
you-
misinterpreting the book and start acting based on the misinterpretation?
So, like a misinterpretation is.
Yeah, we
only
said it's good.
or
So
bad
are we good now? Even though it was a bad thing to do.
No,
Objectively.
Can I?
What's your point?
No.
My
there's no-
point is, he said that morality stands dependent. Then he also said that morality is subjective. So I want to understand what the fuck does he mean?
That's what stance dependent means.
No,
it means subjective. Yes, it does.
So stance dependent doesn't mean outcome dependent. Like I tried to clarify with him earlier, and he said
Subjective
yes.
literally means stance dependent. Yes, it does.
Yeah,
Okay,
like,
so what does that mean? So
stance
now answer my
dependency
question.
Or stance independency. So Manar, like first things first, has the book been willingly misinterpreted, or is it just an accident? Is it a mistake? Is it an error? Like, have I misinterpreted the book because I don't have cultural context?
Yeah, we realized later on we were wrong.
Translated correctly, right? Yeah. So if I've misinterpreted the book because I don't have enough, I'm doing my honest best to try to interpret it correctly, and I just make a mistake, then there's no moral egregiousness here.
So I was good. I was moral for killing these people.
However, if I misinterpret the book, and like
I'm asking you, why are you clarifying something I didn't ask you? I'm asking you to clarify this.
If you misinterpret a book, it doesn't make you right or wrong. It just means you can't
clarify
fucking
this.
read.
If I actually murder people, and you said.
To be fair, there is an underlying interesting question about interpretation of the Bible and philosophy. The Reformation started because they found old philosophy text, but they will never get there. No, the problem is that he's like asking like an interesting philosophical question, and then every single answer that you give is nonsense. So that he could just sit there and loop and call you a dumbass. It's really funny.
It's okay. Does that mean that every soul was good because I thought it was good to kill them? What the fuck are you saying? That means I did a moral.
Hang on.
That means the actions that I did had good moral outcomes. Is that what you're fucking saying? What the fuck are you saying?
No, your
fuck are you saying?
Has a few layers to it. So here, and I was trying to get to them. So firstly, if I read a text, if I read a book that makes moral claims or makes claims to be the, let's say for example, I read like the Quran. Or the
like
Torah,
science, like the science book.
Yeah,
like the
let's
book
be
of science.
specific. We're talking about the crayon.
Let's be specific. 11th grade science book where it forces evolution, all this bull.
Oh, I just realized someone who would actually want this guy in his community. Hang on. The crayon. Hang on. He would be perfect for Gisticle. He would destroy Gisticle in a debate.
Bullshit
Manar,
on you.
Will you
Kind of
let
like
me answer the
scripture.
fucking question? Like it took long enough to get to the
Let's
fucking
use the
question.
science
At least
book.
I can answer-
Everybody's went through science 11th grade. What the fuck?
You're
let's
talking
say-
again, Minar, while John's talking.
Let's
Hi,
say for
stream.
argument's sake
Why does she feel warm and
that
wet?
there is a book written by
Is the
or
aircon
claimed to
not
be
on in
written
the
by
lounge?
the quote-unquote creator of
Oh,
the
she's actually
universe
just wet.
that makes or claims to make
Yeah, okay.
objective moral
wanna
claims
carry her?
about what humans should and
Maybe
shouldn't
don't
do.
make the cats get
Now,
wet.
I could read that book. Now, if I read the book and I misinterpret it, there are a couple of ways that I could misinterpret it. I could misinterpret it by accident, like I couldn't have the correct
Holy
cultural context
shit,
and necessarily understand what it
man.
says.
I don't know
Minar,
how
shut
that
the
has
fuck
to do
up.
anything with my
Now,
question.
I
You're trying
could.
your best to create
can wait
as
till he's done
many
and then
sub.
talk about it.
He's trying to
Why
create
are
as
you
many
interrupting
holes
him?
to
No,
like fucking
no.
lie in, like a fucking
No,
snake
Minar.
little fucking rat.
Minar, I could read the book and I could actually understand what it says. I could
Keep digging
have
holes,
the cultural
you
context
rat.
to to understand what it says, but I could choose to misinterpret it.
Could you answer my
like
question? I know you could do all of that, but could you answer my question? If I
Now-
interpreted it in error, I didn't know I misinterpreted it. I've literally already clarified all of this fucking bullshit. You just keep talking and yapping and never answering. 'cause
And
you
I've
can't
literally
answer.
already answered your question.
It's okay. This
it
is
just
gonna be
makes
this is
you
gonna be an
fucking dumb. It
expose
doesn't
on
make you
Johnny.
right or
This is gonna be
wrong.
an expose on little Bobby here. I
Now-
swear to God, I'm gonna
now-
fucking embarrass you, man. You've been humiliated right now. You can't answer a simple question.
There is
He would be perfect for Gisticle. This guy has a talent for not engaging. Yes, he doesn't engage. He just asks questions over and over and over. That's why it only took me like 5 seconds to realize he was just fucking around. What's the time on the video? For my thing, it was a while ago. Hang on. I'll rejoin too. And then I'll... Oh, till he gets kicked. 24 minutes in, so I think everyone lost.
Listen to me.
Oh no, you might
I
win.
interpreted it
If he gets
wrong.
kicked in the next
I
like
read
2
the
seconds.
book- I read the science book. It told me killing people is good
Manar.
because you get rid of bacteria. And so
Manar.
I was like, okay, I want to kill people now. So was I wrong? Was I morally good or morally bad for doing these actions that I thought were good? That's all you. You don't need to clarify
Right.
anything else.
Right. Since we're
Answer that.
Since we're just going down the insult.
You don't ask
Manar,
a question and
there
then
is-
shout at him to answer it.
What
the
is
fuck?
Manar, there is no way on this planet that
This clip
you,
is 23 minutes
the
long.
wifeless, childless, man-child that you are, that thinks that women should be subjugated, who has realistically no prospects in this world, who decides to come onto streams with like either missing a shirt or missing his sleeves. Like I could put you on a building site, and despite what you lift on the fucking
Why is he ad
Nautilus
hominem me? What does this
like,
have to do with the debate?
I
mean,
could-
keep
I could
exposing
put you on
yourself. It's
I could
okay.
put you on the site with the skinniest runt.
I'm trying to
of my
help you.
crew,
You're like
and he
exposing
would
yourself.
Oh my
outlift
god,
you
he's so
in
good.
the real world.
Nobody
Like,
will take you
Manar,
seriously as a
you
debater.
can't
Okay,
even
you know
say that
what?
you're an
This
intellectual
isn't-
man. You're fucking not.
Nobody will
You're
take
an
you
idiot.
seriously as a debater after
You're
this.
worthless.
This
You have
is
no
called
value.
madness.
Because he won't let me answer
Nobody
the
will take
fucking
you
question.
seriously. You're ad hominem me instead of answering my question.
Manar, I have a question for you. Manar,
I just
have
said
a
little
question
Bobby.
for you.
I said little Bobby. He went on a tangent.
Manar,
started talking to me
I
about
have
my
a question
religion
for
almost.
you.
Oh my god. Disgusting person. Okay, go ahead. Okay, hey, daddy.
Okay.
Hey,
So,
Daddy, Daddy. He fucked up. He went to say Johnny and he called him Daddy. I bet Casey Tron would be a perfect match for him. Yeah, true. I need to play that back.
Where
Hey.
you?
Fucking disgusting person. Okay, go ahead. Okay, hey, daddy.
Okay.
Hey.
He called him Daddy. Oh my god. He's killing me. He's actually killing me. Oh my fucking.
So where do you get the energy to just constantly fuck?
Okay, he never got kicked. Oh my god. I fucking love him. So am I, dude. Can't breathe. I have a cold. This is fucking destroying me. All right. What is this one?
I don't think that that's her fault.
I mean, is it just gonna be okay? It's mobile phone mode the whole way. I don't really want to watch a mobile phone screen thing. I was gonna watch this earlier. Destiny and Mantis go at it over some of the DSA stuff. I think the discussion is interesting. But yeah, he did get real mad when you were joking back you were joking back at him. Yeah. Well, he didn't like. He's probably so used to rage baiting people. Like the fact that it wasn't really getting to me was just like. He didn't know what to do at that point, so he just started like hurling insults at me. Freudian slip, yeah, true. Who's Mantis? She's someone within DGG. She's pretty smart. I don't mind some of her takes. Some of her takes I disagree with, but some of them I agree with, right? Q, the disavow. But it seems like
Positions that they were too weak.
Yeah, like we'll get into it, you know. Maybe I should actually bring up her take on Twitter. Actually, no, we'll just go through it so then they can just argue it. Naruhodo ne. Naruhodo ne. Naruto hodo.
Sometimes it's hard because I can't do that. I can't go to the level of cringe
Also, she's from like New Zealand, so she's based.
that you can go to, apparently.
Good.
It's very
And you know what?
difficult for
To
me.
some extent, that's fine, and I'm happy. Maybe you guys don't say it, but when all these other motherfuckers are like, well, maybe we should learn something from these guys. Maybe we should learn something. This is what we learn because this is what they're doing because this is what works. unfortunately. So if you don't
Yeah,
like
it is
like I don't like it,
Kiwis
then
are good.
find a way to make them stop. And I understand that you call people out or whatever, right? But it's got to be people with big platforms. And it can't constantly be that they're all too busy making $1.3 million a year off their anti-Trump YouTube channels, but they're too afraid to say anything. Like, if we end up losing that Senate seat in Michigan, it's because of people like Josiah, and it's because of people like Pisco. It is their fault that we lost the Senate seat because they were too scared to have any criticism for these far-left people until the Republicans came out with the army of BBC dildos and ripped us over and over again with these comments, with these weak positions that they were too weak to call out.
So I am in agreement with Destiny on that. People should have had stronger positions on that guy. The guy literally pretended to be a fucking doctor. Like, how bad does Stevens have to be for you to be like, I don't even understand. Like, we need a filter, man? A filter for what? Hey, BBC dildos. Leave the British out of here? True.
You think people are staring at the TV and watching?
A way to test these people's ideas and opinions? Opinions? Bunions? P-onions? Challenge these leftists go unchallenged? I mean... Here. Very easy for leftists. Was October 7th justified? Very, very easy question to ask. They say no, you know they're not insane. If they say yes, you know they're completely fucking insane. The one Whick asked where he said, did Hassan shock his dog, was a pretty good one, but that can also come across as a little bit unserious for a question. Your resistance isn't perfect. Yes, but neither is liberalism and capitalism, but they expect perfection from that.
Kamala Harris ads on, you know, all the dude bros.
Yeah,
at the
I
bar.
think older people, the people who actually go.
Join the Discord.
Let's go, boy. Let's go. Bring the fucking snarker in.
Let's go. Oh no.
Snark. Oh,
We're getting our snark on. Bring in dear leader.
What did you do? Did you message him and you're like, Tom's talking?
I said I'm
Better get
talking.
over there.
I messaged him and said I'm talking shit.
Fair enough.
Okay. This is hold on, just doing a quick temperature check to see what's going on. You guys agree that the Jola guy got absolutely and totally raped in our conversation earlier, right?
At times, yes.
For what time did he not get absolutely and totally raped in our conversation?
I mean, I feel like Jola, as much as you might not like what he says, I don't like that he doesn't
Wait, what
answer
point in our
questions straight up.
conversation Did he not get completely and totally raped? What?
I missed this one, but the October 7 is more universal because there's people who might not know about. Yeah, exactly. That's what my logic was being. It's really hard to look at the stuff that happened on October 7th and think that it was okay. Like, even when I was on my leftist arc, like, violence on that level, like, was really horrific. And anybody who can look at that and think that that was acceptable is just fucking insane. Like, there's no amount of political resistance in my mind that makes that acceptable. Hang on, I gotta go blow my nose. Give me a second. Okay. I'm a bit better now. Sorry, guys. I'm still getting over the flu. Well, does Hassan shocks his dog is for people who are active in politics and pretend to be sock Dems. Knows about Hassan. Yeah, but I understand that, but you want normies to see their response and understand the context. Because usually when you're confronting them with that question, they're going to, what do you call it? They're going to respond in the predictable way. And if you have it in front of them, you know, making that comment, you know, most you want the viewing public to see their responses. You know, you already know that they're probably that the person speaking is very likely a leftist. That's why you're asking the question. But it's for the viewer at home to see their unhinged takes because it is such a disagreeable position to have. I remember someone claiming that the phrase women and children was infantilizing when talking about the. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Which is why people should be fuck Hamas because the leaders knew it would probably happen. The reality is there's millions of people who don't know about this space at all. Yeah, exactly. You know, at the end of the day, even then, like, objectively speaking, if you're a leftist, you're not really going to give two fucks whether or not Hassan shocked his dog or not, right? Like, just being objective. They have so many insane takes. Why would a dog being shocked be the deal breaker for them, right? They don't give a fuck. If anything, I would assume MAGA would absolutely turn on Donald Trump if he killed his dog or some shit. Like, that would actually... Then again, though, I thought the same thing about, like, him being in the Epstein files would be a deal breaker, and that just fucking wasn't, I guess. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's get into this video. It actually looks pretty interesting. So it should be good fun.
Was the least rape part of the conversation.
Probably when he just owned the shit. When he said, like, straight to your face, yeah, I would support this person, or no, that's...
Yeah, I know, because he hates animals.
Like, but you don't like when he does that either, because you think it's all, like, an op thing.
Wait, I don't even understand what that... What point?
When you ask him questions,
so
I don't know. An example is like when you said would he support?
That was the most owning part of the.
Well, you tried to get him. You were like, oh, you tried to pin him with like, oh, if this socialist candidate did this thing, or if this whatever. I don't know who you were talking about. Maybe it's Abdul or something. Would you support them?
I just asked him one question on the who he supported in the Wisconsin governor race. I was curious. I asked a question.
Is he Crowley?
Yeah. So that was the part that he did well in when he said he would support Crowley.
And he doesn't like Hong. He would admit that he hates Hong and he thinks Hong's retarded and stuff. Like,
okay, so at every single point where we had to like argue an actual point and now just give an opinion on who he'd vote for, he got it.
Right. So there's something I wanted to point out with a lot of leftist propaganda. So one of the things that they do is they normalize an unpopular position by giving like an acknowledgement of a reasonable take and then doubling down on the bad position, right? So he has all of these bad takes around leftist and how we should, you know, appeal to them and yada, yada, yada. But then he will give a reasonable take, like, oh, I would support Crowley or whatever, right? And the idea behind this is it's to give the impression of like a transparency behind what he's saying. But what it actually does is it minimizes the burden of responsibility with regards to their takes. Yeah, it's apologia. So when someone does something like that, ignore the reasonable position. Just continue with their insane view. So it doesn't matter if he says he's going to vote for Crowley. That's not what you're discussing, right? You're discussing why the fuck are you doing all of these other unhinged things, right? So
completely and utterly
that's just my position,
right?
Yeah, I think for the most part, you did a good job of pointing out where he fucked up.
Well, I did a good job because he lies and misrepresents his views and consistently leans in one direction for far left people, right? that was happening over and over again, that he was getting called out on his lie about the Gillibrand jihad comment. That was a complete and total fucking lie, that he was totally clueless about whether or not El Sayed had actually said he would endorse Stevens after the race and then tried to make a huge fucking deal about it, even though the response was mixed at best, that he completely and totally lied about the, there was one other point, but that he does this consistently.
Desmond or some shit?
What?
Desmond Crockett or something?
Oh,
He got
yeah,
a lot of stuff
about the
wrong.
Crockett thing too. Yeah, that he lied about her saying that Tallarico ran a racist campaign. Right? These are all lies that he tells because he gets good viewership.
See,
on it,
I don't
admitted,
see,
right?
but here's the difference is I don't necessarily. Everything is like malice to you. Everyone is malicious. I don't see that with Jola. I think he just fucked up because he's on TikTok doing his retarded TikTok thing. It's just gay and dumb, and they just do little clip things, and it probably is for his channel to get boosted a lot of the time. So he doesn't do very good research.
Okay, this is making him sound like a fucking child. Like, oh, he's too retarded. So you can't assume that he's doing anything wrong. Most people don't seem to understand that ignorant takes are ill-informed by design, right? If he's making ignorant takes, he's obviously ill-informed on the topic, but he's still doing a lot of harm by continuing to spread those ill-informed takes.
But like,
Okay,
he admits
fine,
he's
but then
wrong.
Shouldn't he? No, but then shouldn't it be, instead of coming onto here and saying like, after an hour, I got so tired of the conversation because I realized we were just going to endlessly loop, because I'm a very serious politics person. I do on-the-ground organizing. Shouldn't he just not say that and just like kind of own up to being a retarded little teeny bopper?
Yeah, but he's a
TikToker?
sarcastic piece of
Say that?
shit like he always is at all times. He's very sarcastic, and
It's not
he's
about being
really.
No, wait. So you think he's being sarcastic when he says, I do real politics and Destiny doesn't even look at these primaries and
think
I do
he's
real
being
politics? You think that's
snarky.
sarcasm?
I think he's being snarky.
Yeah, he's being snarky by trying to imply that I know nothing and he's like the real politics guy. Meanwhile, you're trying to excuse him as a retarded TikToker kid who's getting like information wrong consistently in one direction over and over and over again. That doesn't make sense, right? He's not just being he's not being sarcastic and snarky. He's trying to hide behind that, or you're trying to cover him behind that.
Yeah, but
when
my
he's
issue
actually
is-
fucking
my
right to the
issue is-
conversation because he's wrong over and over again, right?
My issue is not with you having a problem with Jola. It's calling him an op, like acting like he's doing some kind of like purposeful thing.
I don't know if it's purposeful or not, but I asked him. I asked him point blank, if you were trying to be a transplanted op from the opposition, what is something that they would have you do differently than what you do now? And he literally couldn't answer the question. He said he'd have to think about it.
Yes, he started going on, because I watched this debate. I think it was, I don't remember if I watched it on stream or not, but maybe I did watch it yesterday on stream. But basically, the guy just gave a real non-answer to the question, and he's just like, okay, you didn't answer the question. So, but yeah, Destiny is right.
What am I supposed to take from that?
I mean, he can be used as an op. That's true because he is.
So then what's the problem with the?
If you're gonna play the game of
then what's the problem with the take?
He'll be treated as an op, right? That's fair. If he's too retarded to understand, that's fine. But he has to be treated as an op then, right? Because he's doing the work for the enemy. So I don't know how else. And then he's out here being snarky and I'm so bored of the combo because I'm such real politics. Like, well, of course you're an op. You be treated as an op. You're controlled.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's
intentionally, unintentionally. But how are you supposed to treat him at that point?
I get that this is like what you have to do is you're drawing really hard lines in the sand because you like this is your job, I suppose. But I guess I just don't like
real quick, just to specify, my hard line is this in the sand is people who support terrorist attacks and people who make death threats against me. Do you think that's a ridiculous line in the sand to draw? That's crazy,
he
right?
doesn't support. Are you talking about
That's a
Hassan?
ridiculous line in the sand. Do you think that's an insane line?
Are you talking about Hassan?
I'm just asking you real quick before we get to Hassan. Is that an insane?
Okay, so she's going to say, well, yeah, but has he done that? But the point is that he's sweeping for the people that do those things, right? He's trying to argue to give them a platform, which is the problem. You know, it's the antithesis of the position that Destiny's holding.
Line in the sand to draw.
No, that's not an insane line in the sand to draw. He doesn't support Hassan, so I don't know why you would have a problem with someone like Jola, who is pretty outwardly against like the dummies in the party.
Then why is it that every piece of misinformation that he propagates happens to favor them?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why is it that he spends
always
so much time
favoring
in this
them.
space trying to tone police other people hitting the far left, but will never tone police the far left hitting moderates? Because he'll never talk to them about it, by the way.
Oh, I don't really. Most of Jola's content that I've known Jola for has only been shitting all over Meg. I haven't seen him barely. I don't watch his TikToks, so I'm probably not the right person to talk to about his fucking dumb TikToks. His TikToks is for losers.
Yeah, I was
But,
gonna say
like,
the same thing. I don't know it's in one direction because I don't ever see his TikToks.
But personally, from everything I've ever seen of Joel out on YouTube, which he hasn't been doing for the last however many months, it was all fucking just, let's just rape MAGA retards. That is it. Rape. As hard as he can fucking go.
Okay.
And he was really snarky and he was really good at it, and that was it. Like, I don't...
That's cool. So why
He's
don't you
more
just keep doing that? Then
progressive.
why is he
He's
giving-
more
why is he giving an
progressive than me and Tom, for example. He's probably... Yeah, he's
Yeah,
probably
I'm too
more
old
progressive
at this
than you.
point for that one. I'm sorry, but the whole, oh, he's just way more to the left. No, bullshit. It's a sweeper. It's a socialist op. They just don't want to admit it. No, 100%.
Yes.
That's every time now. That's just what it
No
means. I don't think
way,
anybody to the left of me
dude.
is not a fucking socialist at this point. I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at. Because,
You
like,
can't just... Yeah, I understand that's where you're at.
I disagree with Destiny because I'm a little bit to the left of him, and I am not sweeping for these people at all. They can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, but this is my problem: is you can't just call everyone who's like to the left like a
this
socialist.
is my problem. Is that people like you and all you guys keep saying like, oh, he's being unhinged and he's being crazy and he's being irrational. And then every time I have a conversation, it is just pure, unadulterated NFL, BBC rape against everybody that tries to argue against me on all these points. And it's embarrassing. If you could have a single person that could bring a single point to be like, Destiny, I think that your position on this is unreasonable, then I'd be like, oh, okay, fine. But instead, I'm getting more excuses from you than I'm getting for a 95-year-old grandma with Parkinson's shitting herself at the fucking family Thanksgiving dinner. It's insane to me, and that it's always one way, and nobody has any other counting points. But it's like, well, I think you're just kind of being irrational. Do you think
NFL, BBC? Yeah. It's a pretty base take.
Do you see that's like a little bit frustrating from my perspective?
I understand that it's frustrating from your perspective. I get it. I'm usually fully on board with you. I just think at times, like, okay, for example, like the whole going at Pisco thing. I fucking agree. Pisco's a sweeper. He's been fucking annoying. He's being a pussy. He's weak. And I think it's fine to accuse him of being like...
No. That is the wrong way to characterize it. It's not a weakness to deliberately sweep for something. It is a choice. He's not weak. He's a fucking traitor. Well, I agree with you on a factual level, but the sentiment of Destiny makes sense. What do you mean? From Destiny or of... what do you mean? But yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The sentiment, I agree with. The problem is that I'm pretty sure that guy labeled himself as a centrist as well. How he feels. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with him and I'm to the left. It's just... I think it's just more of... I think what Mantis is getting the problem of is the arguments that that people make in regards to leftists are coming from a position of good faith. But the leftists don't come from a position of good faith on anything, right? So why are you doing the same? Why... It relies on you being good faith enough to accept them, right? But they'll never do the same for you. This is Pisco's job. He has no excuse. True.
Like, pulling way too much weight for those cunts. And same with Josiah as well. Josiah was fucking disappointing, and I would fully go in on him, and I have been going in on them on Twitter, but I wouldn't call him an anti-Semite. I understand that you're doing this gay little functional anti-Semite thing, but why do you have to cross the line from, like...
I don't know any of his takes on Israel-Palestine, to be honest. I don't really watch Pisco's content anymore.
Reasonable, he's a fuckwit, into like unreasonable, or now he's just like hates Jews and shit, or like he's an anti-Semite. Like, it doesn't need to go into that unreasonable territory for you to make the same fucking point.
Pisco would have been a Nazi in World War II. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know if like the woke...
What a fucking base take. He would have been a Nazi in World War II. What a fucking legendary take. Holy shit.
Time period, like the reaction to it, like broke all of your guys' minds when it came to any kind of social understanding ever. What the fuck do you think it means to be bigoted? Bigotry doesn't mean that you were born with an extra touch of evil in your heart. It means that you've created a permission structure and you have some beliefs that's biased against a certain group of people that you use to facilitate mass hatred towards those people.
I agree.
So
I fucking agree with you, but
what is the difference between Pisco? What is the difference between Pisco and a standard anti-Semite?
Pisco debate with Loner Box about anti-Semitic. Maybe I'll check that out after this one, yeah?
The difference between Pisco and a standard anti-Semite is Pisco is a fucking autistic retard. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you give way too much weight to the malice side.
Oh my god, thank you. You got it.
Smart and shit, but I genuinely believe that Pisco has lacks.
Wait, what did she say?
What is the difference between Pisco and a standard anti-Semite?
Okay. The difference between Pisco and a standard anti-Semite is Pisco is a fucking autistic retard. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, she's making terrible arguments here. Which is, you know, I just need to clarify. I really like Mantis. They seem like a really nice person, but the argument here is really bad. She's basically saying they're too stupid to be anti-Semitic. It's like all anti-Semites are retarded. I don't know what to tell you. It's past bedtime for me, so good night. Thanks for the laughs. No worries. Thank you again for coming by, Stumbling. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a lovely night. Okay? But yeah, stop treating leftists like they're stupid. They know what they're doing. They might be, you know, completely conditioned into the slop of, you know, socialism, but it's like they're able to think for themselves. And I think that's a very important thing. Like, they are consciously making the decision to be dismissive of outside facts. That's a big reason why socialism is so, like, a lot of leftists are so successful at what they do. Yeah, they instantly dismiss any criticism of the movement as being something that is coming from the right. So they don't care about that opinion, right? So
I'm saying you give way too
so
much
there were
weight
no
to the Mel
autistic
side.
Nazi.
When you
Oh my God!
I
Thank you.
understand
You
that
got
he's
it.
smart and
Yes.
shit, but I genuinely believe that Pisco has lacks social like skills. I think he
That's
is an
fine.
autistic
Then
fucking
he can
idiot.
be a retarded. Then you created. He can be a retarded.
Destiny did watch the Pisco v Loner Box debate. Not sure if it's out yet. Night night. No worries. Have a good one. Imagine being a German in the 1930s, reading the program of Mustache Man and brushing the Jew stuff away and saying, they will moderate when in power. That is literally what people did, Chinchilla. They literally fucking did that. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Anti-Semite. Then that's fine. I'm sure there's room for those people too. But functionally, it's the same thing. I don't you can't just say I excuse when you're in an argument and you have to start making these insane bullet bites. These are the largest bullets I've ever seen bitten. They're like the fucking bazooka monsters in Super Mario World, where he's saying things like, well, if you put up a sign outside of your store that says no blacks allowed, but you just think that the black people are too poor to buy your stuff, I actually don't think that's racist. Do you understand how fucking retarded that sounds? Like,
dude. Yeah, it is pretty retarded. I assume I don't need to explain why that's racist.
When you have to contrive things to that level, what am I supposed to think about that?
I do know how retarded that sounds.
Can you imagine treating like a black person like that? You're going with them to a restaurant. It's like your friend. You just go, it's okay. I'll pay for dinner. I know you can't afford it. Like, how fucking condescending and disgusting that is to treat someone like that. Fuck me.
What's the difference between that? It's fine. You can call him a fuckwit, whatever you want. That's a luxury belief for you. If you're a Jewish person, and now in the U.S. everybody fucking hates you, and you've got people like Pisco who are totally okay with that environment because they're autistic.
It's not racist.
But by the way,
if they can't pay for it.
wait, I just want to put a pin on this as well because you're also doing this bullshit. He's only ever autistic in one direction. Ever notice that? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? He's only ever autistic in the way that always consistently favors the far left fucking lunatics. Isn't that really weird how that works?
You know what's really fucking funny, Destiny, is I'm the one on Twitter and wherever the fuck Pisco is, calling him out and triggering him because I agree that he's enabling. I call it enabling. I don't have to call him go steps further and put all this malice in him. I can just call him an enabling.
Okay, if you enable the Nazis enough, at what point do we just call you a Nazi? It's like, yeah, I enable the death camps, but, I don't support them. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Fucking idiot, and say what he is enabling. It is better to just be like, your behavior is enabling this, even if you don't mean to do that. You are. Same with Josiah.
And
You're
I used to agree with that.
cunt.
I used to agree with that. And then I stopped and I thought for like 112 seconds, and I was like, in any other form of bigotry, would I not call this person racist? Would I just say, I don't think they're a racist. They just happen to have all of the exact same beliefs as racist, and they happen to enable racism, and they happen to enable structural racism against this group of people, but I don't think they themselves are racist. I don't think I would ever draw this distinction between any other group of people being bigoted ever. I can't.
Not me though. I'm a true autist based. I like how Tom is just chilling and playing a game. Yeah, it seems like it's more of a discussion between Mantis and Destiny at this point, which is still good.
Even imagine.
You know, she's
okay, but
she's
now
arguing.
you sound like a lefty fucking idiot. You sound like one of those woke retards who just wants to call everything because of power and.
What? No, it doesn't.
Prejudice. Oh, let's add it all together because it actually affects you. That's what you fucking sound like.
He's the last SJW.
You are the last SJW, you dumb fuck.
I'll take it. Well, then I'll take it. You know what? That's fine. Because...
Based, I am an SJW too. Let's go, Destiny.
Why do you want to sound like that, though, when you can just call him enabling racist and it's...
Okay, the problem with SJWs was that they were hyperbolic, right? They were going too far on one end. But I would like to think that as times have changed and things have gotten worse, that it doesn't make you a fucking woke scold to point out that things are like, that people are doing things that are fucking racist. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, are we going to pretend it's 2016 forever? Like...
just as fucking effective. I can stand around all day saying, Piso, you're enabling racist with your autism.
He
Stop
doesn't
being
care
autistic.
about enabling racism. It's fine. Why does he care about calling me anti-Semitic then? I'm just a fucking retard anyway, so who fucking cares?
Do you know why people think it's dumb calling somebody an anti?
No, the problem with SJWs was that it was easy to make fun of them. Chinchilla, they still make fun of SJWs, and like, nobody's doing that shit. If anything, I feel like we need to bring the SJWs back. They were based. You know, everything they said was right. Yeah, I know. It's more of like sometimes there'll be like something small and then they'll blow it out of proportion. And what ends up happening is it weakens the position of actual, like, you know, politically correct positions. And so you end up with a, like, what's a good example of this? It's like you might have a realistic discussion around, you know, humongous what? Yeah, exactly. Like, though, you know what? I changed my mind. That guy probably was talking about his dick. Everything is racist, everything is sexist, and you need to point it all out. Pretty much. Whereas, like, now I'm like, there are racists, there are sexists, and you need to point it out. Not everything is racist, everything is sexist. I think that's the reasonable position. You know, to point out things that are morally wrong. But now we're not even at that point. Now we're at the point where people just don't fucking care anymore. So, like, when was the last time you heard someone soy out because someone said something inappropriate, right? Like, we just go based and clap. I don't know. It's like a black pilling thing. I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of tired of feeling like things are just getting progressively worse. And I'm just like, maybe I should just be the crazy guy screaming at this point. You know what I mean? Sorry if that sounds cringe.
It's like, you know how you cry about, oh, the lefties have used the word fascism too much and the righties have used the word socialism too much and now nothing fucking means anything. Wank, wank, wank. That dumb conversation that we've been having for so many fucking years on this dumb platform. You're doing the thing. You're adding to that.
I'm not doing the thing. I'm complaining now because I can't use the thing when the thing is actually here. Pisco is more openly anti-Semitic than Fuentes or any neo-Nazi can ever be on a public platform. The two key components of any neo-Nazi theory? It's that Jews are secretly controlling every fucking thing in society, and it's that they're doing so to the detriment of everybody else. This is like the key.
This is literally what I said in my video.
And all of the APAC funding everything. And even the Great Replacement now in fucking Spain is being orchestrated by the Jews. And the Jews are secretly in charge of every fucking race. Like, these are your huge key components for anti-Semitic thought. And Pisco essentially endorses, if not those things himself, every single person that endorses those beliefs.
The example I gave, zog, 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 Jew, Jew, Jew. Yes. Zog, 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 Jew, 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 Jew. But the example I would give, because sometimes it kind of goes over people's heads, how that can be so anti-Semitic, because they'll probably just say, well, I'm talking about Israel, not Jews. The example I would give is people saying like, what's a good example? Talking about like Muslim groups, but if we just focus more on their country of origin, right? Like people from Sudan are controlling the US government and trying to install Sharia law in the US. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very clearly Islamophobic, but we don't prescribe those, like, we don't give that understanding towards anti-Semitism. Also, for some reason, Pisco has a massive hate boner for H3. H3, aka Ethan Klein, does a lot of things to make people hate him. Yeah, Somalis as well, yes. Like, I'm sorry, Ethan Klein kind of just goes around looking for fights lately. Which is understandable, some people do deserve it, but he's also got to chill the fuck out, you know? He's also a millionaire.
I
think maybe just needs to go on a holiday.
If you replace Zionist with Jew, or just look at Zionist because it maps on 90% of Jews anyway, it's every neo-Nazi conspiracy theory is endorsed and embraced by these people. In what world would I say? Well, I just think he happens to like be, he just supports anti-Semitic people.
So I wouldn't even
I would never draw that distinction for anybody else. Sorry.
I just, I get what I know what you're trying to say. I just think it's more effective to be like, yeah, you're contributing to the anti-Semitism, or you're enabling anti-Semitic action.
Yeah, but how many times can you say that before you're like, okay, maybe he's just anti-Semitic? Like, what else do you need? Does he need to just Nazi salute on stream for you? Like,
or like, do you know? There's just I know this is gay. I know this is gay. I know this is cringe.
True.
Just like
Drew Pavley did say that.
I don't know. It's not tone policey, but word policey or whatever. It is. That is as simple as it is, though. If you move into the territory of calling someone an anti-Semite, everyone's brains fucking shut off. They stop listening. You're the unhinged one, and it's dumb. And
The
instead of doing that,
shut off. The brains are already off. So why not call it like I say? Do you think that Lauren Southern legitimately ever hated black people when she was on the boat shooting the flares for the mic?
No, there's no such thing as a race. No one actually hates anyone. Racism.
Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point. But I would never say like, oh well, I don't think the Project Europa people were racist. I just think that the way that they acted was enabling kind of like racist That's so fucking retarded. You would never draw this distinction on any other form of bigotry ever. People who are misogynistic usually don't hate women. Right?
Don't you
No,
think
she's
that
saying she's not drawing a.
that is true. Andrew Tate would often say he doesn't hate women, right? But because that's not the point. It's your overall behavior creates this dynamic.
Distinction, are you, Alex?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I'm
we
saying.
agree,
Okay.
it's not about
They just don't like mass immigration. True.
It's definitely not about hate. It's not. But when you were talking to Lauren Southern, did you just call her a racist?
It's just the coincidence that all of these policy positions have to do with minority groups, right? And how much they're causing problems for you. You think Australia is real? Actually, you know what was funny? This was pointed out the other day, but what I should be doing is I should be doing this, right? Right? So that everyone can actually see me right side up in the US. Do you think that's a fair thing to do? I thought you'd like that. If you flush the toilet in Australia, the water comes out of the toilet. Can I be real though? Like, it actually goes the opposite direction. Maybe one day I'll film myself flushing the toilet. And you can have a look, Chinchilla. I'll make sure to use it first.
I know a lot of people did, but did she fucking hear any of that? Or is Lauren Southern someone who
There
would
was
have
a
said-
Simpsons
like, if
episode
you
on
said,
it. It's
yeah,
true.
maybe you don't feel, it's not about fucking hatred, you dumb bitch. It's about the fact that you're double that and you explained it to her.
I don't think that any of my older is like, no, I don't think Lauren is racist when she's on the boat shooting the migrants or shooting flares to stop the migrant ships. I'm pretty sure I probably just call that racist. It was literally a white identitarian group.
Yep.
So who qualify? I'm just curious. Who would you consider anti-Semitic?
That's what I said. Opposite direction, Cap. True. You know what? Oh, you mean okay? You're a fuckhead. But fuck, dude. Okay, no more toilet talk. No more toilet humor.
What would I consider anti-Semitic?
Would you consider Nick Fuentes anti-Semitic?
True. Lauren Southern wasn't racist because when she shot the flare, she didn't say the N-word immediately after. And Alex is gonna say, you know what? Duty. Oh my god. Someone ban Blanket.
I don't think he's ever outwardly said he hates Jews.
Yes, I would.
Why?
Would call him anti-Semitic.
Why?
I mean, I do believe he has a genuine. He unfairly discriminates against Jewish people, and he enjoys it.
Unfairly discriminates. And Pisco claiming that every single AIPAC contribution is a disqualifying thing for a candidate, and that all of these people and all of the beliefs related to Israel and Zionism need to be stamped out of American politics, or at the very least, he gives a free pass to every single person who believes that. That's not basically the same thing?
I mean, what if somebody said they just want money? Why do you want? I don't want to be defending this fucking position here.
You don't want to defend the position, but you've been defending it. What do you mean? Oh, come on, Mantis.
Hey. Do you hear that? Why don't they just say that?
Yeah, I agree.
Let me ask you answer the question. I don't care what you're going to say. Answer the question. No, let me ask you answer the question.
Why
didn't they just say that? Why didn't El Sayed? Why didn't all these people say, we want money out of politics? Why did they focus on AIPAC?
Because
I think
Jewish
those people are being anti-Semitic.
Oh, so Pisco's being anti-Semitic, and he enables anti-Semitism.
I've never heard. What has Pisco said? The thing that Pisco does is he just, in my opinion, I've never even heard him say he supports any of that shit. In my opinion, he just enables.
Oh, come on. Okay, Mantis, come on.
These progressives.
Okay, so he's not anti-Semitic. He just enables people that are openly anti-Semitic.
Or are you saying that he says that anybody
he enables them by holding the exact same fucking positions as them
who supports AIPAC or Israel is automatically disqualified?
No, but he gives a free pass to every single person that does and never seems to call them out on it. I don't think I've ever heard him call out the AIPAC talking point before. He might even support it. I'm not sure. I'd have to go and check. But we would never draw this distinction between any other form of bigotry ever.
I mean, I'd honestly prefer that you just said he was functionally an anti-Semite. It makes more sense.
No, because I would never say somebody is functionally racist. That's such a weird.
Yeah, it's just minimizing language.
Minimizing
language.
Minimizing language. On your stream, you would probably explain that to your fucking chat. You would.
So he enables them. So functional, he is an anti-Semite. Yeah, do you know what a functional anti-Semite is? Also called an anti-Semite. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Why are we creating a distinction? There doesn't need to be. You know what I mean?
This is the Alito argument for the Voting Rights Act. This is like the whole well, somebody might do a gerrymander that's racist, but they might be just doing it for political power, and that's actually A-okay. So if you want to prove that a gerrymander...
This is literally what the Supreme Court argued. Is that like a functioning alcoholic? No, that's a little bit different. That's way different. What the fuck are you on about? It's more like, if you attend all of the Nazi meetings, you believe all the same things, wear the clothes and everything like that, but you didn't technically sign up to be a member of the Nazi party, you are functionally a Nazi and a member of the Nazi party, right? You just haven't done that last step. But I don't really like the functional part. It's like, yeah, a functional alcoholic is different. That's someone who can function in public society. But I imagine Iceblade knows that. I think he's just kind of memeing.
It was racist, you have to show that it wasn't done for political power first. That's impossible, by the way. If I wanted to be anti-Semitic today, why would I ever call it Jews? I would just say Zionists, and I've already got every single thing there. Actually, it goes even further, because Zionism allows me to literally target Jewish history and shit. I don't have to focus on the Jew of today. I can literally be like Vosh and say Jews shouldn't be speaking Hebrew. They should be speaking Yiddish, or whatever fucking insane shit all these people are saying now. You can go even harder because you're saying Zionists.
Why are you sad, Iceblade? Don't be sad. Okay? I need more coffee. That makes me sad. Anyway.
instead of Jew.
Just my issue is just the like crossing. I don't know how to put this into like.
Why are you depressed? That being said, alcoholism starts off functional, but always ends up non-functional. Don't drink, guys. Don't tell me what to do, Chinchilla. If I want to get shit-faced and go to work and piss all over my work desk, that's entirely up to me, cunt. God, Chinchilla, you piss me off! I'm
I
sorry.
don't know how to explain that. I just feel like you lose effectiveness. That's what this is all about. When you like cross it.
Pisco is too afraid to even mention my fucking name. I Voldemort to these fucking spineless pussies. They wouldn't even say my name on any of this shit. Way before I called them, before I didn't call them like anti-Semitic. It's not like these people don't they don't critically challenge anybody to the left of them ever, and they have no desire to do so ever. It's not like my criticisms are landing on them stronger when I don't call them anti-Semitic. They have no desire to do it. They get paid too much by it. They have the friendships over there. It's too scary to attack them because they're getting shit on by everybody on the internet for doing so. Like they know where their bread is buttered, culturally, socially speaking. And then you can claim like, oh, like what did you guys say earlier? Fuck, you pulled back so much now. I got so triggered listening to you fucking retards.
Bullshit, I've pulled back so much now. That is so. Don't fucking call me a little. I'm not a little fucking snake. I'll say it to your face, motherfucker.
I don't know if you said this or Jonah said it. One of you fucking retards is like, the entrance to get into Destiny's community now is you have to say Hassan electrocutes his dog and is a terrorist supporter and blah blah blah. And it's like, both of those statements are fucking true. So it's crazy that you're pretending that my qualifier to be a part of my community is that here's my issue. My issue is that these people are openly giving a free pass to people that have literally death threats to me. That's crazy. And who openly support terrorists. And now for you guys saying like, oh, well, it's not a big deal. Oh, it's not a big deal. Destiny makes such a big deal about this. Destiny makes it. You guys have told me this for 6 months. Hold on. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You guys have told me this for 6 months.
Whoa, based.
And now we've got potentially the first Muslim senator on TV being asked about Hassan Piker's comments 50 fucking million times because all of you spineless fucking losers were too fucking afraid to say anything about it. This is all of your faults. And now you guys are saying.
Yeah, I completely agree with him there. Like, that is such a electoral liability to campaign with Hassan like that. Iceblade unlocks his drunking first base playing skills when they drink. 6 or 7 months. Based. Have you actually been playing base? Because base is pretty cool.
Oh, Destiny's twin hinge. Because I'm the only fucking left guy on the internet who's willing to say, isn't it kind of fucking weird that the fucking dog electrocutor rapist guy is actually out here openly praising terrorists and now he's campaigning with these people? Don't you understand how that it's like a little bit fucking crazy that you guys are like, I can't believe Destiny thinks that like you have to openly acknowledge the most insane shit ever that Hassan is saying. Do you see how like that's weird on my end?
I do see how it's weird, and I fucking agree with you. And I literally am in your community, and I support all the shit that you say against these people. I just, when it comes to the effectiveness of like in the political sphere, there is a line that has to be drawn with effectiveness. That's all. Like I'm literally trying.
No, I said I would need to learn base, but I'm too lazy and poor to learn. I mean, hey, it's cheaper than learning drums, you know.
To help.
So I have to draw the line
on your side with all of this. I agree that they're weak.
So
I agree that they're weak.
What is the different? What is the different behavior?
My point is, I don't think throwing the baby out with the bathwater is going to get them to not be any less weak. It's just going to give them more fucking leash. Now they have this huge fucking leash. Now you're out of it. You don't get to join in on these conversations.
I've literally been out of it. What do you mean?
It's
I've never been on Living Lord a single time. All of these people treat me like Voldemort. The soy pill was already distancing himself prior because he feels too much fucking heat from the fucking left, and he's got people like Jistical coming in his fucking
like
soy
me,
pill asshole all the time. What?
Like soy pill feels heat from people like me, by the way, because I do call him out. I was calling him out before you were calling him out.
Sister, my New Zealand queen, I love you, but he was never feeling heat from you. He's feeling heat from the people on the far left. There was zero fucking pressure for anybody to be pushed into this fucking direction, into my fucking community. This is the most high pressure area ever, where if you're...
I live in an apartment. I got drum set worth $5,000 still at my parents' because obvious I can't play it there. Is it an electric drum kit or acoustic? If it's an acoustic one, sell it, get an electric drum kit. Then you can just set it up and wear headphones. Problem solved. And you know what? It'd be cheaper than owning the $5,000 drum kit, right?
here, you're getting fucked by all the fucking people on the internet. So the idea that he was feeling some pressure, not to attack you or Tom or anybody else, but like generally speaking, if it's like people on Twitter that are giving you a little bit of pressure versus all of the fucking far lefty crazy people that are like openly doxing and making death threats to people, the pressure's not even remotely close.
Well, so just real quick, because I don't know, and I don't know if my audience knows what you keep saying that like Pisco doesn't call out any of these people, and that he has like friendly relationships with these people. Who are we talking about when we're talking about the anti-Semitic people?
That all of the I can't even make the argument because it's so cringe, but like the anti-APAC obsession is largely powered on the far left by a combination of a hatred for the United States of America and for a hatred of the Jewish state of Israel. It is. It 100% is. I can prove this a million.
Yes, because it's been like, there's always been this desire to try and like undercut like the US supporting Israel in the Middle East, right? And now that public opinion has gotten to this point, they're trying to capitalize on it and cut Israel off from the US. Which is geopolitically a really, really bad fucking idea.
Different ways. But the insane obsession with APAC from all the DSA types, nobody on the lib left will touch that. And it's gotten to the point to where these people are echoing the most weirdo fucking talking points ever. I think I saw both Mockler and Brian Tyler Cohen do that quote tweet of Netanyahu at, I don't know if it was a fucking funeral or what, but they're like, here's a video of Netanyahu giving orders.
You know, I'm depressed because the game was actually really nice and I was just watching it while listening. It was pretty good. Now I got nothing.
To Hegseth and Rubio. Like,
it was dog shit. It was dog shit. That
just
was
literal dog shit.
Zog
so
shit.
like, and it's just like, but this is like a normal thing and that's fine. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. That's insane.
I don't think it's a normal thing. I don't like that everyone's like, especially because there's other groups. I understand that they get a lot of money from.
Rip game, sad. Yeah, I know, right? It was actually therapeutic a little bit because I've been in a weird state where I can't play games right now. I'm just like
APAC, but like there are a ton. If it is just about money, there's a ton of other groups that they could be talking about as well, and they could just say that. They could just say get the money out. I don't like the hyper focus. It is working for their campaign though. Unfortunately, in the politics game, they've picked a litmus test, and it's fucking working. And libs are too scared. They are little like weak little pussies.
The reason why it's working is because nobody's pushing back, which is the one thing I'm trying to do. But just like when I debated Nazis in 2016, I've got to roll through 400 fucking centrists who are too scared to take an actual fucking position until the rest of the fucking world catches up. Because everybody's like, well, I don't know. Should we really tone police around saying that fucking Jews might have to get genocided in Israel for us to have peace in the Middle East? And it's like, I don't know. That's kind of a ridiculous position. Maybe we should be praising fucking terrorist attacks on civilians. And maybe Tibet really did need to be conquered and those savages need to be murdered by the fucking Chinese. And maybe, but like, it's insane to me that I'm treated like I have like the extreme position. The extreme litmus test to get into DGG is that you have to acknowledge true facts about Hassan Biker? What the fuck?
It's not. I agree. First of all, I don't agree with the whole you can't get into DGG without doing that. Like, I don't agree with that
crazy
part of
it was said unopposed earlier in here about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's a wild take to say about Destiny. I think Destiny's pretty open about having anyone in this fucking community, like, despite their political beliefs, as long as they're not unhinged. I am in a very Chinese time of my life. That's okay. What is that from again?
Did not. I fucking did not. I did not say it's about entering DGG. I said something about it being a litmus test. Like if you have to litmus test people to see whether they're ops or not or whatever. Like, I don't like that to me it's just fucking cringe.
Based.
Because to me it's like weird, like petty, dumb, that in particular, the shocking the dog thing, it's just like online drama crap. And it
It's
seems
literally not
juvenile
online
and
drama
dumb.
crap. If you can't admit that he was electrocuting his fucking dog, then you don't belong in politics. You've already failed the fundamental fucking test if you can't admit that. It's crazy. It shows me you are mind raped and you're incapable of giving even basic level pushback against something that's right in front of your fucking eyes. So if you can't call out the fact that Hassan was electro raping his dog to keep it in frame all day on his stupid fucking frat boy stream, then why the fuck would I trust your opinion on anti-Semitism? If you can't even call out the simple fact, how the fuck could you understand anything more complex than that? You're too afraid to even call out the thing right in front of your face. Why would you do something that carries a little bit more risk?
Okay, so you're just being a real cunt to everybody, so you can hopefully have an army of like ultra cunts. Or like have like massive lions and they don't take any shit and they're fucking full on, like, that's it, we're libs and we're fucking awesome and we're gonna be as so annoying as like woke people.
Okay, I just want you to think about what you just said, okay? An army of ultra cunts, super aggressive, they accept no compromise, right? Can you tell me what is the difference between that and Hassan's fans?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. That's my issue.
Okay, that's my issue, is that they're operating like that and it's working, right?
Yeah, it is, unfortunately. And it's
So if
fucking
that's
cringe
working-
that you want to... I understand that you want to play the game that they're playing because the game that you think that...
Is she normally this emotionally sensitive to other people's opinions while saying cunts and calling it? I don't know. This is actually the first time I've properly seen her debate. She's always had some, like, more conservative positions than a lot of other people within DGG. At least I believe so. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. Like, I disagree with her position here, but I don't think she's a bad person or anything. It's just like, yeah. And I'm not saying that to welcome back. No. She's not Connor. She's not Connor. She's not bad faith. She's just like, I think I said this before, but she's falling for the issue with a lot of leftists is if you're a good faith person, you're gonna see their arguments and take it at face value and trust it. Because logically, if you're a good faith person, you're gonna believe it, right? But they aren't good faith. They are acting in bad faith. They are doing the things that they do so that you are more willing to accept their messaging and their talking points, and then they will continue to attack your position. And she's just she kind of alludes to understanding that, but if she did understand that, she wouldn't be holding the position that she has now. But I don't think she's like, bad or anything. She's just wrong. That's all.
they're playing is working.
In this one
it's not
situation.
working, I don't think. I think majority of people aren't radical fuckwits, and I don't want to become one either.
Are they getting more popular or are they getting less popular?
I think probably because Americans have the IQ of fucking frogs, and
Okay,
they
good
are
one,
populist
good one.
retards who are like
This is
reactionary
silly.
shit. It's
Oh, so
probably
Hassan
getting
and
more
them are
popular
actually
currently
they're
because
using
right now you
suboptimal
have
strategies.
a like
Okay. True. No, it's not a good point. You can't just tell everyone that they're stupid. I am retarded. Are you? It's the first I've heard of it. The hell?
pretty
Don't care
big
about, I know whatever. I don't
enemy
care what
on
you're
the
talking
right
about.
as well.
You think that they're using bad strategies, that them being hyper exclusionary, that Crystal Balls, who gives the most aggressively insane fucking interviews ever to moderate Dems, they're all making big strategic errors. All of them are making mistakes.
No, I don't think they're making mistakes. I'm literally saying that they're doing exactly what the retarded population of America wants because they're reactionary, like low IQ populist retards. They're giving them the slop that they want. I don't want you to be a slop trotter. I don't want you to just put out slop for everyone.
So, I think one of the problems that a lot of liberals have when combating leftists, I think Mooten said something along the lines of moderate Dems need to use like populist talking points, and then when they get into power, just kind of drop it and do the normal moderate politician thing, just govern like normal. Now, I disagreed with that. I disagree with that because the problem with that is that also still allows that language to be normalized amongst the party and amongst the progressive movement. Right now, what needs to happen is that messaging needs to be contested. And I think a really good way to contest it is to focus on how you package your messaging to the public. Because if you just argue based on facts, unfortunately, a lot of people aren't going to know whether or not you're being honest or not, right? If someone's telling you, this person's telling you the truth, the other one's saying that the other's lying, people are not going to know. I think the actual solution is to, one, attack the left more and package the arguments in a way that actually appeal to liberalism and point out that a lot of the leftist positions are just scams. Like, they can't deliver on those things. It's physically impossible. The only... And when a leftist talks about, like, the the establishment or the elites. You need to explain that what leftists and communists and socialists want is not to get rid of the elites and to get rid of the establishment. It is to become the elites and the establishment. That is why that is why when you look at people like Hassan Piker, they're very expressive in their wealth and everything like that, because they don't actually believe that wealth inequality is an issue. What they want is they want more political power and influence, you know? That's the difference. I think the only person I know of that isn't like that is a leftist, is probably AOC, because from what I understand, she just earns her salary. She doesn't do any of the other side hustle shit. I think a good example of that is of someone who does do the side hustling stuff is Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has released books and everything like that, right? And he's made millions of dollars. AOC seems to be a lot more principled than a lot of other people are. Not to sweep for a leftist, but at the very least, she toes the line. Like, not toes the line. She follows through on her beliefs a little bit.
That's great. I don't want to be politically eliminated because people are too fucking afraid to call it out. So there's two things that can happen. Either one, there's one thing that happen. So people need to be aware that this is how they function, okay? And since apparently the ideal way for this to happen would be when Hassan or when these lunatics do crazy fucking shit, people on the lib left cover it, just like Josiah does when he makes a video about Bill Maher, just like Pisco does when he makes a video about, some Hayes or some other lib commentator fucking up or whatever, or some MAGA commentator fucking up. That's what you have to do. And then people would see and they go, oh, wow, this is actually really unhinged. This is actually probably not okay. What shouldn't be happening is a whole bunch of people, for the first time in their fucking lives, are seeing Hassan talk about how there's a type of white woman who should be raped more than another type of white woman, but they've never seen these before because everybody in this fucking space is too much of a spineless fucking loser to call him out on it. So if that's not going to happen...
Like, one of the things that I would argue as well is that classism is inherently divisive, and that is its point, right? It creates different groups it's like what class does is it deliberately segregates groups and then invents oppression, right? It invents the idea that wealthy groups are oppressing everyone. And so that is like a way to effectively push populist messaging. Because, Nazis, they didn't do that, right? They talked about it from the perspective of, an ethnic group like Jewish people. So it's something that I've just been kind of thinking about. Like, maybe classism isn't, obviously it isn't real, but it's like I've just been thinking about it a bit more.
Happen, then I have to be aggressive because nothing else is working. I would rather be separated from Pisco and Josiah than lend them any amount of my community or credibility when they're unwilling or unable to call it out.
You know what's so funny about all of this? Marx is spinning in his grave how they corrupted his works. I mean, possibly. I mean, I'm pretty sure the guy is spinning in his grave because he never earned a fucking cent because he didn't have a job.
I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want anybody in my community to be a part of that. They can just, borrow from Midas Touch or whatever other community.
You know what Karl Marx and Andrew Tate's dad had in common? They were both deadbeat dads who didn't do shit for their family and were broke.
It's going to take 2 years to catch up because they're enjoying riding the wave of the sloppulous shit. I would prefer to be on the fighting end of that than to be on the tacit approval end of that. Convince me I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm in DGG, so I'm a DGGer. I agree with you for the most part.
You think my rhetoric is suboptimal. You think I'm not doing the right... So what is the difference?
At times, yes. At times, yes. Because it goes into a territory that I find absurd. It's not absurd, but this
is the difference between my position and, Mantis's position. A lot of people like her are arguing for Destiny to tone down the rhetoric or anything like that. And I'm arguing that he needs to have a sniper rifle and be more precise with it and to be more lethal with it, That's my disagreement with Destiny.
a little bit ridiculous, and I can see here's what's frustrating for me is because I am on your side. It goes into a territory where I see people's brains fucking malfunction and turn off, and then everyone just runs in the opposite direction, and that's it. And then you're sitting there, me and DGG, and like you, whatever, and it's like fuck, we just look stupid now. Now I have to fucking be aggressive and a cunt over here.
You can say that we look stupid. Listen, and you know what? To some extent, okay, I agree. I don't want to do politics this way. I do think it's cringe, okay? Firing off the 50 million fucking videos. But the problem is that it works, okay? Because now more than ever, I have larger people talking to me. I have more people. There is the most ironic thing is there's a woman, I don't even remember her association, who was like tweeting about how she thinks I'm one of the smarter streamers and blah, blah, blah. And this was the same woman that 1 year ago. Yeah. 1 year ago, I don't know if you know this or not, but she's one of the people that I remember who tweeted out saying like, oh, there's a guy named Destiny. He made a good point here. And she got so fucking shit on by all of Hassan's fucking fan base that she had to unretweet it, unfollow me, and then apologize for retweeting something from a problematic person like myself. So I understand the behavior is cringe, but it works. And that's why Hassan and all of these fucking losers do it, because nobody on the lip left will call it out. So then I have to engage in the same type of behavior. And you know what? I agree. It's cringe, but it works. And it has been working. And there's been a dramatic change in a lot of the composition of these communities online and how they're fighting and where the fight has been taken to now. So if you don't want me to play this way, the only thing that would really have to change, you could ask Hassan and them to stop, but they won't until more people die, because that's where they're at. Or you could ask other libs to say, hey, maybe you guys, like, every 92 videos where you print another $450,000 talking about Trump's new crash out, maybe you could actually point to the guys over here that openly support terrorist attacks and the death of people from the West. Maybe you should, like, call them out a little bit on it instead of being spineless, cowardly fucking cucks about it. Maybe. So
you misspoke. You misspoke. Ha ha. Anyway,
that's your option, basically. So
I will continue to do that because I have been doing that because I do find everyone like in the lib area pretty spineless and fucking cucks. Like even I thought you were a fucking spineless cuck like a couple years ago when you had that retard Jew stalker in your community, and I think I fucking emailed you and told you that you're a fucking retard for that, and that's going to backfire, and it has, and it is backfiring incredibly because he's helping Hassan, but. Yeah.
So that's fine. That's a drama containment zone. I don't want you to. I mean, I need
Yeah,
a drama
misspoke.
containment. So I stand by it. I think it was the right decision. I know you guys hate it, but I mean, it was a drama containment zone, just like Darius is right now. You gotta have drama containment.
You bred a fucking demon. I don't know why you're standing by that shit. That is fucking insane.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think. I think people need to stop. I think Food Shops have said this before, but people need to stop assuming Destiny is just like omnipotent. Like he's never gonna make a mistake or some shit. Like just chill the fuck out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you fucking agree with me. The feeling that I have when I see some of these things, and I cringe. That's what I'm feeling.
I don't want to be doing this, but I have to. This is the.
I get it. I literally argued that with Jola.
You don't, because you're sitting here sweeping for Jola, who's literally a fucking retard. That guy could unplug his brain from the entire online atmosphere, and the world would be better off for it. Not having him involved at all. He's another sweeper who makes pointless anti-Trump content.
You make the best decision you can with the information you have at the time. You make them. I don't think Steven is the type to regret something like that. Yeah, exactly. It makes no sense to regret it. There are even things where I disagree and feel like he did the wrong thing, but it's like, I'm not going to sit here and like obsess about his decision making from 2 years ago. Like, who gives a fuck? His decisions do not reflect on him anywhere near as bad as the people who backstabbed him, right? That's the point I would make. Anyway.
And then shits on the lip left when he has the opportunity to do this sweep for these far left fucking losers. And then he acts smug about it the whole fucking time.
Maybe I should go look at more of his content. I never got that vibe from him in terms of he would only focus on. I just don't get the vibe from him that he's only shitting on moderates or libs or whatever, and he's sweeping for progressives all the time. I feel like he's just, in my opinion, he's just in politics in real life, so he's always playing this dumb game of like, okay, how do we just get into politics, like get as many people in and get the votes and win against MAGA. So he is probably willing to bend over a little bit more backwards than you would for certain people online as well. Like I just,
well, to be clear, Joel was on my stream just like I think last week, talking about the fact that he did think that Pisco was somebody who swept a little bit too.
Okay, his mic sounds terrible for some reason, and I don't know why. It sounds like this got like, I don't know.
hard for the DSA candidates, and that he thought that he was
Sounds like the gain's too high.
Pisco was too easy on them. He disagreed with that on Josiah, but he did agree with that on Pisco, and he does seem to like also call out the DSA candidates and people like that. Which, I mean, yeah, we over here, like, we had been doing this for about a month before everybody else started focusing on DSA.
If I were to go to his
but
TikTok and I were to look at all the largest clips, are all of them
I don't.
gonna be,
Again, I don't
is it
know
gonna
about
be a
his
mix, or
TikTok
are the
because
largest...
I don't know anything about his TikTok. I engaged with him as like a streamer in the streaming space, so I didn't even know that he really did TikTok content until
I mean,
today.
can I be honest? Like the fact that you would, the fact that anyone would even be I don't know if you've spent enough time on TikTok or you ever watched TikTok. We spent time on TikTok in this space, and it is brain numbing. It is actually depressing because
Largest clips, so Justicles clips. I mean, he is large, so.
I have to say that is what is.
No,
winning
hey,
over
look,
most
I can
people
say that I'm
in,
fat
like,
as
young
fuck
people
too.
in America is TikTok, and it is disgusting. It
Which
is
is
a
fine.
disgusting
Yeah,
platform
part of
with
the
full of
reason
He is
idiots.
my fat king.
Part of the reason why their messaging works is because they can be so aggressive against everybody and then cry bully. Because the left people can never, this is what I need them to do. But you guys aren't helping. All you're doing is just telling me what I'm complaining about, and now I'm starting to more aggressively audit left
it's
people.
so fucking annoying,
And you're
dude.
just,
It's so annoying that you say that because, like, I am one of the people who is probably people fucking hate me because I am so aggressive and I don't usually bend over anyone. And I'm telling everyone, like, bro, I guess you can't now, but if you spoke to Pisco, you would know that I fuck with him everywhere he goes now. I'm calling him out all the time. I called Soypil out. Like, it's so frustrating because all I do is express that it's a little bit cringe.
It doesn't matter. It's not. I'm not trying to make this. I'm not trying to be narcissistic, but it doesn't matter for smaller content creators because they don't care. It doesn't affect them at all. They're never going to host that criticism. They're never going to have that conversation, or they're never going to call out any of these farther left learning people. This is why I have to be the one to do it. It's not enough for smaller people to hound them and say things because they're never going to confront that criticism, and they're not going to have much of a conversation about it. They're just going to go on doing the sweep shit for the far left.
Yeah.
Like there's like that. I don't think that you are a sweeper. But when you get mad at me for going so hard on the sweepers, it's and then say like, well, you know, I don't sweep for them. I believe you. But that you like, what would you change right now if you were a far left person, okay, and then you deleted me? Let's say that I'm gone. What would you do differently with people like Josiah or Jola or Pisco? What would you do differently to have the most effective controlled opposition you possibly could? What would you change in their behavior? Because in my mind, these guys are perfect controlled opposition. They're perfect.
Yeah, I agree. They've become that. I agree. Like, I'm Josiah especially it's really fucking depressing.
And Pisco too. Pisco's doing tricks
Josiah's
on
bigger.
it.
Like, Pisco's a fucking
nobody.
nobody.
Endorse people. He's like, oh, I'll support whoever wins. And it's like fucking 1 second after, I pre-endorse, I'll say it. I pre-endorse, and it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, there's not even like a hint of objectivity anywhere here. Not to say that you can't endorse those candidates, but like, when the sweeping only ever goes in one direction, every single fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweepings in one direction, you end up with all your shit in the corner of the room.
And then when these people are like, they're so everything. Hold on, wait. And then like, obviously, again, and I do agree that it's cringe. I agree that like the behavior that we have to do as a community right now, I do think it's cringe, and I feel the cringe, but I have to push through it. But for them to see that, and it's so obvious, like, oh, like Destiny and his community in the way, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, fucking Hassan is in bed, neglecting his fucking family and his health and everything else, scrolling for simply substance tweets at 2 a.m. to see if he can find orbiters of mine to have agreements or disagreements with in the comments on fucking Twitter. He's playing the game at like 5 times the level I am right now. He's on so much fucking harder on this shit because he could go so much harder because he's got infinite fucking leeway to dox and harass and support people calling for the murder of me and other people like relentless.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick because I'm getting thirsty. I'll be right back. You know how you can't sweep for? Who you can't sweep for? Master Debater Manure. He will explode on you. I know, right? What is there to sweep? He has all of the correct takes, you know? Hello. Live Hassan React. How did I end up here? I thought it was Denims, Thonk, Pepega, PogChamp, Based. I love my chat.
See on Twitch and he gets no fucking push.
Best chat. All of the memes. I want to see lots of memes.
Back for it. Meanwhile, I have to be careful what I say on YouTube. I'm already fucking demonetized. And nobody is giving Hassan any pushback on this fucking anywhere. No pushback.
No, he's definitely
Well, yeah,
playing
I mean,
the game.
even Hassan's comment about killing somebody, you repeat it in your fucking DGG chat, and that's literally all over the fucking place. But the original comment from Hassan, I haven't seen that literally anywhere. But the difference, I think, is like by extension. Like when we're talking about, obviously none of us are going to be defending Hassan or anything that Hassan does, but it is the extension to somebody like Pisco or Jola. Though I think the Pisco will end up defending Hassan in very peripheral ways, like when the Ethan lawsuit or things like that, but he doesn't defend like Hassan and his behavior or anything like that. I don't know. I just don't know what the exact like thing is, that because I agree like in the extent of that you do want to extend the criticism, because it would be similar to platforming. If you're going to keep like hyping up some anti-Semitic people and making them sound good to your audience, that like your audience is likely going to go and watch this fucking anti-Semitic person and then be radicalized by them. So like I agree with the extension of it. I just don't know that the sweeping is for their actual beliefs and the ones that you're upset about.
I'm reading his dono messages.
Can you rephrase that?
People like Mantis or Hutch are just
don't
saying there are
believe
some
Mantis.
targets who shouldn't be
people
targets
like
until
Pisco
further
and
notice. The
Joa are
frustration
sweeping
is
for
very
are
fair
the
from D.
things that you're talking about, where you're talking about the anti-APAC stuff, the anti-Israel stuff, the more hardcore like beliefs. Those aren't I don't think I've seen them sweep for those positions.
By not covering it ever, and then by calling me out for covering it, again, I will ask the question again, and I will note that neither of you said fuck all last time, so I'm going to assume it's because you think I'm totally fucking right on it. What more could you ask for from controlled opposition than for somebody to constantly cover your adversaries and never call you out on the thing? But then when people, what would you change from their behavior? If you were trying to create the perfect controlled opposition, what would you change from?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Especially
what the fuck?
But that's why I do call them out. Personally, I don't know what else I personally can.
If I call him an op, if I call Jola an op, and it seems like he's engaged in literally the perfect form of controlled opposition, and neither of you can even give me a thing you would change, then what's? I don't understand what's the issue with me calling him an op.
I don't know what it is, but I just don't see the malice. That's all. Like when you say op, I feel like there's like malicious intent ascribed, and I just don't see the malice.
Stupidity. I mean, I don't know if a guy says that he thinks that a woman who's too drunk to consent like is fine to fuck. Like he's not being malicious, but you probably still call him a rapist, right? Or would you not? Would you just call him like somebody who happened to facilitate and enable a rape that he took part in?
No, I mean.
She's... Okay, bro.
It depends, but with Jola, for example.
Oh, the Pisco. Sorry.
With Jola, for example,
That's funny.
I
very
don't know what he's saying on his TikTok. I feel like I'm fucking way behind because the shit that I've ever heard him say, it's not. I'm surprised to even hear that he like lied or there was lies all around or whatever, or he got things wrong, whatever it is, and it's only going in one direction. This genuinely surprises me. I'm just he doesn't whatever.
Sure.
So maybe I'm wrong about.
Wait, but do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why you're genuinely surprised?
Well, because I don't watch his fucking content.
God.
Because I'm not a retard who spends time on TikTok. I've only ever seen YouTube.
Nobody else.
Just completely off topic. This shit tastes pretty good. Tastes like lemonade. It's pretty good.
Call it out because nobody will do the homework. Nobody else will do it except for me. I'm the only one. I'm the only live left.
He's the only hero.
Rox and Hutch, also, which I don't remember. I think you guys agreed when Jonah said that those are the other two mind raped people that have been captured by my DGG empire. But those are the only. Besides them, Yeah, of course you
What?
don't. When
Just
you
to be
Why
clear,
did you say-
you said you said there wasn't any pushback. Like there was. Like at numerous points we were talking about the fact that like you're obviously going to talk about the fact that the left is doing the same exact thing. That the tactics that he finds cringe are the same exact tactics that people like Hassan and these other DSA nut jobs are using. Like we did like talk about these things. I don't know how far into the conversation you made it.
Well,
I only drink Zero Ultra.
Scream to come in here, so.
I can't drink the sugar-free stuff, unfortunately. That make me really sick, which sucks because I actually really like the Zero Ultra one.
Maybe later on you push back, but I don't know. But I was triggered right at the start where he was like, yeah, about an hour in, I realized that this conversation was it was just
Stroller,
looping,
he's a
so
fucking cunt, all right?
stopped
He's snarky.
crying, and then because I was getting so fucking raped, and I just ran out of lube, and it's like, oh, and then I was like, oh, okay, so we're doing that. Okay, cool.
Fair enough. He triggered you with his stuff.
Yeah, which was really, really cringe. Like, people need to not do that during fucking debates. The whole point of the debate is for you to argue your fucking point. If you're getting destroyed on it, it's not, oh man, I knew this was gonna suck. That's fucking cringe. So many people are really bad faith in debates in general, right? Even if they're from like DGG and they're like adjacent to it. Unlike my boy, what was his name again? Manua. Yeah, Manua.
He was being
He
snarky,
is my king.
yes. Oh my god, bro. Okay, well, look, all I was trying to say is it's cringe at times, and it's hard to be a part. It's hard to be. I'm in the side of your side, and sometimes it's hard because I can't do that. I can't go to the level of cringe that you can go to, apparently. It's very difficult for me.
To some extent, that's fine and I'm happy. But when all you maybe you guys don't say it, but when all these other motherfuckers are like, well, maybe we should learn something from these guys. Maybe we need to learn something. This is what we learn because this is what they're doing. Because
I don't even think he's a DGGer, man. He said he mogged Destiny as well. It was really funny.
This is what works, unfortunately. So if you don't like it, like I don't like it, then
okay, this discussion's kind of over. And I want to watch the Pisco Loner Box anti-Semitism thing. Don't worry about that. But yeah, sub to Tomfoolery. He's a cool dude. This is a fun discussion.
You said you want to call me. Oh yeah, okay. Hello, hello.
How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
You're insanely quiet. Wait, maybe did I turn you down last time we spoke? No.
Maybe.
You're at 100
I don't know about
now.
that. Okay, well listen, I have some Japanese like neighbors right now, and so I don't want to be that loud.
Okay, that's
Sure.
fine.
Is that cool?
I'll double
How
your
you doing?
volume. It's okay.
Sick. I'm drinking a beer. I hope that's all right with you.
Why would he care, Pisco?
I'll make an exception. Okay.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you spill your beer?
Why is he breathing so heavily? Pisco in Japan, Rip Japan ruined. Getting shit-faced with the boys! Japan's really lovely. I'm kind of jealous that he's chilling there.
I kind of did. You could sort of say that.
You didn't get it on your equipment.
Maybe he'll be on an Abroad in Japan video. Have you guys seen Abroad in Japan? He's fucking amazing. I love his shit.
Did you?
I got it everywhere. All my equipment, man. I gotta say, it's everywhere. But
No.
I'm dealing with it. Anyway,
Vosh is coming here. Yuck. I mean, challenge him to a debate in person. Just kidding. Fortress Arc never ended.
you want to talk about Jews?
Yeah.
Jews!
All right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, so I'm listening to your conversation with Conduit, and I got a little bit fucking whiplash from hearing my own words getting. So he brought up that thing, hating Jews. No, anti-Semitism
Jews.
is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. I was like, oh no, that's what I said.
What a fucking take. Anti-Semitism is hating Jews more than absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
A fucking legend.
Yeah,
Obviously, I don't say that as but I don't think I ever said that you should go out into the world and use that as a concrete definition. It was more of a quip. But
I didn't know it came from you.
I didn't come up with it myself. It's like a joke from some fucking, I think it's like a rabbi or some poet or something. I don't know. It's like obviously it's a joke from a Jewish person because it's like tongue in cheek. But I was actually curious. What do you think that quote means? Or like as a quip?
My guess is it's something like
Ooh.
that disproportionate critique of someone who is Jewish is an indication of anti-Semitism. But again, maybe it's a quip. It's kind of like there's a lot of like I don't know, hatred or like, I don't know. It's like
deprecation, self-deprecation.
What's it when you like you rag on yourself, whatever that term is?
Self-deprecation.
Self-deprecating humor among the Jewish community and stuff like that. So I don't really know what it means. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe it's like just indication.
Depending on the person, you get a different response to that answer. Because like obviously objectively you can dislike people, right? But if you hate them more than what is reasonable, then it's likely because you're anti-Semitic. Or that can apply to different races as well, right? I think that's one way to interpret the joke. The other way to interpret the joke is that overall Jewish people can be dislikable, right? And if you have that perspective, you're probably anti-Semitic, right? But he's going for a third one, which is it's tongue-in-cheek or whatever, right?
Like Jews themselves are highly critical of Jews.
I think that's maybe like where the joke is probably like the fact that it's self-deprecating, but I think the concept that it's speaking to, and the thing that I seem to notice quite a bit is that, and it's probably the case with other forms of bigotry as well, is the idea that like if someone from X ethnic group does something bad, you can rag on them, you can hate on them, you can criticize them, whatever.
Yeah.
But there comes a point where someone can be taking a particular issue, even an issue that like everyone is on the same side of, but they are clearly taking it to a place that is not really concerned with the issue itself.
Yes.
So
basically he said what I said, but in a smarter way, which is just, you can hate someone, but if you hate them a little bit more than what is reasonable, it's probably because you're being bigoted to that group, right?
I don't know. We've had this discussion with Drew Pavlou actually about grooming gangs in the UK, right?
That's like a fever dream, but I recall us having a conversation like that. Yeah.
And obviously, like everyone, so no one disagrees that the grooming gangs are real. We know who they were. No one disagrees that they were allowed to get away with their crimes for a very long time. No, I don't think I've ever met someone who supports them. But obviously, there's a difference between someone who acknowledges like who those guys were and what they did and everything is very different from someone who like makes that something like front and center, like an obsession in their politics, right? Like someone who talks about it like all day, every day. They just seem strangely uninterested when the same crimes are being committed by white people. And then they don't have to exaggerate, but often they do start to exaggerate as well, or they start to inflate numbers and things like that. And usually, even without the exaggerations, we can quite safely infer that.
I already imagine Vosh living here for a month and thinking he figured out Dutch politics. You assume that it'll take him that long. He'll be there within 3 fucking days.
People who put...
And he's going to talk about how fucking... it's basically socialism living in the EU, bro.
Such a small subset of sexual abuse crimes in the UK to like front and center of their politics and have that level of obsession with it are doing so out of bigotry, or are at least doing it in a bigoted way.
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is that there are certain trends or patterns that constitute circumstantial evidence for dislike or prejudice against Jews, right? But that doesn't change what anti-Semitism is, as I understand it. I think all you're saying is there are some things that we would take as circumstantial evidence of discriminatory belief. And I think that the problem that we were having in that conversation is one of getting the full scope of what anti-Semitism is, not what would constitute evidence of anti-Semitism. Hope that distinction is clear.
Yeah. What do you think
What microphone is he using?
anti-Semitism is?
Does anyone know?
I take anti-Semitism to be dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of
You will like it here initially. I mean, what reason?
Someone because they're
What reason does a wealthy person have to dislike Denmark? Is it Denmark? Dutch is Denmark, right? I'm not misunderstanding that.
Jewish, in other words.
Yeah. So like either the religion or the ethnicity.
It's an RE20. Oh, it looks interesting. Because it's actually Netherlands. Ah, my bad. Oh, so he'll be doing tons of drugs. Oof, that is very pricey microphone.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, Total Biscuit used one. I thought I seen it from somewhere.
And I guess when we're defining other forms of bigotry, would there be anything like there was a bit of a dispute, I guess, about how exceptional anti-Semitism is compared to other bigotries. Is there anything that you would comment there on that? Like, do you agree with that, or do you have or what was your opinion there?
I view it as tangential to what it is. I mean, it could be true, it couldn't be, and it could not be true, and it wouldn't change my understanding of what it is.
Peace goes
I just
whispering.
understand anti-Semitism to be hatred, dislike, prejudice, etc., of someone on the basis of them being Jewish. That's what I understand it to be.
It depends on the type of building, Chin. Some places in Japan, the buildings actually do have really good sound proofing, but then other places, it's just like you could fucking hear everything outside of the room and in the neighbor's room and shit like that. So it depends. But when I was there, it wasn't too bad.
And it could be true that there are some exceptional aspects of anti-Semitism, and I think that there are. If you want to know my opinion, but there's also exceptional, distinct histories related to other forms of prejudice, of anti-Black bigotry, etc., etc. And so I'm not really in the game of like comparing the amount of badness of a given prejudice. I think they're all fairly bad, but I'm happy to recognize that there are distinct and unique aspects of anti-Semitism, as I suspect there are for a lot of different bigotries.
Okay.
And I think that do you agree that that's like a a notion of anti-Semitism that smiles with you, that you not that you agree with it, but that like makes sense to you?
That is
I think I was going to add like the exceptional part to me is not so much the weight of it, is more that it's more the sense that like I don't think most other bigotries have this thing where you can denigrate a group just as much as you elevate them. So I think with like anti-Black racism or like
City Center has the I think my dude, he is a millionaire. He will find the perfect property.
Racism against fucking Pakistanis or whatever else, or even gays and trans. Like usually it's to do with them being something lower than what the in-group is, like either dumber or more degenerate or dirtier or something like that. Whereas with
yeah, but that's not necessarily true. He's going to explain.
Jews,
I'll just shut up.
Like people can hold that opinion of Jews plenty, but they also simultaneously see Jews as like exceptionally intelligent, exceptionally powerful, exceptionally in control of the way things are going in the world. Like the conspiracism, I think, overlaps a lot with anti-Semitism compared to other religions or other bigotries.
I mean, it reminds me a little bit that dynamic that you're calling out, again, not to say anything other than on the specific point that you're raising. I see a comparison to like what happened in Rwanda, right, with the Hutus and the Tutsis, and there's a kind of minority which is seen as having like sort of far too outsized influence or power. That's all fine with me. I think that would sort of influence what we would take to be evidence of that prejudice, but it wouldn't change our notion of what the concept of anti-Semitism in fact is. In other words, everything we're saying about like the tendencies of people to hide power levels, this like disproportionate focus, that to me is all like just inputs where we might weigh it differently perhaps, but it's all circumstantial evidence of a state of mind. And I want to know if you agree with me. Do you agree that by and large, anti-Semitism is a state of mind? It's a mindful state.
Mostly. I would probably draw a caveat in the sense that maybe we'll get into this in a minute. I think like there is a way that people can not necessarily have the state of mind, but they can be so reckless with regards to like the stuff that the things that they're doing or the information that they're putting out or the things that they're saying or believing, that it's a very predictable outcome of what they do, and they're doing it with a particular like reckless disregard for whether or not like what they're saying is truthful or holds merit or whether it's proportionate or that kind of thing. So an example would be
I want to push on that a little bit. Yeah. So sorry, go ahead. You can finish. My bad.
So if I like, I think when I was like 13, some fucking older charismatic dude in fucking World of Warcraft convinced me that the Holocaust numbers don't add up, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, I suppose that makes sense. I didn't have fucking anything to push back with. I don't think I had any state of mind against Jews when I was like believing that stuff. I think if I went around saying it and all that, like there might have been some trouble, but obviously now that I'm older, now that I'm educated, now that I'm a political commentator, if I started saying the same things, it would be much harder for me to excuse that behavior, because I don't think I would only be able to do so if I had a very reckless disregard for the impact of what I was saying and believing, or the truthfulness of what I was saying or believing.
Yeah, so like to sort of just what you're saying, I think we would apply different weight to evidence as relates someone on a forum when they're 13 and like a fully grown adult who presumably you're being exposed to all manner of anti-Semitism, I'm sure, and these tropes, and you're dealing with a lot of these international issues where anti-Semitism and related charges loom large, right? And so I certainly think that everything must be considered in its context and the totality of circumstances when we're running this analysis. But again, I think that that's all just getting.
Okay, I need to do myself a favor here because this is a long video. We're probably not going to watch the whole thing, but yeah.
To what we take to be different culpable states of mind, right? And I don't think it's changing fundamentally what it is we're measuring. And the example I want to push on that is like, let's say that you take an action that you know will increase anti-Semitism. You know it for a fact. And the example I used that unfortunately was never answered in the conversation with Conduit is, suppose that someone is in good faith without harboring either a conscious or unconscious bias and of Jews, or of someone who loves Jews, releases an expose that they know will have the practical effect on, let's say, some action that Israel has conducted, leave it at that. They know this will increase anti-Semitism. That will be the effect of what they do. You would never call that person anti-Semitic on that basis, merely because they know to a certainty that their action is going to increase anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No. I would maybe ask one question. Is
in your Discord, I can't even read the rules. Wait, really? Okay, I need to fix shit. Sorry, man. Fuck, dude. So it doesn't even allow you to see the rules? Dude. I might have to just change all the settings again. No rules for you. True. Yeah, you'll need to allow people to read the history for the channel. Maybe that's what's wrong. Okay, hang on. Permissions. That probably is what it is. You are right. Because like they can read, but they can't read the history. Okay. Let me change. Unverified user. Read message history. Okay. That might fix it. Chinchilla, can I remove your perms and you tell me that you're able to read it? Yeah. Actually, join wait. Oh, you won't be able to do that. Okay. I'm gonna remove your perms. Just let me know if you can see the rules and everything again. If you can do it, go to the little tick and tick that, and it should give you perms. It's still blank on my end. Blank. Why? Okay, whatever. I'll have to change everything again. Sorry guys, I was doing that because I ended up getting bots on the server. So I was trying to fix that because that was one of the recommendations, but I guess I haven't set up the perms properly. All good. Shiznit happens, you know what they say? I'll just, what I might do is I'll just leave it like that and I will manually add people's perms because it's not exactly a big community or anything yet, so. Like, fuck all people on here. You know?
Does it matter, one, how truthful the thing that they're saying is, and two, like how much regard they've had for the truth when they said that? Wait, what?
Oh, that, yes, the second part, yes. So the reason why I say no is, suppose that in good faith you had that expose, and it turns out all your sources were liars.
Yeah,
I don't think that would change whether or not you would think that they're anti-Semites. In other words, what is this intuition pushing? It's pushing that this is not just about the effect that you cause in the world, right? Someone can go around, it could be the case, right, that responsibly dealing with the grooming gangs and exposing them at the appropriate time leads to increases in Islamophobia and anti-Muslim bias, right? Here's another example. I'm sure that 9/11, you would agree with this, caused a significant uptick in anti-Muslim bigotry. Agreed?
Can I call in? Sure. Join waiting. You should be able to. But if it's not the coolest thing ever said in the history of mankind, you get banned. This is the part where we find out he can't join waiting room. Hello? I'm waiting. Oh, Blanket joined. Stop trolling, Blanket. Yo, what I do? What do you want?
Hello.
What do you want?
What I want? Okay.
I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Okay, so basically a little bit of background. So I, in my country, I do like communication trainings for liberals and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm currently like making like a training around like populism and how to combat that and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And, so what's going on with like Pisco, like it really confused me because of the fact that I typically go off like don't listen to what they say, but know what they are thinking. You know, that like basically decode what they are actually saying to you, right? Because Nick Fuentes will be like, well, I'm a white identitarian, and then basically it boils down to, well, I'm actually just a racist. That kind of stuff. When it comes to Pisco, I'm just really confused because of the fact that you know that he is doing like something that is actually like malicious, but there is no like malicious intent from his part. At least that's what I think.
Well,
so
okay.
how would you deal with those people?
Okay. First of all, he's not dumb, right? He understands that there is a purpose to the words that he's using, right? But I don't know, like sometimes people also get, you know, ideologically captured on things, right? The way I think I tried to explain this in the past, but a lot of the understanding of, so for example, you notice that there's like a big obsession with AIPAC, right? And the influence they have and everything like that. It's the implication is that this Jewish organization is using its money to control the US, right? Now,
yes.
One of the ways that I would give a counterexample, because I find just comparing it to how Muslims have been treated is a really easy way to explain to people who are on the left why it's bigoted, right? And
yeah, and the confusing part is that it's like they are pretending to be boneheads because of the fact that it's not coming inside, right? It's like,
well, conservatives do the same thing,
Muslims,
right?
Yeah, but then the question is, it's like, well, he is aware of what he's doing, right? That's something we agree on because of the fact that he is like a political paid person, right? He's not dumb. I don't judge him as dumb. So there has to be more, right? But then the question is, what's the more about him? What is the end goal here? What is the big tent? Is that the end goal? Is it that it's not?
I don't think a lot of people who are pushing a lot of the leftist anti-Semitism are really thinking that far ahead of what the end goal is. I think it's more of, I think it, like.
Don't you think that Pisco doesn't know that?
I don't know, because I don't want to make him like, I don't want to do the Mantis thing where I'm just like, oh, he's just retarded. It's like, no,
Yeah.
he's an intelligent dude.
Yeah.
But the way I understand it is, how do I explain this? Sometimes people can do, like, very often people can be anti-Semitic without actually directly realizing that they are engaging in anti-Semitism, or they might even come to the conclusion that even if their actions are inherently anti-Semitic, they might be just like, well, even if it is the case, it's like because this was something that I realized a while back, the injustice of anti-Semitism to them is nothing compared, like the anti-Semitic actions that they're doing is nothing compared to the injustice of what AIPAC and Israel are doing, right? So what ends up happening is they become dismissive and minimize it, right? This was something that I experienced when I used to be a leftist and the whole BLM protest stuff happened, right? When the BLM protests happened, the general feeling was, well, the riots are bad, the burning down of businesses are bad, but compared to the injustice of what's happening to black people, right, you would become dismissive of that criticism of the movement. And so it just ends. Now, realistically, you can chew gum and walk at the same time. You can criticize the riots and still support African American people in the US. And the same thing is the case with Israel-Palestine. You can criticize anti-Semitism and you can, you can say, hey, I don't agree with Israel bombing the shit out of everything, right? And that's unfortunately the big problem with leftists, right? Their issue is that every single position from the Israel side to the US side is inherently evil. So as far as they're concerned, anything that they do is completely reasonable. October 7th was probably reasonable in their eyes too. Because I know I have plenty of friends that think that.
Do you think there's like utility into calling him an anti-Semite? Because it looks like kind of silly on the surface level because of the fact that like that Pisco isn't racist, right? He isn't like a racist person, right? I know that Destiny said like, well, he would be a Nazi in Nazi Germany. I can see that, right? That being said, like the utility of calling him anti-Semite, I don't know if that's the game plan.
I would rather call him
really work.
I would rather criticize him and say that he's basic, because someone used the term functionally anti-Semitic. I would rather call him an anti-Semite now when he's like showing these signs and he starts receiving flack and he changes his behavior and thinks critically of his position, rather than waiting for him to calling for death camps or whatever, right?
Okay.
Because that's a big problem. Like when Hassan was called out for being an anti-Semite, it was the same argument. People were saying like that's crazy. You know, he's not anti-Semitic, yada yada yada. Criticism of
Well,
really.
I think he is.
There were people that did that though, right? There were people on the left who said that it was crazy to call him an anti-Semite, right? Now, it's accepted as a fact because it is a fact. It's just eventually what's going to end up happening is people are going to start, like we're watching this here now, we're going to start listening to Pisco's takes and like put them under a microscope a bit more, and we're going to realize that despite the language that he's using and everything like that, he does engage in anti-Semitic behavior. Why is AIPAC, a Jewish, a Jewish Israeli organization, why is it so bad that they spend money on elections, but there are other organizations that spend way more on other particular issues? Like, there's an obsession with it, and that obsession, which is what Lona was talking about, is what leads to anti-Semitism, right? It's not whether or not it's appropriate that there should be money in politics or something like that. It's why is it that you are so obsessive about one particular organization when there's like so much worse out there?
Yeah, no, I agree, but it's still so weird for me to like I have my own headcanon around Pisco because I know Pisco since 2019 because he used to be on like Prime Guy's panels with me, and I used to talk to him, and basically like I think that he got like how you call that when the captors keep you. And then you get sympathy for the captures, for the captured, for the people that take you hostage, like that syndrome, right?
Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah, Stockholm. Yeah, he basically got Stockholm syndrome. That's kind of how I feel about him when it comes to leftists, because he has engaged with leftist people for so long that he cannot really like engage with them or something. It's like
I
really
think the
weird,
problem
and I don't.
is his audience captured, right? He doesn't want to piss off his audience and make $0.
Okay.
Because a lot of his audience are leftist. The other
that was another theory of me. Like basically, like it's a bit too far to say he's grifting, right? But there is a
it's not a grift,
right?
It changes your behavior, right? It makes it so that you are less likely to do something. The other side of it as well.
He also wants to further his career, right? Because when you saw that conversation with Taylor Lorenz, and like Hutch was like railing into her, and like Pisco was sitting there, and he was like, oh shit, like he is destroying my connection. Basically, that was what I got from that whole talk, and I think that there might be an element of that as well, that he's trying to keep everybody in the boat or in the big tent. And
I understand that, but the other side of that. So the thing that people need to understand is, if let's say leftists right now, they have really problematic tendencies and behavior, right? You can't correct that problematic tendencies or behavior by being nice to them and saying, oh, we just disagree on some things, right? These things are, they're lines in the sense. I didn't stop being a leftist because I listened to takes that I agree with. I listened to takes that contested with what I believed in, and I digested it, I looked into it, and I realized I was wrong. That's how you change people.
Maybe it's a bit like I don't know if you ever saw the talk between Jordan Peterson and like H3, where it like basically like Jordan Peterson said like something along the lines of like, if you submit to them, they will eat you alive, right? And maybe it's the same with Pisco, that he's going to die of 10,000 cuts, right? That he's basically they will try to swallow him.
I think
that's kind of what's happening, right? He needs to submit,
but I also think he's smart enough to like kind of pull himself out of that too.
Yeah, but that's so weird, because he has to realize that at this moment of time that what he's doing is not going to work out for him in the long run, because it's like if you don't speak your mind, eventually it's going to clash, and it's going to be weird. And
Yeah, like what Destiny, I think Destiny has said this, but a few other, and I think Whick as well. You understand like the crux of their argument as to why like it's all going one direction and the criticism's only going the other way, right? So because they're not going, so when someone like Pisco has, you know, let's say a San Arbion, right? If he had him on his stream and was talking to him, he might even criticize him a little bit, right? But the criticism is going to be completely different to what people like Hassan and that do to the Dem establishment. And so what ends up in a situation is liberals, because they act in good faith, they're going to sit there and go, hey, you know, there's some room to negotiate. We can agree on some things. We're basically 90% there together, you know? We agree on 90% of things. But then when you get to leftist, their position is from a position of bad faith. So they'll argue, you know, the Dem establishment, they work for the rich. They are oppressing the people. They are helping Israel genocide the Palestinians of Gaza, you know? But yeah.
Yeah, it's basically what the training are about. Like populism is going to be about, right? That they when you are liberal, you kind of believe everybody knows it's flawed, but you kind of believe in the marketplace of the ideas and that the brightest ideas will go to the top. But if you have people in that group that you're talking to, right, and you make decisions with that group, and one person is like subverting like the conversation to something that isn't true, the person is lying, is being bad faith, right? Then
I
basically
think
the democracy at some point will stop working because you have a bunch of liars.
Because the populist movement is inherently anti-democratic, right? So their job is to overthrow the system and install a strongman leader. But the other thing I wanted to say as well is liberalism and democracy and all of that shit is flawed, but that's deliberate. It's supposed to be. That's the good part about it, is it is flawed.
It's a feature. It's a feature.
It's a feature. It's meant to be flawed, because if it isn't, if things aren't flawed, you can't improve it. Right?
Yeah.
You know, just logically, like if it's not, I always, you know, the saying, you know, there's always a saying, having your cake and eat it, right? That's what liberalism and democracy is. It's just, but you get everything you want.
Then I go back to the point, like how do you deal with somebody like Pesco? Because Pesco is, I think he is a liberal. He might be like a little bit on the left when it comes to liberalism, which is fine. But he isn't a socialist, and then it's like he's carrying water for these types of people, right? And then it's so weird, and it's like how do you combat somebody like that? Like how do you debate somebody like that?
You just call him out. And then he has to defend his position, and he will do his pedantic shit. And then
that's why Destiny started to call on the anti-Semite. The fact that
because he's basically, so a while back I said something along the lines of when someone, so with populist messaging and a lot of the things that the right-leaning people do with their cultural war shit is they are inherently not engaging with facts, right? You could sit there and detail perfectly all of the facts that support your position, but they won't care because the facts that you know, where you get the facts from are inherently politically biased and incorrect and all that shit, right? But if you argue from a position of like morality, it becomes a lot harder to dispel it, right? Arguing that what Pisco is doing is anti-Semitic, now he has to try and explain why he's not anti-Semitic, right? Instead of arguing about the facts of whether or not anti-Semitism even exists or some shit, right?
Like the earlier conversation you had like with Manure,
my best friend
was your best friend, your biggest fan. So basically, what happened there was like you saw that the conversation with him and Bobby, Bobby. So Bobby was like engaging like in good faith, like he was like making moral arguments and that kind of stuff. But so he picked the high road, so to speak. Whereas like Manure is just low road, low road, low road, low road all the time, and it's like you cannot debate somebody on the high road if they only pick the low road. Then you at some point you need to go low as well, because otherwise you cannot engage with those people. And he came in with your talk, and it was probably like really unsatisfying for him because of the fact that he was picking the low road and you were just clowning on him.
Yeah, because I could tell within like, as soon as he like started talking about the liberalism, and then like if it's, I just immediately was like, okay, yeah, this guy's fucking around. So I was just like,
yeah.
But little did I know he wasn't fucking around.
Yeah, yeah, it's a difficult question because of the fact that Pisco, yeah, it's so weird what he is doing, and it's like because of the fact that I don't think he is stupid, right? Because if somebody is stupid, right, and they are like doing the sweeping for the socialists, so to
Yeah.
speak, right? Then I'm like, okay, this person obviously doesn't know enough. Like person isn't well
I
versed
mean,
in the space, right?
Politics
Pisco,
is also like a form of what is it? It's like a form of a
punditry.
No, it's like a social intelligence too, right? With people and understanding things. You can be extremely book smart and intelligent and still have incredibly disgustingly bad politics, right? Some of the smartest people I've met are leftist, who just completely misunderstand shit.
Yeah, but that's the Pisco is stupid argument, and that's something that I don't buy in.
No, he's not
right?
stupid. He's
Because
just in a bit of a
like audience capture makes more sense, right? That makes more sense for me.
The other side of it as well is I think he's so the way do you understand how leftism kind of works in kind of head fucking people a little bit? Like what?
Yeah, agitprop.
Yeah,
Agitprop,
it's
right?
not just agitprop. It's like we are the moral position, and every other position is not the moral position. It's actually conservatism, and it's fascism, and it's all right. So that's why it's really difficult to confront leftism, because it's like you feel like you're confronting what is morally good, right, in your brain. But what is objectively the case is that what is objectively the case is that it's a scam. It's a con.
Yeah.
Well, is what it is. It's communism, not communism. Anyway, but it's like, if you frame it from that context, which I really like, it changes like like the saying of like the language that you use kind of conjures an image in people's heads. If you talk about it from the perspective of it being a con or a scam, people start to think of it from the legitimacy of that system rather than whether or not in the past it didn't work. And why didn't it work? Oh, it's because all of the CIA agents overthrew all of these communist nations and all that shit, right? Now you're not even having that discussion. Now you're talking about the actual thing.
Like I said this yesterday, but it's basically like we have a catchphrase for that in the Netherlands. Like we basically say like this is a party that promised beer for everyone, right? Because of the fact that it's so stupid, right? Because it's like just giving presents away that are useless, and that's the same with like promising the sky, right, and that kind of stuff. And that's what socialists and communists are doing. And by the way, if you want to go for like a communist or socialist society, you still need to have like that vanguard stage, so that stage that is like extremely authoritarian and that needs to get rid of the property rights and all that kind of shit. So that's like the China, basically, right? It's China reverted a little bit back to liberalism because it didn't work. But yeah, it's it's also silly, but it's still I don't. Pisco doesn't have an excuse, first of all, and I know that he knows what he is doing, so I'm so confused, like how to combat that because of the fact that you can call
Just
it out.
call him
and that
out on
kind of
his
stuff.
shit. Eventually, it'll stick,
Yeah.
and he'll realize what he's doing wrong.
Okay.
You know, he's not. The thing is that people can have views that are, you know, pretty fucking bad and everything like that, but they're not inherently bad people. They're being a little bit head fucked, you know. And I think that's the case with someone like Pisco, you know. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
get the fuck out of my call. No, I'm joking.
Have a good one.
No worries, man. Thank you for stopping in.
Okay, no worries. Bye-bye.
Bye. That was based. Thank you, Chinchilla. Right, 2 call-ins today. This is based.
Would you ever say that the attack on 9/11 was
What is up, Chris?
Muslim? I don't think you would ever say that.
Nope.
I think you would think it's ridiculous to say that, right? And so we therefore conclude.
Thanks for the sub, buddy.
Necessary here when we're talking about people. Now, there's one caveat which I agree does exist, and where Conduit was, I think, effective in getting me to re-remember it and clarify, and that is when the action you take is in and of itself discrimination on the basis of Judaism. So you have someone who.
I need to get that to stop popping up like that. Just landed a new sub. Hell yeah, man! Thank you. You're a legend. Bruh, what? We got 2 more subs. That's crazy. Who else subscribed? Hell yeah. Bruh, we're on our way. 2,000 subs soon, please.
It really doesn't harbor hate, any hate in his body.
Who was that fucking loser in the call? It was your boy Megu.
But whatever action they're taking is just by definition discriminating on the basis of anti-Semitism. That's a different concept of anti-Semitism, but I think it's sort of pushing on different things. But
by the way, Chinchilla, I fucking love those discussions. Like, absolutely, really enjoyed that because that's shit that I've been like thinking about and talking about for a while. It was really good. Thank you so much, man.
I would grant that would be a state of anti-Semitism just because the action.
I actually really love that shit.
Anti-Semitic discrimination. But on the core concept here, and I'll let you respond, I think that we've established that in order for someone to be anti-Semitic, they must have some culpable state of mind. They must have some prejudice, some hatred, some dislike for people on the basis of them being
totally exploded on him.
So you're saying it has to have that state of mind?
I think we both agree that. I think we both agree on that.
Mac and cheese with baked beans? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, going to bed. Good night. Was a fun stream. Thank you, Blanket. I had a lot of fun too. I really appreciate you stopping by. I'm American. Okay. He looks like Bonnie Blue after that convo. True. Who the fuck is Bonnie Blue? Damn. Black surpassed Chinchilla. Black surpassed Chinchilla. Blanket's new name is Black.
That's where I kind of find it a little bit more difficult. Maybe I can maybe only argue this from examples, but
Black.
Let's just double check before we go into that. What's your opinion on do you think there's a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism?
Yes.
If you were to illustrate how strong you think that correlation is, how would you do so?
I don't know that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. That's just I don't have the data for that.
Or just or do you have like an example?
I have an intuitive feeling if you want. Like I have a vibe about it.
Right.
My vibe about it is it's probably a significant correlation. In other words, at the 5 or 1% significance level, that you will see a rise in anti-Semitism given anti-Zionism. I do believe that, yes.
And why is that? Like, why is it the case that say someone who doesn't really harbor any like what we call like traditional like 20th century anti-Semitic opinions or whatever, but they do seem to just have like an overwhelming bigotry for like Israeli Jews who just happen to be like most of the world's Jews?
Oh, that's a further specification that I did not clarify just then. So,
okay.
So I thought what you said was, is there a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? But I didn't hear you say anti-Semitism indexed specifically to anti-Israel anti-Semitism. It's like anti-Semitism only of Israeli Jews. If you do mean something more specific, then you're gonna have to ask it again.
Wait, so anti-Zionism, I thought that would imply
anti-Israeli, yeah,
or Israeli Jews.
So anti-Semitism is what you're asking about, a correlation between anti-Zionism, which I would take to be a dispositional attitude against Zionism, right?
Okay.
And whether or not that's associated with anti-Semitism, and that is what I take to be discrimination, prejudice against Jews.
Right.
And that isn't specific to a more specific form of anti-Semitism, which is anti-Semitism of Israeli Jews. That would be equivocating. That's a different thing. Now, we can talk about that, but I'm willing to grant you the greater, right? I'm willing to grant you that anti-Zionism is probably highly correlated with anti-Semitism, the overall anti-Semitism, regardless of whether they're from Israel or wherever, right? It's just the broader version. And the reason for that is I probably think every single anti-Semite is probably anti-Zionist. Actually, that's not true, right? Like, you did have some, Nazi belief that they were encouraging emigration, I think, from Germany in the period and encouraging people to go to Israel. But that
This is a common anti-Semitic trope, I'm pretty sure. The idea that Nazi Germany was encouraging Jewish people to go to Israel. It's like the reason why they're doing that is they're trying to correlate the two. Like, most people who were Jewish who went to Israel at that time were probably escaping oppression from Nazi Germany, were they not? But you phrase it in this way, like Germany's helping them do it. Like, what a fucking disgusting comment.
I wouldn't classify that almost as like any form of pro-Zionism. To me, it would just be like their immediate goal is to get rid of the Jews in the Reich, and so I wouldn't really classify that as Zionism.
Yeah, definitely not. So,
okay, never mind, he corrected. I take it back.
In your world, like by your definition, is it possible then to be someone who, like, because this is the question I come up with a lot as well, is like,
what's Pisco's stance on Hassan's dog? Shocking, Hassan's dog was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
Do you think that, say someone who doesn't harbor what you said, like a dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of Jewishness, but they do hold bigoted opinions against Israeli Jews, and I guess by extension, like, just against Israeli Jews, to you, is that just something different from anti-Semitism to you then?
Yeah, I think it would be. Yeah, it would be anti-Israeli Semitism or something, or anti-Jewish hatred of Israelis. It would be like, I don't know, a kind of what's the term where it's intersectional hatred or something? But it would be more specific. And again, I'm just being super anal just to make sure we have the right definition. I think by definition it would be different than anti-Semitism because there's an additional condition, which is that they be Israeli Jews, right? And that would imply that they don't have a problem with people on the basis of their Jewishness. What they have a problem with is on the basis of their Jewishness and their Israeli citizenship.
It was a stance they hold early on, but that's where very quickly, but they were very quickly, but they were very quickly put them in ghettos and camps instead once they got power. True.
Israeli connection. And so it's by definition different.
Yes, I'm aware. And a lot of the Nazi talking points is that the reason why so many Jews died during the Holocaust was because Western countries didn't want to take in all of the immigrants. It's like, what a beautiful way to imply that they aren't responsible for killing 6 million fucking Jews. Like, what a dog shit take.
Yeah. So like, could you shorten that to the point that like so you can be bigoted against Israeli Jews, but not anti-Semitic, right?
You can be bigoted towards Israeli Jews.
Yeah, but not anti-Semitic.
Trying to imply that it's just xenophobic and not anti-Semitism.
I think definitionally, you would. Let me just think about that. Semitic. It's possible.
If I hate on Chinese people and I'm like obsessive about it, and I talk about how China is influencing the US to become beholden to Chinese interests, like, it wouldn't be unreasonable if I was like being super unhinged about it to call me like racist to Asians. You know what I mean?
To be anti-Jewish Semitic or whatever we're calling that, and not be anti-Semitic. I think that's true.
Okay. That might have been one of the most retarded things I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Jesus Christ, Pisco. I need to slow this down. I need to slow it down. What the fuck was that take?
It's possible to be anti-Jewish Semitic or whatever we're calling that, and not be anti-Semitic. I think that's true. Because in order to be anti-Semitic, you need to have hatred and dislike on the basis of Judaism, and there's two conditions that need to be met for the more specified version, which is both Judaism and...
Look, he's trying not to laugh because that was such a stupid fucking comment, dude.
And the other thing. Oh, actually, no, it would be a subset of one, right? Or I don't know about that. Let me think about it. Someone help me with the logic here. I'm just trying to be consistent. So in this example, you wouldn't harbor hatred against a Jew who wasn't an Israeli citizen. Therefore, you wouldn't be anti-Semitic on that view. Yeah. So I think that follows. Yeah. I think I'm right.
Okay. in the regular discourse, are you going to split that many hairs between someone who?
No, I've never heard this
calls,
concept before. I've never heard this concept of anti-Semitism, but only of Jews who are living in Israel or who have a connection to Israel. It's the first time I'm hearing ever of this concept.
Well, I guess this is often the basis on which people.
But notice how Pisco is trying to squirm away because he knows his point is dog. Yeah, of course. And then he's like, no, but because I'm right. It's like, how do you know you're right?
Like, so, like, let's say there's this hypothetical person who really fucking despises Israeli Jews, right? Like, they're the worst people. They're all crazy, racist, extremists, and all that. And not only that, but they love Jews outside if those Jews are the good Jews, the ones who are not Zionists, the ones who don't sympathize with Israel, because most Jews outside of Israel do sympathize with Israel to some degree. So that would be a problem as well. Like people, because like this is when people who. If you get like an extreme anti-Zionist is going to hate anyone who, or is going to have like a big issue with anyone who sympathizes with Israel. But most Jews outside of Israel do. So this is like someone who ostensibly has a strong, who is basically against anyone who is against like at least like 70% of Jews on the planet, because they're either Israeli Jews or they are Jews who sympathize with Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to think about the person who would fit that mold, right? Let's think of the example person. The person who thinks in their life, let's say, they love the Jews in their life. They're married to a Jew, right? They're married, and in fact, they're thinking about converting to Judaism, right? But they really, really hate Jews in Israel. You wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic, would you?
Yes.
If they get to a point
like, I love Jew people. Hell yeah. Judaism for life.
Where, like, if their Jewish friends are sympathetic to Israel, or they think Israel has a right to exist, or some shit like that, then
you ordered your IDF
they're
uniform.
like,
well
that's
done,
a bit of a
Chinchilla.
deal breaker. I'm not really.
proud of you.
You're just too genocidal, or too. I mean, some people will say that people who are Zionists should be treated the same as Nazis,
fulfilling the full conditions, but let's say that they don't fulfill those conditions. Let's say in the absence of you making it so that they fulfill those conditions, but in their life they're going to marry a Jew. They want to convert to Judaism. I don't think that you would call that person anti-Semitic. Right? Definitionally.
Well, they want to convert to Judaism, but like the only Jews that they'll tolerate are ones who are anti-Zionist, which is okay. Then this is where I get So this is where I'm not sure.
This is like a very narrow, specific concept. I don't think that you would call someone like that anti-Semitic in the general sense. It would be like
I think if you're twisting yourself into a pretzel to try and figure out if something's anti-Semitic or not, it's probably anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic in a more specific sense that is not necessarily inclusive of anti-Semitism more generally. It's a further specification. It requires something else.
That's why I'm not sure if it does, and I'll tell you why. It's because, and I think the reason that people find it very hard to disconnect these two things is because it's not like Israel and Zionism is not just people who happened to be Jewish or happen to be Jewish living in an area. Like their being there is kind of like an intrinsic part of like the Jewish story, of like Jewish history. Like that half of the world's Jews in the 20th century.
What you mean by it's intrinsic history? Can you just clarify what you mean by that? It's part of their intrinsic history?
It's like an intrinsic part of Jewish history, as in like Jews, because of the way the rest of the world treated them.
It's prominent in their identity, that it's like important to them.
No, I'll just go through the sentence and you can see if it makes sense. Because of how they were treated by the rest of the world, most of the world's Jews found themselves in a position in the 20th century where they didn't really have anywhere else to go. Some of them found a life as a minority in what was left of Europe after World War II. A good number of them went to America, but for the rest, they pretty much all of them had to go to Israel. Like for half of the world's Jews, that's what happened. They couldn't really.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of leftists probably think that this is like by design from the Zionist extremist of Israel.
They didn't really have much of another choice.
They'd probably, they blame Israel for the rise of anti-Semitism throughout the Middle East. just by existing.
And when they were there, obviously, then they were faced with the other issue of existing either in a Jewish state or just existing as a minority under like a different nationalism that was very hostile to them. So to me, like Zionism is just like a part, it's like a very intrinsic part of Jewish history to the point that like it was survival for half of the world's Jews. It was that or you're fucked.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by it's an intrinsic part of their history. Like it's an important part of their history that they care a lot about, or that it's like it happened.
As in, it's like it's a product of, as in, it happened to them because they were Jewish. Like,
is that what you mean by intrinsic? The word.
Yes, that's what I mean by intrinsic. Yeah.
Okay, so it's an intrinsic part of their history because it emanates as a result of bigotry that they experienced in various parts of the diaspora. Correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would grant that on intrinsic meaning related to bigotry, anti-Jewish bigotry, that it is intrinsic in that sense. But I don't understand how that helps us clarify our notions of anti-Semitism, unless you're willing to say that anti-Zionism is by definition anti-Semitism. I don't think you'll go that far.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I think it would depend on, again, because to me, coming back to the thing you said earlier about when people believe things that cause anti-Semitism or cause it to rise.
I once dated a girl from South America. She had a German surname. Then I looked up her surname. I was basically dating the granddaughter of Doctor from a concentration camp. Based.
I think it does depend on
love is love.
How much they've come to that conclusion, either in good faith or with a kind of like of how much regard they've had for the truth of their statements. So even though I think it can have like anti-Semitic outcomes, so I'm trying to figure out exactly where the schism is here. Is it really just in the idea that like this hypothetical person can be bigoted against Israeli Jews? They can hold a red line to any non-Israeli Jews who are Zionists or who have sympathies with Israel or not, but they're not anti-Semitic, right? Yeah.
I'm just working with this like example that you raised, which frankly, maybe there is such people who exist who are able to disconnect their beliefs about Jews, but also maintain a hatred which is dependent on Judaism. In other words, this kind of person would not be prejudiced against Christian anti-Zionists, right?
They wouldn't be prejudiced against Christian anti-Zionists.
Oh, sorry, Christian Zionists. My bad.
Oh, well, they'd probably dislike Christian anti-Zionists, but
do conservatives typically dislike like progressives for being like, you know, against like racism against black people? Like typically, yeah, MAGA tend to like really harp on how like leftists are just enabling black people or some shit to like commit crimes and shit, all of their unhinged beliefs, right? So I don't think it's an unreasonable take.
I don't know if they'd be bigoted against them, right? Or like against Christians.
So it's a part of anti-Semitism, right? The point is that they're going to look at like the behaviors from the Christians and be like, oh yeah, this is absolutely anti-Semitic. Like this is absolutely sweeping for the Israeli state.
What
that is genociding the Gyatso
or the ethnicity isn't doing
people
much
of
work there. It sounds like
Palestine.
the Zionism is doing the work there.
Palestine.
I think Christian anti-Zionism, Christian Zionism, I think is much more of a choice. Whereas I don't think most Jews in the world,
I disagree with Lona here. Is such a soft boy. He's trying to dog walk Pisco. True. Well, he's engaging in good faith. Pisco's wrong here. You can absolutely be anti-Semitic if you're against a Christian Zionist. Because the point is that they're against the idea of like Israel existing because they don't want there to be a Jewish state.
Literally most Jews in the world who are in Israel, I don't think they really had much of a choice in feeling a connection to Israel. I feel like that just kind of happened to them because they were born there. And even with Jews who are connected to it.
I'm just trying to get this. I'm just trying to get like this concept down, right? Like I'm imagining a person who is bigoted against Israeli Jews and is also like bigoted against Christian Zionist or something, let's say. And it just really sounds like the driver there is the anti-Zionism. And
Are they bigoted towards the Christian because they're Christian or because they support a Jewish state?
This hypothetical person, because they're cool with Christians who aren't Zionists, and they're cool with Jews who aren't Zionists, and presumably if there's like, I don't know, atheist Zionists, they would have a problem with them too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like,
but I guess in the case of the Israeli Jews,
okay, but if the majority of Jewish people are pro-Zionism, then you're against the majority of Jewish people. Also, Christian Zionism is mostly an American thing. They want the Jewish yeah, I'm aware of that.
It's like a lot more, well, in the case of the Israeli Jews, it's more, that's the immutable one, right? For atheists and Christians, it's not immutable to be a Zionist. But for
so
other to be like an Israeli Jew, yeah.
What would it mean to not be anti-Semitic, but to be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionists more specified? I'm having difficulty with that.
Okay, wait,
I don't know why it's relevant to our
be anti-Semitic, but I think you just said to be anti-Semitic, but to not be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. Can you rephrase that? Or
so to not be generally anti-Semitic, but to be specifically anti-Semitic only insofar as
the correct take is that being anti-Zionist is just basically anti-Semitism. Yeah, he's splitting as many hairs as he fucking can. He's gonna be balder than me. No, he's if you like, yeah, you know what I'm gonna say. Like, how far do you have to be anti-Islamic extremism, but not be Islamophobic, right? Like, it depends on your actions plus the thing that you're doing, right?
Relates to someone who has a Zionist outlook. That's what I'm having trouble with. I'm having trouble with both like imagining such a person and also with why we think it's relevant to cashing out our concept of anti-Zionism. Oh, sorry, anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, for a couple of reasons. So one, I'm kind of like on the, and this is something I'm more on the fence of. I'm on the fence of whether or not like bigotry against Israeli Jews, like a bigoted form of anti-Zionism, basically, whether or not that should be just seen as a different form of bigotry to classical anti-Semitism, and that would clear up a lot of the confusion. Like for me, it's like quite easy to say, well, if you don't think, you know, Mr. Piker or whatever is anti-Semitic, I mean, he's obviously bigoted against Israelis. he's bigoted against Israeli Jews. Like it's a very exceptional bigotry that he has for them. So
the way someone might be bigoted against like a Mexican, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that he's bigoted in a way against Israeli Jews in a way he wouldn't be bigoted against Israeli Muslims? Fair?
Oh, definitely not. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But is in a way that it would be different with an Israeli Christian who, let's say, is incredibly
inbred, violent, pigeons. Yeah, I'm aware. I couldn't find that clip. I was going to include it in my video, but I just couldn't find it anyway. I guess because it's so vitriolic, like it just gets taken down off of Reddit and everything.
Zionists in Israel. Would that be the same kind of prejudice against the Zionist Christian in Israel? Would that individual be subject to the same kind of, I don't know, attack by Hassan?
Yeah, probably. But again, like a Christian Zionist, to me, Christians as a group don't really have to be.
It just feels like the
Israeli.
Zionism is doing the work here, right?
Not really, because again, for a Christian as a group, because bigotry does come down to groups. Christians don't really have to be Israeli. For Jews who are born in Israel, they kind of have to be like, they don't really have that much else choice. Like some of them can go and get like dual citizenship and all that. But as far as it goes with like the whole point of like as a collective, they don't really have another place to.
Whether they do or not, right? Like it could be true that they don't have another place to go. That would just be like, I guess, some additional, you know, mitigating circumstance that we should like be more sympathetic to them. But why does it change like these concepts, right? Like, would you classify like
Brooklyn? One way I would explain this is because Pisco is like, well, how do you? Basically, what Pisco and Lonerbox are discussing is Is he discriminating because they're Israeli, or is he discriminating because they're Jews, right? And I think the best way to argue this is when a Republican is harping about, Somalis, right? Somalian immigrants or whatever, and saying really unhinged things about them, you probably would reasonably expect them to be anti-African in general, right? And to be racist towards black people. Yeah, exactly. These thugs, these gangbangers, These, that's why they use language like these violent animals, right? And shit like that. It's very, very scummy.
Zionism itself as a form of bigotry. I don't think you would, right?
No, I don't think it's a form of bigotry, no.
And do you think that Hassan would be prejudiced against Israeli Jews who are not Zionists?
No, but I don't really think that really exonerates.
Then it doesn't feel like he's being bigoted. So if he wouldn't be biased against an Israeli Jew who is non-Zionist, it doesn't sound like he's bigoted against Israeli Jews.
But then we're making the argument that how many bigots exist in the world then? Like, is Tommy Robinson not a bigot because he's friends with a couple of British Muslims who are like, we just want to love Britain and stop the Islamification? Or as a BNP person,
I'm just
not bigoted against
Yes.
Muslims because they're Muslim members of the BNP? Probably.
No, we're assuming that we know their mental states, right? So that's a kind of epistemic question of whether, but assume that you really, really did know that Hassan harbored no prejudice against Israeli Jews who are non-Zionists. Suppose that you knew that, right? Put aside the epistemics and you just knew this to be true. I think it would be accurate to say he's by definition not bigoted against them as a class.
No, because I think when you get to a point where you are making your acceptance of a national...
Did Doobie donate already? It's Lona's stream, so I don't think so.
Group conditional on them agreeing with you, that's still bigotry. And that's the same thing with anti-Muslim bigotry in the UK. You can't just say
what would
that
take bigotry to be?
It's
then I'm having a problem with this notion of bigotry then.
It's a broad prejudice against a particular group for some kind of national or ethnic or religious characteristic, or a immutable characteristic.
So some sort of immutable characteristic. That's the basis of the discrimination. But in the example we're using of Hassan, where we can read his mind, it doesn't sound like what's causing the discrimination is the immutable characteristic of his genetic makeup. It doesn't sound like what's causing it is, I don't know if nationality is immutable, but I don't think it's on the basis of nationality. It sounds like the basis of the prejudice is
their
belief, the Zionist belief.
I
think that's predictive on everything. It's perfectly predictive of every single situation, right? It's perfectly predictive of the Christian Zionist. It's perfectly predictive of the Jewish Israeli non-Zionist. It's perfectly predictive of presumably the Muslim Israeli, right? It just sounds like in this example, it's the Zionism that's predictive, and therefore it's Zionism that we can say is the but for.
Yeah, but what's Zionism? If I was pro, equality, right? Or not equality, multiculturalism, right? If I was pro multiculturalism, right? And someone is against multiculturalism, right? They're anti-multiculturalism. If I argued that that person that was against multiculturalism was racist, Zionism is when you hate Palestinian children. Don't you care about the kids? Man, fuck those kids. Based.
Necessary condition to the negative disposition.
If you were to argue that being anti-multiculturalism was racist, that wouldn't be an unhinged take, right? Because the clipped based. Because, the purpose of multiculturalism is to accept multicultures, right? To accept everyone, right? Being against that implies that you are against cultures other than your own, which makes you a cultural, a cultural supremacist. I don't know if that's the correct term. Um, and you know, like the purpose of Zionism, right, is the idea of there being a Jewish state and a Jewish home. Most nations are ethno-states. New World countries are multicultural. Yeah. Which is fine. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even argue that, right? Because they allow immigration in a lot of countries, right? I understand that there is a majority of a specific ethnic group, but I don't know, maybe I'm just like a little bit weird on it because Australia is very multicultural. Which, you know, is based. I like being able to go and get Chinese food or a kebab or pasta or just a Bunnings snag and being really Aussie, you know, or have a few grog with the boys. I like my Pakistani neighbors. I like my Indian neighbors, you know? Anyway.
Again, I'm just not... So again, that does mean... Wait, first of all, do you disagree with that definition of bigotry?
No, I don't think. I think bigotry is usually like some sort of harbored prejudice. I'm okay to work with that.
But does this mean that I can no longer call Tommy Robinson like an anti-Muslim bigot because there are Muslims who agree with him, even though they're still practicing Muslims, and he likes them?
No. The difference there is like we don't believe. We think that those are like token figures, and that we don't trust him, and we think that he's manipulating, he's a liar, and so there's an epistemic barrier. But
not necessarily.
Really
no, I don't know. I think he sincerely likes them. I think his whether or not he likes them is just, it's so conditional on whether or not they conform to his ideal or what he thinks a Muslim should be. And
I think it's more of a thing of people who are bigoted are not necessarily, like, people can have bigoted views, but they're not necessarily going to completely socially isolate from other ethnic groups, is what I've learned lately. Like, someone can be just like, I don't want more immigrants in my country, or like we saw it in Australia. No ethno states are actually pretty rare. There are about 10 in the whole world. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks, Talos. El Talos, if I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, I don't know. I'm lost. My brain is cooking. My brain is frying. The flu is killing me.
Like the bigotry against the Israeli Jew is like, it's like because they don't live up to his expectation of what he thinks an Israeli Jew should be.
Yeah, but it's part of it's part of the expectation based on the intrinsic characteristics, or is it all based on their conduct and ideology? That's the question, right? Like, is the expectation that he has of Jews different than the expectation he has of Christians or Muslims? That's a question.
Again, I find it, I'm not really able to apply this.
Does he hold the Israel? Oh my God, sorry.
Because I think it matters when you're talking about a particular collective group. And also about whether or not it's compared to when it comes to their approach to Zionism, not in the same way, no.
Well, but regardless of that, I mean, you're saying that it needs to be a collective group with respect to a different purpose?
Well, in that case, Israel is multicultural as well, since it has millions of Arabs in its country. I don't know. I probably would argue that that's true. I don't know how it works with an ethno-state. I thought it was like you can't go to another country. Well, I mean, is that because are they there from prior the creation of the country, or did they immigrate there? You know what I mean? Like, if they were already there and they were assimilated into Israel, that's a different thing, right? Being able to immigrate to Israel, I'm wondering, is the prerequisite that you are Jewish, right? Is what I was led to believe. Like, I suppose the question is would you regard them as necessarily just hang on? No, Israel is an ethno-state since discrimination and Jewish supremacy is written into the laws. It really depends, but also you got Polish Jews, Russian Jews, German Jews. Yeah. So I would say that it's an ethno-state because the dominant ethnicity is Judaism, right? It's the forefront of it all. Whereas, because like I imagine, yeah, there are Arabs there. Think some aren't allowed to live in certain areas. Yeah, which is kind of bad. See, that if that's the case, then you could probably argue that that's kind of bad, but whatever. I was a bit surprised that I didn't actually realize there was a large demographic of Russian Jews. I only found that out recently because I watch a lot of Counter-Strike and I noticed that there were a few Israeli Counter-Strike players that speak Russian. But anyway.
Yeah, because if you're a Jew who lives in the Middle East.
By the way, I appreciate the corrections. Always do that for me. Thank you. I'm not that knowledgeable on Israel-Palestine shit.
Like, why do you think those Jews are Zionists? For the most part.
I'm not sure why it's relevant, but I assume that they're Zionists because they were taught to be Zionists, because they were, told about Zionism, and before them, because of, facts about their reality, facts about the geopolitical situation.
Okay, facts about the reality. Can we go further into that?
Yeah, so I presume people, are taught their ideologies and they're informed by their experience. And one experience that Israel has had is constant conflict with its neighbors. And so I'm assuming if you're asking like causally what's forming these beliefs in a person, right?
Or what reinforces them as well. So facts about the reality, and
I assume it's like their nurture what they're told and then what they experience.
Yeah, so
it's kind of a broad answer, but that's what I assume.
No, that's fine. You mentioned conflict as well, as in like what does them being Zionists have to do with the fact that they're in conflict with people around them?
Well, I assume that sort of nationalistic ideologies, to the extent that there's like competing or attacks from without, or you might say conflict with other national groups, that this might, as a natural tendency, again, I'm not a fucking sociologist or anything, but have the effect of promoting such an ideology in a populace that's sort of apt to hear the message. In addition to like the kind of like, and here I'm not using the negative connotation.
Jesus, we've been streaming for a while.
That you might.
The crux of the issue here is that Zionism all shares the same beliefs. Zionists all share the same beliefs, and they are hated for their stated beliefs, which is totally fine. We judge people for what they say and do. I understand that, but the problem is a lot of the. So, for example, let's say, Zionist, largely bad, right? But the problem is that the language and the attitudes towards Zionism end up leading to people being extremely anti-Semitic, right? What's a good example of this? Like, for example, when after October 7th, I remember this happening. After October 7th, there were a lot of pro-Palestine protesters that were actually going to like Jewish events, like people's like bar mitzvahs and like Hanukkah celebrations and stuff. That's insane to me. There's no reason to do that. That was blatantly an anti-Semitic action, things like that. And, we can sit here and say like, at the end of the day, like what's happening in Gaza is so much worse and everything like that. But that's a different discussion altogether, right? I'm not asking which is killing more people or anything like that. I'm saying this is something that's bad that's happening from the left. And yeah, some people conflate Jews and Zionists, but I am pretty sure they were anti-Semitic before. Yeah, that is true. But people also become anti-Semitic, right? Because of rhetoric. That's why there's always like, how do I describe this? Like if you're using very vitriolic language to describe a group of people that are Jewish, that has pretty broad implications for like Jewish people, right? We can agree on that. It would be the same as if like, you know, people, I think I've already said this before today, but, you know, people obsessively talking about African-American crime and cherry-picking statistics and stuff like that, right? Yes, Zionism was used a lot well before like October 7th and everything like that, to describe like this idea of like Israel controlling the US and causing 9/11 and shit like that. I heard about that shit years ago, and I thought it was hilarious because I thought these Nazis are fucking insane. And now I'm listening to people on TYT using the exact same fucking talking points as neo-Nazis, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with them?
Have in like a school or in a society where that's spread along. So yeah, I mean, but I'm not sure why this is relevant to the question of what anti-Semitism is.
I think it's relevant because we're getting to the idea of, I can just lay it out rather than like going through the chain of questions. I think most Jews in Israel are Zionists because if they didn't have a Jewish state, they'd probably be fucked. Like they'd either be in serious trouble when it comes to like violence from people around, from the like national groups and other forces around them. Yeah, like their entire survival would be in question. Because then you're saying that like I'm not bigoted against it. So now I'm a hypothetical person who says I'm not bigoted against Israeli Jews. I just need them to stop believing something that's quite essential to their survival.
Yeah, so in that context, maybe one would infer a hatred, but let's say that you really didn't harbor a prejudice against them on the basis of that trait, right? This is just analytic. I'm gonna be honest with you and Frank. It sounds like you're trying to change the meaning of some of these terms to fit people in certain boxes. It sounds like all these exceptions and these well Christianity is a class with respect to a goal. It sounds like we're doing a lot of work to like fudge the definitions to fit certain outcomes that we want based on like what we think would be good for the world. Like it would be good for the world if anti-Semitism includes these people for some reason. But like I just don't understand like why is that what you're doing, or are we trying to like understand some standard notion of anti-Semitism as used by people?
Well, I was trying to do a couple of things, but just to come back to what you were saying, like just to confirm what you said there, it sounds like the idea is that you can be in a position against Israeli Jews where you can say that I'm prejudiced against them, but just for their beliefs. But it just happens to be a belief that is quite important, is like pretty important.
Question is, was that always there, or was that caused by current events? Personally, I think at the moment the bigots are just coming out of hiding. I think it was always there. I think it's just more, you have an active conflict. There's a lot of like emotions tied into it, right? Like, and it makes it easier to radicalize people a little bit. Confident saying they were saying what they always believed. I think it's a bit of both, right? There are a lot more people that are more confident in being bigoted, but I also think people are becoming radicalized, right? And a lot of that is deliberate. You know, it's no secret that, you know, countries like Russia and China amplify talking points online to kind of create political instability in the West, and I would largely expect that the Palestine stuff is a big part of that, right? Israel is a geopolitical partner in the Middle East, and, you know, one of America's biggest allies. They're actively at war, and yeah, like if I said 10 years ago anti-Semitism would come back, I wouldn't have believed you. Yeah, no, I think the warning signs were there. Like, just from my perspective as someone who used to be a leftist, because it's not a movement that started after October 7th. It's been something that's been building for a very long time, and they're just capitalizing on it. Like, for example, a really good example of this is what's that fucking tanky's name? Jackson Hinkle. Now that dude was completely fucking irrelevant until he started talking about Palestine. Now he's like fucking huge. Russia is also very anti-Semitic culturally, always has been. They've never been, they've never tried to fix it. I'm well aware. They killed a lot of Jews during World War II as well, along with Nazi Germany, but people don't like to talk about that.
To their survival, like to their safety. And then that just kind of means, well, I'm either going to hate them.
Zionism is good.
I'm going to hate them, or they give up their. Yeah, so I'm just like saying, but if we go to the question of like,
Jackson Hinkle is paid and propped up by Russia. Yeah, exactly. It's just a crazy coincidence that the far right, far left all have very sympathetic views to geopolitical positions that, benefit Russia and China and are very antagonistic to pro-Western geopolitical positions, right? It's just a fucking coincidence that they're all talking to each other, that they're all on Russia Today, that they all don't attack each other. It's just a fucking coincidence. Don't skits out. Don't be schizo.
The position would basically be like, I'm going to hate this group until they believe things and act in a way that will put them in danger.
Yeah, but assume he doesn't think that it puts them in any material danger.
Assume they don't think that.
Yeah, assume he's sincere and he says, but they won't be in danger. It'll just be a peaceful situation and they'll integrate. I mean, there might be a few problems, but...
Hinkle was one of the new wave atheists that got him famous, kind of lost his marbles afterwards. I believe he got even more famous after October 7th, right? Because he was very anti-Palestine. The horseshoe became a circle. Yep. It's actually not a horseshoe. It's just a big line that says unhinged people and normal people. Why do I have to pretend that the leftists have the same beliefs as me?
It doesn't really threaten them. And
and
suppose that person were
okay.
sincere.
No, I agree with that. And then that's where I would get to a question of like, okay, then the next thing I would ask is like how much regard for the
But you wouldn't call
the
that
facts of the matter.
anti-Semitic,
Not
right?
inherently, but I would ask like I would move on to ask the question of like, how have they come to that conclusion? Like, how responsibly have they attained that conclusion?
But that's an epistemic question, and maybe that would bear on their responsibility in informing themselves. But I don't think that you would say that person is anti-Semitic.
Not inherently, no.
Yeah. So, and again, like, I just think that's fine to say. Like, there are a lot of bad and evil positions that aren't anti-Semitic, right? It could be the case that anti-Zionism is fucking evil, right?
You know what?
But
we're gonna stop it there because I've been streaming for like nearly 5 hours. I had a lot of fun today. It was a really, 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 really good stream. To anybody watching, thank you so much. If you aren't subscribed, please subscribe. I want to have more subs so I can be egotistical. Manure owns you, bro. I know, right? Like, fuck. Chris, hello. Thank you for subbing, by the way. I know I already said that, but I just want to say thanks again. Thank you to anyone that subbed. I had really a lot of fun. Oh, and I might as well, before I go, do I still have it on my clipboard? I'm going to share my Discord. You guys should join. I will do some stuff over the weekend, and we will have fun. Thank you, Talos. Here is my Discord. Join, and yeah, hopefully this weekend we can do something a bit more interesting. If you are new here, I do a lot of videos, a little bit more edited and everything, so don't be afraid to check them out as well. And yeah, thank you. Have a lovely day. Grogs in the weekend, mate. I fucking will, man. I will get absolutely... If you join me, I will get very drunk, okay? Sounds good? Alright, guys. I will catch you later. Bye-bye.